What is up, everybody? Welcome in to the SFBPodathon Year 5. And you're probably wondering, Sal, why are you alone? This is a lot to take in. Your big, bald, old face, this close up on the screen. We'll get that in a minute. First, let's talk about why we're here, why the show started in the first place. The man, the myth, the legend, he's real, Scott Fish, who, by the way, decided to take vacation this weekend while the rest of us are working hard. Scott Fish started this 12 years ago. We all know what he does. We all interact with him on Twitter every day. And I met Scott probably about 7 years ago through the Twitter universe when I first started getting involved in fantasy football podcasting and writing. And Scott's become an amazing friend. And he's become a leader, a guy who made me want to do more. So 5 years ago, I was hosting a show called The Falafel House with my two co-hosts, Kevin and Steve, and we were in the fishbowl for the second year at that time. We decided we wanted to do more. How could we do more? So we were going to do a live show the day of the draft, just 1 to 2 hours, have Scott come on, maybe catch a little of the vibe, the flow everybody was enjoying on Twitter. And over the course of the year, I decided, let's do a telethon style show. If you were old like me, you remember these telethons were on back in the day when you only had to watch public television. We didn't have streaming. And we came up with the idea of a podathon. Scott loved the idea. He gave it his blessing. And in year one, we put it into effect. And I literally had to beg people to come on the show. I had, Matthew Berry came on. Matthew's been a friend too. That first year, Mike Wright came on. That first year, Mark Schofield. There were some good names that first year, but people didn't know what it was yet. So year two, we raised a little bit more money. Year three, I put the word out there on Twitter, and Heath Cummings reached out, and it blew up. 2 years ago, the SFBPodathon absolutely blew up, and we raised over $40,000 in year three to donate to Toys for Tots and some other charities, Equal Justice Initiative. And last year as well, it's become, for me, it's amazing to be a part of this, to help create this portion of it, and to bring toys to people, children rather, at Christmas time on behalf of Scott and Scott's charitable work that he does. So let's get to, where are my co-hosts? Where is Steve? Where are Kevin? Where's the Podathon chair? People and inanimate objects you've come to know and love. Well, it's just going to be me this year with the help from some other friends. There'll be plenty of people along the way that that you recognize, that you love. And Steve and Kevin helped me start this. I'll never forget their contributions and what they've helped me grow and what they build. But a lot of people's lives change. Things get busy. They may be back in future years, but right now they couldn't join me this year. So they turned me. I had to turn to somebody. If you know my history with this man, you know that I love him, but I hate him. And you know that I love to break his balls because he can take it. And he's a good friend. Another guy along the way who's been such a huge part of what Scott has helped to build through the fantasy football eliminators. He created the celebrity eliminators. Celebrities? Yes, I get it. I'm in there. So, celebrities is a loose term, but there is some actually real celebrities in there. That man is this gentleman right here. That's John Bosch. And John, thank you for jumping in. John is going to be with me for the first 4 hours of the Podathon this year. What is up, you formerly curly haired little freak that still talks about John? He's got a full set of hair and he shaves it. So that pisses me off. What's up, man?
Too much work. Not much, Sal. I'm happy to be here. Happy to step in. I think I can take the place of a chair. I don't know if I can take the place of Kevin or Steve. Well, Steve, yeah. Kevin. But I think I can outdo the chair at least. So if that's where the bar is set, I feel okay about this.
Yeah. As we all know, year three, Steve's chair actually became more famous or popular than Steve, and there's a request for it. And out of spite, Steve set that chair on fire. So that chair is gone, unfortunately. But John, we have 36 hours this year. So those of you who've watched this in the past know that we usually do a 24-hour live show. And over those 24 hours, it was always Steve, Kevin, and myself, the full 24 hours. Well, last year, after last year's show, actually you and Scott reached out to me, and you said two things to me. You said, "Sal, get yourself some help.
Yeah.
You're doing all this yourself. Can we call Boston Podathon hair?" So JB checking in. JB, a fellow Long Island guy, good friend. He'll be hosting with me later today, also around 2 p.m. in studio, I believe. So John and Scott said to me, "Hey, you're doing all this work," and they were right. In the past, I have done pretty much all the sponsorship. Dave Wright did start helping me last year. Booked all the guests, did all the Twitter, did all the setting up, the technology, and I'm not a technologically sound guy. We all know that. But they said we can make it bigger, we can make it better, we can make it longer, and get more people involved. Because what happened in year 3, when we started getting more of the mainstream fantasy analysts wanted to come on, the smaller guys were kind of getting pushed out. And the smaller guys, as I've always come to say, yes, I have my mic plugged in this year. The smaller guys, as I've come to say, are the backbone of the Twitter community. We love the Matthew Berries, the Heath Cummings, Mike Wrights, Matt Harmon, all those good friends of ours that come on every year. But the people in the trenches, the small shows, the people that are in the chat right now, who are people who are fantasy analysts themselves, and they do it mostly out of the love for what they're doing, trying to get into the business. Those are the people I want to continue to have on the show. Now, what happened as a result is I let Mike, that's right, he's right there, Daddy's Home FF, I let him have control of scheduling. And while he did a tremendous job, he put some people in places I would not have put, like Dynasty Hot Sauce. How the hell did they get a 9 o'clock prime time? Larry Monkey, I'm not sure why he's on at 9 p.m., but he is.
No, he should be like 3 a.m. when people are getting tired. That's when you bring on Larry Monkey, and it wakes you up.
I typically put him on at 2 a.m. just to avoid sheer embarrassment.
No, not embarrassing. He brings some energy. We're gonna call it energy.
So Mike Blewett is a gentleman I've met. He came and actually did Toys for Tots shopping with us this past year. He's a Long Island guy as well. We play in a Long Island Fantasy Football Analyst League now that I was part of putting together last year. Mike, that link at the bottom of our screen should be where you go to contribute to the cause. So scottfishbowl.com/give.
We should explain where it takes you.
Say that again, John?
It'll take you to a league safe, which is where we are collecting all the contributions this year.
Yeah, so the contributions go into a league safe site, which we know is a site that collects money for leagues safely, which is perfectly described in the name. And it's just the best way for us to make sure we're going to be able to get our hands on all the funds that are donated or charitably donated or contributed this year, so that we could get all the money out to where it needs to go to different people around the country. So, John, every year the Scott Fishbowl has a theme, and this year's theme is cities. And it's because Scott, for the first time, he's wanted to do it last year. SFB 11 was supposed to be when live drafts started and kicked off, but it wasn't possible due to the state of the country with COVID and stuff of that nature. So SFB 12 is the traveling Scott Fishbowl. It's coming to many cities around the country. John, is there one in your neighborhood?
There is not. I don't have a live one by me. The closest live one would have been Chicago, and that just wasn't going to be doable for me. So I was hopeful. I was really kind of hoping there would be one in Nashville. I wanted to go there.
Chicago, John? Yeah, that's the Chicago theme song we have. Waiting for a live draft day. We actually have some quality stuff in the background this year because I let other people work on the show.
Yeah.
So yeah, it should be pretty good. But so you weren't going to go to Chicago. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, that's all right. It was just too far, and we had too many other things going on for me to make that trip for just for the draft. So that's okay. That's okay.
There's the Chicago banner in the background as well. So that is one of the places where drafts will be happening this year. We're going to have 3 live look-ins over the course of the next 36 hours. We're going to look at the live draft in Orlando, which our friend Bob Gilchrist of Boston is hosting down in Orlando.
He moved to Orlando for this month, I'm pretty sure. So, you know.
Yeah. Well, so right before John joined me, Bob jumped on a bus on his way out to play golf at the Disney resorts. So screw him. He's done a lot of work in the background, but screw him. He's not with us today, at least not right now. And we got Zach checking in. Zach is going to be at the Orlando live draft. So, Zach, when you see us go, or whoever's got the phone, or just run behind it, keep your pants on, please, because there are children watching. But get on the screen. Make sure you don't get passed by. So, John, one of the other things that has become synonymous with the Podathon is sponsors. So we could not raise the funds, the contributions that help buy those toys at Christmas time without the help of sponsors. And typically, you pay sponsors, right? Well, these sponsors are paying us through donations or contributions for Toys for Tots. And this first 30 minutes, I don't want to let these guys, slip through the cracks, are sponsored by two very wonderful return sponsors. And the first one is the Monaco Dynasty podcast. It's an analytically driven podcast hosted by John Arrington, dedicated to keeping your eye on a championship. The Monaco satisfies all of your fantasy football needs from redraft, dynasty, devy, and even C2C leagues. That is college to Canton or campus to Canton. I don't play in them, but I know it's one of those two things. Can't get enough of the Monaco? Check out at Dynasty A's. That's the word Dynasty Coach, letter A, apostrophe S, at Dynasty Coach A's Patreon for exclusive devy and rookie models, a customizable trade calculator, and a league evaluator to start bringing home the championship trophies. Listen to the Monaco Dynasty podcast across all your favorite podcast and streaming platforms today. And also, this segment is brought to you by Ride or Dynasty podcast, presented by Gridiron Ratings. The ROD pod is by Dynasty Managers for Dynasty Managers. Hosts JJ Werner and Dave Heilman provide the strategy and knowledge needed for you to compete in your Dynasty leagues. Ride or Dynasty offers real conversations with great guests and about their approach to different aspects of the game. From Devy to IDP to high stakes and auctions, we cover everything a Dynasty manager needs to become better. Plus, rate and review the pod and be entered to win an autographed DeAndre Swift jersey. Listen to the Ride or Dynasty podcast and visit gridironratings.com today. John, you want that DeAndre Swift jersey?
I do. I would take a DeAndre Swift jersey. I'm not a jersey guy, but I'll always take one.
No, you're not a jersey guy. You're a Kentucky guy. But one time you were a fan of this team right here, right? Were you not?
I was a huge fan this during the Super Bowl run. What are you talking about? Look at that.
That's right. Front running Bosch was back.
Yeah, obviously.
And
it was the best, man.
Behind me on the wall is an autographed picture of Jamar. There he is right there.
And that's T. Higgins on my wall. It's definitely not Chad Johnson. So.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you need to tell you. Ocho Stinko.
Hey now.
Check it in. So John, let's talk a little bit of Scott Fishbowl and actually real football for a little bit because
that's scary.
As it turns out, we still have 45 minutes before our first set of guests come on. So we got a lot of time to fill.
Let's just go back to sleep, Sal.
We could just put more music on with a blank screen. You guys could go and donate.
I know there's really popular streamers that do the sleep stream and stuff like that. Let's see if we can pull it off.
Yes. Well, at some point I will be sleeping. So, yeah. So your Bengals, your love-hate relationship with the Bengals that you've had over the many years. They did make a Super Bowl run. How did you feel losing in the manner that they lost? It was tough. It was.
You know me. I don't have feelings. I mean, I would have liked them to have won. It would have been cool. But it was fun. We had a fun day that day. Like I wasn't upset that they lost. I was happy that they got there, and I've changed how I root for reality football. So I appreciate it when it's good, and when things don't work out, well, move on. Like that's just how it is.
Yeah, I think a lot of us, and the ones of us that have become bigger into fantasy, it's usually because our teams always sucked, right?
Yeah. A lot of Minnesota, a lot of Detroit people playing a lot of fantasy football.
Yeah, I'm a rate. That, by the way, that was the work phone going off. So I'm gonna just put that on silent right now. But oh, okay. So let's talk about in one of our sponsors mentioned auctions. I had never done an auction before I met John Bosch. So John will actually not do anything but auctions at this point in his life. I mean, it's got to really have a good, important meaning, message, and lead to something in a good way for John to get involved in it if it's not an auction. And he's torturous. He likes to redline me. He sets alarm clocks just to mess with me. It's
This is not
really
true.
just me that he hates. But John, talk about your love of auctions and why you feel in Dynasty specifically, auctions is the only way to go.
Yeah, for me, it's the only way to go. I mean, I don't like anything where everybody doesn't have the exact same chance to get a player. And so you can, no matter how you set a draft, there's always somebody with an advantage because no matter what, you have to trade to get up to get something. So, and I know there's people that'll say, well, you can do the same thing in an auction. It's just about, you spend more here and it's really not because in a draft, somebody has it already. Somebody is given the first spot. So for me, the auction is just the most fair way to start. And it's just way more fun. I think there's a little more strategy involved in the auction. There's always action during it. So you're not waiting until you're on the clock. You're not just sending a couple of trade offers and waiting for a rejection or an acceptance or a counter. You can look at the board and always be thinking about making a move or making a move constantly. And I like to do puzzles. In an auction board, it's just a big puzzle to me, trying to figure out how all the pieces are going to fit. And if I bid on this guy and I kick somebody off of that guy, what's going to happen? How are the dominoes going to fall after that? And to me, that's really fun to start putting that together and figuring that out.
So you and I have become pretty good friends with Scott over the years. Scott seems like he's everybody's best friend. That's just the way he makes you feel. But we're involved in a lot of the talks behind the scenes about a lot of stuff, and you're involved in the Scott Fishbowl in a way now. Have you tried to convince him to go auction in the Scott Fishbowl?
So I mean, I tried. I don't think it'll ever happen. That would just be too much. I would love for just like if we were able to get a live division, make it a live auction division. But he likes to have it all set and standardized, which I get. That's how it should be. So I don't think it'll ever happen because I think then the entire thing would have to be auction. I would prefer it to be that way, but I get that that's not the main preferred way. So he'll probably stick with what's most popular, always going on.
Okay, and so for people like me, who've been in this league for the SFB 480 was the first one I was in. I think that was 6. The rules are ever changing every year.
That was the Disney Castle shirt year, right?
Yes. Actually, so then I was in the one before that because I had the Disney shirt, but I was in a year already when I got that shirt. The year before was just like a hammer or something. Not a lot of people have that shirt. So the first year I think I was in female actress division. The first year, I don't remember what the actress was, but my question was going to be for you. I have not dug into. I'm drafting on Monday, and I have not dug into the rules this year. Is there anything that is different this year that you could bring to the forefront to tell people? Or you want to keep it a secret because you wanted the advantage?
Dude, that's why I'm doing 4 hours with you. I'm expecting other people to tell me that because I've been doing too much other stuff I haven't even done a mock yet, Sal. It's crazy. Usually I've done at least 1 or 2 mocks by now. I have not done any mocks yet. So I do know there are some differences in the scoring. Like kickers got a little bit of a bump because he took away missed points for kickers. So if they miss the field goal, it's obviously better. So that's the biggest thing that I've seen people talking about is the kickers got a little bit of a bump. but other than that, I don't think the scoring has really changed dramatically from last year. If anybody out there is in the chat and wants to correct us, feel free to do so.
Yeah, by all means, we'll put up good comments that help. So John, I was right. You were wrong. I know it's rare. It was Disney Castle was 7, and 480 was, again, I don't remember if it was actresses or just actors in general, but I was some female actress. I was just so happy to be in that year. I was like a kid in a candy store. But think about that. So for those of you who this may be your first year at a Scott Fishbowl, or you're really just finding out about it, you might not even gotten in this year, but you're hanging around because you love the idea of what's being done in and around donating and doing charitable things. It used to be SFB, whatever number amount of teams were in the league. So when I was in that first year, it was 480 teams. John, am I right to say that there's 3,000 teams this year?
3,000. Yeah, 480 was my first year too, and now 3,000. It's pretty nuts. That's just Sal, think how crazy it was that we got in when there was only 480 teams, and he let me and you both in.
Yeah, he was really scraping the bottom of the barrel at that point to fill up 480. It was tough to fill 480 teams that year. And what I noticed right away, John, is that first year on Twitter, at least, if there was only 480 in that league, but on Twitter, it was a thing, man. People were excited about it. And even the following year, it grew bigger, which is what made me want to start this show. Well, let's go back to think about that was 2016, right? 2016, and to what I said earlier about myself and Steve, the Falafel House podcast. And for those of you who don't remember the Falafel House podcast, Falafel stood for Fantasy Life App Fantasy Football Leagues, which was created on Matthew Berry's Fantasy Life app. That app has been around since 2015. That's where I met Steven and Kevin. And we decided to start a podcast. There were not a shit ton of fantasy football podcasts like there are now. So I'm going to take this time to sound like an old man and say, you kids, back in my day in 2016, we had to search for podcasts. We didn't just find them.
Sal had to walk uphill both ways to go record a podcast.
To get a podcast, exactly. And so Mr. Showtime, that's my good friend Kareem Falafel for Life. He is in the Falafel, the original league. He was in the original chat back in 2015 that created that. But my point being is, some people might tune in today and actually not know who I am, which is perfectly normal and acceptable because I've taken a bit of a step back over the last year in the fantasy football community for work purposes. But back then it was literally the 06010 Matthew Berry show. And the fantasy footballers were really just getting their legs. They were about a year in, and they were starting to really break. Matt Harmon was backyard banter, reception perception was really a new thing. And these people are monsters in the industry now. Like they're all going to come on today. Every one of those people I mentioned are going to come on today. And they were so gracious enough to come on back then for us. And I think about it, it's like they were just trying to find their way too. Not Matthew. Matthew's been around forever. Matthew I've been following since the 90s. He's old. Let's just call it what it is. He's older than me, which makes him really old. So yes, thank you, Dave. My point being is it's such a different world in the fantasy landscape now. And when we came in, John, I met you that same year. And kind of sort of you were doing the Dynasty Insanity, right? Was that the name of your first podcast?
Fantasy Insanity
podcast. And John invited Kevin on, not me. He invited Kevin on, but he did ask me to be a part of his ADP challenge.
Yeah.
That first year with the ADP challenge, I remember Matt Harmon was in there, and we just developed a friendship back then. And then we met Scott, and it's grown to what it is today. What I'm basically saying is, whether you know me or not, whether you know John or not, we were a part of that early foundation of struggling small shows that I kind of built what's going on today. And I say that because I am proud of that. I'm proud of what I see. I'm proud of what it's developed into. I'm proud that if anything I become known for, it's this show. It's the charitable aspect. I don't need to make a ton of money in this business. I haven't. I won't. Because believe me, I got a much better job offer that I'm working right now, which is why I've taken a scale back. But those friendships, those early days that have led to this, they mean so much to me. And so you young suckers, you young whippersnappers out there, you pay respect. You understand?
Oh, Sal. I wasn't sure where you were going to end with that. And you definitely went there and ended it.
Take me back to those days when you're doing that little show in your basement, Fantasy Insanity, and John. So John's a very creative guy. If you play in any of John's leagues, he's really creative. He does not like basic, vanilla leagues. I'm in a league with him called Power Hungry, which was my first Dynasty league, my first auction, as I mentioned earlier, and there's literally superpowers in that league. So John does crafty, inventive stuff. So what led to you wanting to start a podcast and then going into all the creative, different type of leagues that you do?
So the start of that was the Bengals being terrible. Literally, that is what started me playing more interesting fantasy football leagues. Because back when I was a diehard Bengals fan, it was more dying hard than ever being happy. So I'm not kidding. The year that they blew the playoffs against Pittsburgh and Vontaze Burfict had the personal foul at the end of the game, and they set up a field goal to lose the game. That was it. Like at that moment, I said, I'm done with the Bengals. And that was the night that I wrote up my very first complicated fantasy football league. I wrote up bylaws that night for what became my Empire League. And I emailed it to Scott. I emailed it to DLF, I think, and Scott Fish replied. And then I think Ryan did also. And then I started looking into these two guys and came across Keeping Dynasty Weird from Ryan McDowell, the awesome article series. And I was like, oh my God, there are people like me out there. And then I got on Twitter, found, and started communicating with them about that. And it's all grown from there. I do love very interesting leagues. The football aspect of fantasy football is not like my favorite part of it. I like the strategy game. I like making fantasy football a board game. So for me, that's the fun part. And getting to I didn't realize who I was learning from at that point, because I was brand new. But I've come to find, oh my God, like I learned these things from Scott Fish and Ryan McDowell. How cool is that? That is pretty freaking cool. These two are the giants in the industry. So it's pretty fun. And I like having leagues that make me want to think about the league. If too many of my leagues are the same, I end up they don't really, they don't hook me. I got to have something that hooks me. So there's got to be something unique in a league. Either that's the rules or sometimes it's just a group, like if I want to play with a certain group of people, then the league doesn't have to be as dramatically different from other leagues. But it's got to be something that makes it fun for me, because ultimately that's what fantasy football is for me. So it's about fun. So I either have to have fun with the league rules or I have to have fun with the group of people. Just got to be something that gives me fun. I can't just go and play in like 25 leagues just to play in 25 leagues. That would become work for me, I think.
It does become work. I had to scale back this year. I had to drop out of a couple of yours, which was sad for me. It just didn't fit in time-wise with where I'm at in life currently. I love the Supremacy League. That was a tough one for me to leave. So anybody who doesn't play in John's Empire or Supremacy Leagues, they're multi-level leagues where you're playing in multiple leagues inside of one league. Dynasty, auction, redraft, daily fantasy. It's pick 'em.
It's a lot.
It's heavily involved, and if you're not cut out for it, you will get eaten alive. And if you do not stay on top of it, you will never reach the top and to the top of the Supremacy ladder. And it started to look that way for me, and I don't want to hold up the league because I was too busy. So I stepped back on that. So John, somebody put up the Eliminator scoring this year is outstanding. I mentioned fantasy eliminators when I was first introducing you. Dig into those a little bit and how that idea came about and how it's changed and developed over the years, and the people that continue to grow and get involved in it.
So it started back when I did do my fantasy insanity podcast. I at the end of the season, at the end of the fantasy insanity season, which was pretty much like an off season thing. I wanted to do kind of a little thank you to the listeners and some of the guests. So I put together. I was going through my fantasy league settings and trying to find something fun that I could do, and I came across the setting of an eliminator where each week the lowest scoring team was eliminated. And I was like, oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. So I pulled in, several of the guests, several of the listeners that were, diehard listeners of that show, all 7 of them probably. And we just did a little league, and it was a lot of fun. It was a fun draft. I had fun settings for it. And that was my introduction to an eliminator style league. Well, not long after that, Scott called me. I was on vacation in Siesta Key. I'll never forget. And he called and said, I think we've got an opportunity to like expand fantasy cares here. Do you have any ideas on something we could do? And I was like, yes, I do, Scott. Yes, I do. I said, I think if we get like one celebrity, we can get 16 people to kind of contribute and play against that celebrity and try and eliminate them. So we had set out that plan to do it for the next year. And my goal was to do 10 of them the first year. And it would raise $1,000. Like that was a big goal for me. I wanted to get to $1,000, and we ended up doing over 30 of them in year 1. And it has, needless to say, exploded since then. Scott was awesome, of course, built a tremendous database to make it so that I could run so many more of these so much more efficiently. Like you, I brought in help. When I spoke to you last year about bringing in help, Scott, for the Podathon, Sal, I did that from experience because we're both a little, controlling. I wanted full control over Fantasy Cares Eliminators. It was hard for me to accept bringing in other people to help, but once I did it, it made it a lot easier for me. So I've had helpers throughout the years now that, help me set up the leagues, help me do a lot of the stuff, just a lot of everything behind the scenes that people never see. They help get people linked, stuff like that. It's tremendous. And of course, that's part of what I do for Scott with SFB now too. And a lot of people that are helping with Fantasy Cares Eliminators are also helping performing that same role for SFB. And I don't think people out there understand just how big of a task SFB is and the amount of work that Scott and Ryan put into it. So, I'm happy that I get to help him out with that. And because of that, I kind of understood, okay, people are actually happy to help me out with Fantasy Cares Eliminators. And it's grown so much. I think we did what, like 180 or something leagues this year. It's crazy. So for those that don't know, I guess I should tell what the Eliminator is. It's an 18 team league. It's a best ball draft. We do them usually late May, early June, somewhere in that window. They're all over for now. But like I said, there's one celebrity, it's a content creator that you follow, anything all the way up to actual celebrities. I mean, there are some, like real celebrities that jump in and head them up. And you get to do a little Twitter DM, so you chat back and forth during the draft. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. It's all for charity. There's no buy-in per se. All we do is ask you to contribute to the League Safe, the same League Safe fund that we're asking you to contribute to right now. And we raised, I think we hit over 25K this year on the Eliminators, which is awesome. Plus, people donated directly to places like Go Pantry, which is where I tend to do a lot of the donations. To the point where they reached out to me. Like the head of the Go Pantry sent me an email and said, hey, are you doing your charity drive right now again? Because I didn't tell her that it was coming. And I was like, yep. So we made a mark. Like enough was donated to her out of the norm from, as she put it, all over the world. She was getting donations all of a sudden and just wanted to make sure that it was coming from the right place. And so I don't know the amount, the actual total that was donated there, but it was definitely enough to make a mark. And then we also ran a few for to benefit Tag's family. He was always a big part of the Eliminators, and you know, we've lost him, so it felt right to run a few to donate to him too. And so we were able to send a decent amount there as well. And it's crazy to me that the first year I wanted to raise $1,000, and then this year it had to have raised at least over 30K, which is just insane. And now we get to watch this podathon number just go up, 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 up today, right?
Yeah,
we're just gonna watch it raise.
Help get it up by going and contributing to the link that you see at the bottom of the screen. It'll be there all day. ScottFishbowl.com/give. Go contribute. I got to be careful the words that we use. Go contribute to that, because if you go to any of our pages, it was my pinned tweet up until this morning when I switched over to a podathon tweet, the pictures and videos and stuff of us shopping at Christmas time. This all goes towards an amazing thing. It's spread out across the country to many people in the community, in the industry, and it's for all the right reasons. You know, you brought up Tags, and Tabby's going to be joining us tomorrow on the show.
Yeah.
His wife Tabby will be joining us. I reached out to her. It's been, you know, just under a year since we lost Mike. I think it hit the community hard because he was just such a good human. Like what we do here, John, and what we found with the people here is that we appreciate the human beings that we are. We all seem to be in this for the right reasons. We all seem to care about people and families and communities and the right thing and being progressive and moving forward as a society. And Mike was one of those guys. And he was taken entirely too young. He was taken from a family. He was taken from children, from a wife. Forget about this community and what he meant here and what a contributor he was here. And I didn't know if Tabby was going to be receptive of it, because it has not been a really long time. But she was like, you know, I really do think I love the opportunity to come on and talk about that. So I'm looking at the schedule right now. It is tomorrow afternoon, right at noon Eastern time. Come. I mean, try to be here all day. Try to be here all 36 hours. But if you're going to be in and out, be here for that, because it's going to be a very moving segment. I don't know how well you can see it. My eyes have tears on them right now. I cry. I'm a sensitive guy. If you watched last year's show, me and Peter Gent overnight talked about mental health, and we were bawling, and a lot of people were bawling, and it was a moving time. So what you're going to get here is a lot of rambling. You're going to get a lot of talking, a lot of fun, a lot of information, a lot of jokes, but you're going to get some emotional moments too. And that's what life's all about. You got to be moved to all your different emotions. And that's going to be a big one tomorrow. So yeah, if you didn't know, John, she will be joining us tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah. So also Zach Reed, and Zach is the one who created that song that we opened the show with. And Zach has become known for a lot of the parody songs that he does in the fantasy community. He put this up, and it's something you said about, you know, about Ryan and Scott being, you know, monsters in the industry. And Zach wrote, I know this is an origin story, league rules talk, but to me, the thing that stands out is how cool it is that Scott Fish and Ryan and so much of the community is so accessible even still. And it's true. One thing that Scott has always remained is accessible to the community. He's about the people, no matter how big this gets. You guys could not fathom what his DMs look like. You couldn't fathom. It's probably more than an actually good-looking man. You know, I mean, Scott's not good-looking. We've seen him. Let's be honest. But I'm saying he gets bombarded, and oftentimes he can't get to everyone. And then you'll get some people who are rude, belligerent, douchey. This is all being done for the right reasons. So if you're watching, if you're being a part of this, if you're jumping on Twitter every once in a while because you didn't get in yet or whatever and saying something stupid, come on. Grow up, be mature, and love and respect the fact that this guy does this all for free. There's not an ounce of this that brings money to him or his family. Every single, and he could monetize Scott Fishbowl, never have to work again. Believe me, he could do that tomorrow. And it's not even a thought in a man's head because that's where his heart's at. Zach went on to write the fantasy community, specifically on Twitter, is so amazing. Seeing it galvanize and come together behind Scott and Scott Fishbowl has grown is so amazing. And he has one last comment here, and that is absolutely love it. And pat yourselves on the back too. Between the Eliminators and the Podathon, there's been an absolute explosion of good and charity. It's amazing. And to that point, John, it has spawned off other charitable leagues, other Podathons. I go on shows, I get invited on to do interviews, and people tell me, they call me the godfather of the Podathon and, all that stuff. I mean, it's a phrase that came to me. I don't know that I created it. I'm sure it was used in some capacity somewhere by someone, but in this community, it's just telethon, Podathon. It made sense to me. It flowed. I did it. People picked up on it. But John, what are some of the other leagues? Are you in any other charity leagues that you can think of that have spawned?
Yeah. Oh man, now I got to think of them all. So I know Peter does one in Europe. I do play in that one where he raises a bunch of money with a bunch of Europeans. It has been expanded now, but it started as that. He was trying to do it, basically just for Europe and spread fantasy football in Europe, and then also raise money for charity. Let's see. There's also the Lionheart Leagues. Those are run by Lionheart Dad. Is it Eric Fernandez? I think. Those are good. If you should go look up the story, folks. I can't do it justice, but they lost a child, and in his memory, he started these leagues, and it's a really moving story. But they do a lot of good work as well with this fund that they raise. Let's see. I think there's Warrior Bowl, that one as well, right? That's out there.
Warrior Bowl, yep. Whatever happened to Andy Singleton's Drafted with Giants? That was a good one too. I'll have to beat up Andy next time I see him, because I don't see that one around anymore.
I'm not sure. Maybe that's maybe he got busy, I'm guessing. I think, trying to think, that might be all of them that I'm in or that I've been talked about this year. I know there's others, and I mean there's always ones that just pop up. There's ones that I run that pop up. I'll just get bored one day and I'll be like, hey, who wants to do an auction? Like, and we'll just, put a little money in, send it. Most of it goes to Fantasy Cares, and so the winner will get, it'll end up being a best ball auction. So it's been a while since I've been bored. Granted, I haven't done one of those in a little bit, but usually there comes a day or so over the summer where I'm like, all right, let's do a quick auction. Who wants to do one? I know there's other people that have reached out to me and said they've started up charity leagues as well. It is really cool. And I know all of my leagues now, we donate at least a portion, like Scott says, give one buy-in to charity, and it makes a huge difference. So yeah, Kevin is mentioning his lightning round best ball championships. Yep. That's awesome as well. And if you just give one buy-in, it's not, you don't notice it missing from the pot. And it goes to do a lot of good. So all of my leagues now incorporate giving something, and it all goes to Fantasy Cares at this point, just because that's the easiest thing for me to add it to, and then go shopping and buy a bunch of toys, which is always fun.
Yeah, the toy shopping is when you get to do it. And John, you have children of your own. I know are they teenagers now, your kids?
Oh my God, Sal. They are. I mean, they're 15, 12, and 11, but they're about to be 15, 13, and 12. Because my two youngest their birthdays are coming up. So it's it's crazy. They're not little kids anymore. They're definitely teenagers.
And for me, my youngest just graduated high school. So I have none left, and I have no kid, I have no babies left, But I see John's pictures and videos of him taking his kids over the years. I take my kids. This past year, my son, he's in a fraternity at school. A bunch of his fraternity friends came and shopped with us. And I do like one shopping cart at the beginning, and then that's it. Because I get the joy of watching everybody else go and shop and laugh and have fun. And something I've done the last 2 years is I've gone to look for other children in the store that are there with their parents. Don't make it creepy.
Yeah.
And I asked the parents, would your child be interested in picking out a toy for a child their age that they think a child their age would want at Christmas time? And the response you get from that and from families and kids wanting to be a part of that is amazing. And it's a selfless thing. That kid knows that toy's not going home with them. They usually go find it. I told them, price isn't an object. We want to, get, and they find it. They put it in the cart, and they see us load it into the truck and take it over to Toys for Tots. And it's just become so very amazing. Some people have checked in saying different things that they do. And here, Matt, Tom, to what you said, John, about recently joined a 24-man league. We all voted to donate 100% of the winnings, which is amazing. The Open Bar does one. I played in that one 2 years ago. I don't know who the Cute Hurts is, but knowing that I have 35 hours to go, I am hurting. So thank you for pointing that out right there. So John,
the Cute Hurts. I recognize that handle. They were in one of the 100-yard dashes yesterday.
So John, I'm going to ask you, if you have it in front of you, we have a couple of live reads for this 30-minute segment.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. You already did read one, so I'm read two, right?
Yep. This is the behind the curtains here, folks. John, his production quality.
Yes, I definitely knew I was doing this before, more than an hour ago. This wasn't just told to me. All right, so I don't think we have a guest, but this segment is sponsored by Ride or Die Fantasy Podcast, right? That's the one I'm reading. Right?
Well, John, I gave you these so that that'll give me a few seconds to do what I got to do. But I might as well just read it myself.
No, I can read it. I just want to make sure I'm doing the right one.
You are at 8:30 with the Dynasty Hot Sauce Podcast.
Oh, we're at 8:30. Oh, yes. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. This segment is sponsored by the Dynasty Hot Sauce Podcast, a Dynasty fantasy football podcast hosted by @FFLarryMonkey and @RunDFF, and friends to discuss strategy, player value, and hot and spicy takes. At the Dynasty Hot Sauce Podcast, Larry and Justin talk Dynasty football and make you laugh as they let the good times roll and provide valuable and actionable Dynasty content every single episode. Larry Monkey has a flair and a brand of insight that can't be rivaled anywhere. That is true. Meanwhile, Justin Rogers seamlessly reels him back in with his data-driven analysis. Listen to the Dynasty Hot Sauce Podcast today on all major podcast platforms. Do you want me to read the second one too?
Oh, I do.
All righty. This segment is also being sponsored by John's Elgin Market. Don't settle for the same old convenience store snacks. Bite into beef jerky and snack sticks from John's Elgin Market. With over 30 products to choose from, there's a flavor for every craving, from barbecue beef or hot and spicy venison to exotic meats like our best-selling alligator snack sticks. It's time to treat yourself to some damn good jerky. Visit johnselginmarket.com. That's JOHNSELGINMARKET.com to check out all the mouth-watering options. Plus, now through July 16th, contact @Steven_Roto, good dude, on Twitter to place an order and receive free shipping with 10% of all the proceeds going to Fantasy Cares. That's right, we ship nationwide, smoking quality meats since 1880. Snack with the best at John's Elgin Market.
So the reason I put Steven Johnson's comment up is because that is his business. That is Steven Johnson's business. He has sent me that jerky before. I've eaten it on the show before he slacked this year. I didn't get any.
I know. Where's the jerky, Steven? I'm going to starve on this show right now, man.
On the screen.
Where's my red vines too?
And oh god, that was I couldn't go to the bathroom for a week. I ate so many red vines. So
the filter's off, folks. 51 minutes in, the filter is already gone.
Steven has been a friend of the show, a sponsor, all around great guy for quite a while now. We appreciate his contribution every year. So this is interesting, John. The Cute Hurts want to say, please tell me I'm not the only one who thought the 100-yard dashes were actually us videoing us running 100-yard dash.
Oh my God.
what-
Nobody, I promise you, nobody wants to see everybody trying to enter. Although, I don't know, it would be kind of fun, but we definitely don't want to watch that. It's way more fun to watch the Super Tecmo Bowl graphic guys.
people
run the
would
field.
die. I don't know that you want to actually see people die.
We are not taking on that liability.
So
Definitely not.
let me tell you. Oh, this is an interesting one. This is the first time I think anybody's checked in from Iraq. This is amazing. So Zachary Murdoch, hell yeah, brother! Cheers from Iraq. That's amazing, Zach. We have gone around the world, Australia, England, Ireland, Germany. We have people check in. We have people on the show from all those places. This is the first time I feel someone from Iraq is checked in. So this is amazing. Just how far we're reaching out and branching out. So a couple of quick things as we're coming towards the top of the 9 o'clock hour. This is being streamed in a lot of places. I don't have the ability myself while I'm live to post those links. At the top of the SFBPodathon Twitter page, I have the YouTube link. If there's anything out there that you could retweet, help us get it out there. Share it with your friends. Throughout the 36 hours, help us get more eyes, ears, people to this show. We'd be gratefully appreciative. It's getting to more people and getting more people to contribute to scottfishbowl.com/give. And I gotta say, somebody's checking in. Can't wait to see hour 36 of this. It's going off the rails quick. Kevin Cotillo, one of the people who helped me start the SFBPodathon, who is not here with us today. And I will say this. I will only tell you this about Kevin's business. He's happy and he's healthy. And that makes it even worse that he's not here. I would rather know he had a serious problem that's keeping him from being here with us. But no, instead, he's just doing really well. And I'm happy for my friend Kevin, my brother Kevin. We've been through these fantasy swamps together for almost 7 years. So, Kevin, thank you for checking in. Thank you for being here. Jake Trowbridge feels like we could do 37 hours easy.
Jake is very wrong.
I remember year two when we were doing a 24-hour straight show, and Mike Wright couldn't make it, so we had to do 25 straight hours just for Mike to make sure Mike was joining us. John, one of the things I want to say, because you are in the group chat too, I don't know if you've seen it that Scott just created, but Scott Fish, who is not going to be with us today, has told me I have like 20 plus spots to give away.
Yeah.
To the Scott Fish Bowl. So if you are watching live right now and you haven't registered, I would recommend you go register because it's still open and you can register or else you're not going to be able to get in. By the way, SFB 13 is also already open to register. You can go find that. If you have not gotten in.
I think is SFB 12 closed? I think
maybe
it's
closed. Too late.
So hopefully you've already registered.
Maybe it's too late and it's only for people that registered. But here's what I'll tell you. If you haven't gotten in, before you make your belligerent comments today, keep them to yourself because there's a chance you might get in. If you are in and you have a friend who's not watching or not participating today because they didn't get in, let them know there's a chance. At 9 o'clock, Ryan McDowell will be joining us along with last year's SFB champion. And we'll discuss in what way we're going to give those spots away today. But I saw something that say I might be able to give one away an hour of this show. 1 hour is already almost in the books, which means I'm behind, which means I might have two to give away next hour. What does that mean? That means John and Ryan now have work to do all weekend every time I add somebody. So it's pretty awesome. So Chase, is that to Chase Vernon?
No,
yeah.
I think he's maybe.
Is that
I was thinking he was mentioning your awesome poster in the back there. So
more Chase picture right here. So, while I'm here and while we're talking about that, every year I record the Podathon from my best friend's office. And the name of his company is 7 Red Productions. So I call it the 7 Red Production Studios. And that's my buddy Brian Quinn. He does sound and lighting production. I mean, big events. And if you're watching this, you might not need his services, but 7redproductions.com, check it out. And all these collectibles and autographed helmets and stuff you see behind me is another friend of mine, Domenico Vecchi. I'm going to hold this up right here. and you get that information. And it's coachescollectibles@gmail.com, and it's also a Facebook page. Now notice there it's coaches, COACH''S, and Coaches Collectibles. Every single piece that he has is authenticated in person by himself, with a certification company. He does personalized. If you see one of his shows coming up and there's a player that you're interested in, he could have an actual personal inscription put on whatever product you request. You can mail him your product. He will make sure it's taken care of with the finest care and quality and softest hands possible. You will see video, you will see picture, you'll get authentication. Trust me, there's very few, if any, in a business are doing what he's doing and what he's delivering. And when I tell you he's a close personal friend of mine, I spent 4th of July with the man. He's a close personal friend of mine. Reach out. If you want quality memorabilia, this is the guy to go to. I'll be bringing him back up throughout the show. And that's it. So we have, is it almost 9 o'clock? Boy, let me see.
It is almost 9 o'clock.
8:57.
We should mention too, you mentioned Stephen Roto in the jerky business. He's also one of the fantastic designers behind the Avi makers and behind the shirts on ffpodshirts.storeenvy.com. All those great shirts that you see me tweet out, people, I do not design. Do not expect me to ever make a design for you, because I am not the designers. I am just the mouthpiece that tweets out the shirts that Bob Gilchrist and Stephen Roto and Jordan Cantaloupe, is it? And Russ Fisher, they do the designs. And Clint Followa also popped in there with one, I think. I don't do the designs, but I will tweet them out. Yes, that is one of Bob's works, I believe. Stephen also does that. Very, very talented, and they put together some good stuff. If you haven't got a shirt yet for SFB, head over. RotoWear still has some left. Go get those. Deplete all their supply and go to ffpodshirts.storeenvy.com. And we have all kinds of shirts on there, like several division specific shirts. Buy them all. If you like to celebrate SFB, buy a bunch of shirts. That's the best way. It's so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, you could tribute while getting something back, which isn't always what we do it for. But if you can do it that way,
yeah,
do it, right?
I mean, go to just the scottfishbowl.com/give and just donate or contribute as well. For those, again, that's a league safe site, so you will have to create an account and put some money in there. But it's real easy. If you've already contributed to that fund via Fantasy Cares Eliminators or something, you can always contribute again. You just enter an amount and hit submit, and it'll add it to the total. So keep contributing to that league safe account, folks.
I got to ask if this is the bottle of rum. So this is the Yamazaki single malt Japanese whiskey, Kareem. I mean, it's not mine. This is not my office. It's my friend's office, and they allow me to use it, which is amazing. Everything we get and do through here is donated. Nobody asks us for money for anything that we do here, because it's all for the right reasons. So I got a couple of guests waiting in the wings, but before they come in, I want to do the reads and show John how a professional does them. So the 9 o'clock hour, or the 9 to 9:30 30-minute segment, will be brought to you by TSS Fantasy. They are here to entertain and educate. The crew of Freddie the Jester Reyes, Jason Jesus Herrera, and Nick You Got Philandered Marconis, along with the man of the hour, Commissioner Cooper, take you on an hour-long trip that is sure to have you laughing and loving fantasy football. Going live 5 days a week. 5 days a week is a lot. Going live 5 days a week and bringing you all you need to know from waivers, trades, start, sit, DFS, and betting. TSS has your back for the 2022 season. Come join us on YouTube for live episodes as we talk fantasy, play games, and interview some of the best minds in the business, as well as former players. TSS Fantasy, we are the show of the people. And also, our guests are brought to you by campus2canton.com, a website focused on all things college, fantasy, including Dynasty, Devi, College Fantasy, and Campus to Canon leagues. Campus to Canon is the fastest growing format in fantasy where your teams have college and NFL lineups. And as college players enter the NFL, they join your NFL roster. Visit campus2canton.com as their team of experts bring you articles, podcasts, cutting-edge tools, exclusive ADP, industry-leading draft guides for Devi, college fantasy, freshman supplemental drafts, and the deepest set of college rankings anywhere. Check out campus2canton.com today. So, John, before I bring these guys in, let me bring in Ryan real quick because there he is. Ryan,
what's up, guys?
Ryan's
Morning, Ryan.
Ryan's birthday was this past week, and he's also old now as well.
Yes.
Like, Ryan, what year was it for you?
46.
So, yeah, Ryan's right behind me. I'll be 48 in August. So, I see the grays, my friend. I see the grays.
Oh, yes. Yeah, they've been there for a while, unfortunately.
So, I was just going to mention those guys, the TSS guys, are doing 5 shows a week, 5 days a week.
Yeah, I heard you say that. That's crazy.
I can remember back when Steven and Kevin and I got our first sponsorship, and it was from Draft. You guys
were like, we're going to do 100 shows a day.
We were doing 3 shows a week because they were paying us a silly amount of money. Like, they offered us a crazy. We were like, holy shit, they said yes to that? So I understand they got bought out. So we can talk about this now. They don't even exist anymore. Underdog Fantasy. I'm just saying it was we couldn't have been more thankful to that team, that group of people, and we upped the amount of shows we were doing because we were making some money. That was my big fantasy moment. That was like probably
That's awesome.
4 years ago. It was amazing. So Ryan, we're gonna bring in a second. We're gonna bring in the defending champion, the SFB 11 champion, Isaac.
Yeah.
And,
I need some tips.
Is how you say the last name. And what I tell you, it's I'm getting text messages from Shane Battier. What kind of life am I living here? This is amazing. I have to send him a message in a minute. Ryan, Scott mentioned giving away some SFB spots today, and
yes.
Do you have a way that you'd like us to do that, or are we just going to start randomly picking people?
Yeah, I don't have a way. That's your job. You got to come up with a way.
What do you tell me? Scott goes out to the middle of nowhere, leaves us for dead, and then gives us gold. He's like, here's your gold. Figure out how to give this gold away.
Pretty much. That's it. Yeah. I gave a bunch away yesterday. I had a lot of people telling jokes on Twitter. That was great. Bosch gave away some last night.
That was a fun thread. That was a very good way to do it, Ryan. I appreciated so many of those jokes were so terrible.
Oh, so bad. I got over 300 responses, over 300 jokes told. I read every single one of them. I read most of them out loud to my family, and they they either laughed or rolled their eyes. So that's if you got an invite thanks to that, you probably have my family to thank for that.
So many people happy to see Ryan. Ryan, somebody said they hope you're feeling better. If I missed it, you weren't feeling well, I apologize.
I think Bosch and I might be in the same spot, or at least we have been.
Yep.
Yeah, Disney a couple weeks ago for me and my family, and got the ultimate souvenir, as Bosch called it.
Oh yes,
yes. So no, I'm back to normal now. Luckily, whatever normal is.
Well, yeah. If this is normal,
yeah, I know.
Work on it. We're going to give those spots away. I work with you guys behind the scenes to give those spots away. But let's not make this gentleman wait any longer, because he accomplished something that I believe it was 1,800 last year. 1,800 people wanted to accomplish, and every year it can only be one. And as the numbers grow, 480, 720, 1,200, 1,800 to now 3,000. It becomes increasingly more difficult not only to win this, but to make it into that final week. And in the 7 years that I've been in it, I made it to the semifinals once, and I lost my 2 big players in that week, and that was it. I was done. I didn't move on to the final. So I've never made it past the semifinals, and that was when it was far less people. But let's bring in Isaac. And Isaac, I want to make sure I say your last name correctly. Is it Seaborn?
Seaborn, yep, like born on the sea.
Perfect. He's got different, he's educating me over here. Isaac, He won it last year. This is the man. This is your SFB 11 champion. How does it feel to be the champion of the ultimate fantasy football event?
I'll be honest, it's still pretty surreal. My wife doesn't care for fantasy at all, and she still tells people about it right now. So, I mean, I joined Twitter 3-4 years ago because of listening to a podcast when I first found out about the Scott Fish Bowl, and I joined Twitter specifically to join Scott Fish Bowl League. And after applying, I finally got in last year, and I was thrilled, and I was just excited to participate. And winning it was, beyond imagination. I'm just grateful.
How did you get in? Did you was your entry just a random selection in?
Random. It was my second year applying, I believe. Though the first year I applied at the very end of the application process because I didn't even know how to do it. And I don't know what I did. I'm not a content creator. I just got lucky. I don't know if it's me going in around and liking everyone's Scott Fish post or Scott Fish Bowl post about getting in. I think that's one of my favorite days on Twitter is when everyone's just so excited and posting all their screenshots of it. So maybe it's just that interaction and just, I don't know, being lucky, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan could probably speak more to the selection process, but I also don't know that there's really a selection process. I know that there's a handful of us that we get in every year, and it's not a a boys club or a boys committee. We're working as part of a team to do this and representing. So I've been in every year for the last 7 years, and I remember Scott saying, I don't know if I could expand it to this number. And every year it just blows up and expands further and further. And that's why he's, Ryan's become a bigger part of it. I would say, the last 3 to 4 years, Ryan, you've really taken on a frontline role with it. I know you've always been a part of it. John as well, many others. Scott very intelligently enlisted help. But Ryan, take us behind the scenes a little bit of the early selections and then the mid selections. As we're closing in on drafts, slow drafts beginning Monday, how the selection process goes.
Well, you're right. And when you say there's really not a selection process, I mean, obviously there is, but as far as anything formal or, if somebody says, what's the one thing I can do to get in? I don't know that I would point to anything specifically. In general, I say be active. When we're looking at the 10 to 15,000 people that are signing up for this, and we know only a fraction of them can get in. I mean, pretty obviously we're looking for names we know, whether that's people we play in leagues with, people that are active on Twitter, people that are content creators. I mean, I'm not going to pretend like that doesn't help. If it's a name that I see, I know, I recognize, they're probably going to get an invite. So being active helps, not just in June or July when you're looking for that invite, but year-round active part of the community. And that doesn't have to mean that you're a podcaster or a writer or anything like that. Just be a part of this community, be on Twitter, engage with people. That's going to help. And then obviously, I mean, a big part of what Scott pushes for is just being a good person, be not only be active, but be a positive part of this community. Hopefully that involves donating and supporting SFB in general or the charity of your choice, but really just be a quality asset to the community.
That was going to be the thing I said. And I should have figured Brian would say it and not leave that out, but be a good human. We said it. We already touched on that when John and I were rambling on for an hour trying to fill time. But the reason we're all friendly together, the reason Scott has trusted us to be a part of this is because we're good human beings. And you know a good human being when you see a good human being. You know what I mean? You can't fool somebody. So the people who may not have gotten in at some point, and the people who have complained, oh, it's this, it's that, I never get in, you're not going to get in because at the end of the day, the core reason this is being done is to help raise funds for toys at Christmas time for children, not to prove ultimate dominance, which Isaac has proved, not to, trash talking is part of the game, right? But in a fun way, but it's to do good things for people in need. So there's a lot of people out there every year. I get skipped over every year. Scott has every single entry ever made since year one, maybe not year one, right? But if you haven't been in a certain amount of years, he specifically goes and finds that and gets you in. So if you're saying that, he could go look it up immediately. Believe me, I've seen him prove people wrong on Twitter. He's not trying to do it to be a dick. He's trying to do it to say, hey, listen, there's a lot of work involved here, and we're trying to do the right thing. Don't put something out that it isn't true, because it is for the right reason. So Isaac, how long have you actually played fantasy football?
So I started with a group of friends in 2005 or 6 or so. That league's still going on, and much to my wife's chagrin, it's blown up a little bit over the last couple of years with Dynasty. But mostly, since 2005, and it's just been 2 or 3 leagues mostly for the last, I guess, 17 years. But over the last few years, it's grown up a little bit, and I got a lot more invites this year than I anticipated. But there's a few. I like trying the different types of leagues. I'm doing a guillotine league for the first time this year, so I'm pretty excited about that. I've heard those are pretty fun.
Well, get to know John Bosch. I don't know if you know him yet.
I know.
If you want to be in different leagues and you want to end your marriage, that's the guy. And what I'll tell you about me, Isaac, and you heard myself say I'm going to be 48 in less than a month. August 6th, I'll be 48 years old. I started playing fantasy football in 1992. Isaac, what year were you born?
82.
Yeah, so you were 10. I was playing fantasy with some older cousins from New Jersey, and I was hooked immediately. And we played pen and paper. And that pen and paper league continued as pen and paper literally until COVID started. Those cousins of mine are, in their 60s now and traveling and stuff like that with COVID and stuff, because it's a live draft.
Yeah.
It does not go online. So it hasn't happened the last 2 years. To see what it's developed into and what it's blown up into is amazing.
Well, and something I've noticed, and it's the same thing with the Scott Fishbowl, is I'm in more leagues now because, well, one, I was in the military, so I move around a lot. And it's a way to keep in touch with people I was in an area with. So I have a league with people from high school. I have a league from one Army base out in Germany when I was stationed over there. I have a league with people from my dental school. I have, so it's just wherever I've gone to different places, I'm in a league with friends that I made in that area. And that's kind of how we keep in touch, chat groups in between the year. And so it's a good way to keep in touch with people you've met along through life.
So you served?
Yes.
Well, I want to thank you for your service. Absolutely 100%.
Thank you.
I'm happy that whatever you were involved in, you're still here with us today. Because
I was a dentist for the Army. I wasn't doing anything crazy.
Well, Isaac, don't at least lie. Make it sound. What I want to say to you though is, and I was losing my train of thought because I am old, is that I started in 1992, right? So I'm no longer married. I was married, I had 3 children, but I met my wife, my future wife at the time, in 1991 in high school, and we dated. And I played fantasy football all those years before we got married, and I still play fantasy football, but I'm no longer married. So what I'm saying to you is, I hope your marriage lasts forever. I really do.
Me too.
But fantasy football will be there for you when it's.
Oh, Sal. Second hour, folks. We're in the second hour. Hour 30 is going to be interesting.
Listen, I'll say this. I'm a proponent for marriage. I love my ex-wife. I love her still to today. We have children together. I'll always respect her. But at night, I still go to sleep with fantasy football. That's all I'm saying.
I understand. My wife is in one league with me, begrudgingly, but she is in a family league. So she does the draft, and then she's a little less active the rest of the year. But it's not a very competitive league.
So Isaac, what city are you drafting from for SFB 12?
Lexington, Kentucky.
Lexington. Oh, you're in Kentucky, huh?
Yeah, right close to Ryan.
Whoa!
Right down the road from me too.
That. Or didn't remember that at least.
I did not realize that either.
No, I'm originally from Ohio, but my wife's from Lexington, and my family is big. We're all over the place. My wife's family is pretty small, and they're all still in Lexington. So after we got done being active duty, she was like, I need to get back to Lexington. She's a Kentucky girl. She loves it. So we're here. It's great. I love being in Lexington, though. It's nice. So I thought I had to represent Lexington.
Nice.
Well, it works.
I need
What
some
do you- what's-
tips, Isaac. What was really the difference for you last year?
Well,
in winning it?
I had some pretty decent, not late round hits, but middle round hits that turned out to come on very strongly. Well, one was strong throughout the whole year, and one came on pretty well at the end. So I had the 4 spot last year, so I kept in the same one. I figured keep going with what's working. Last year I went quarterback first. I had Patrick Mahomes drop to me in the 4 spot, which was, gold. So that was a smash draft right there. And with the 3rd round reversal, I wanted to make sure I got another quarterback pretty quickly. So I ended up going into the 3rd with Burrow, and I guess I didn't really have much of a strategy per se. I just wanted to. Some people, I guess, told me they played just to make the playoffs. I was like, well, if I want to play, I want to try to win. So I went high upside. I went with people coming in their 2nd or 3rd years looking for breakout players, upside, so that, you have to have that to win. You have to hit ceilings on a lot of players. So the core of my team ended up being Mahomes and Burrow at quarterback. I only had one decent running back, Eckler. Everyone else was I think Michael Carter was my 2nd best running back. So it's not great. But Andrews in the 6 was pretty productive, and CD and Jason 5 and 7 were pretty helpful too.
Yeah, it's Mark Andrews not coming in with a super highly productive season the year before for his standards, right?
Yeah.
Ended up being probably one of the guys that was the biggest steal of the Scott Fishbowl drafts, and was probably on a lot of the teams that made it deep into the playoffs. And
Absolutely.
to your point, Isaac, in a pro-am like this, something that is now 3,000 people this year, you cannot be cookie cutter. You cannot go run of the mill. You cannot have the same. Do not make careful choices. You need to go out there. Here's a guy who won it amongst 1,800 people last year telling you the things that he did that were different. And then you got to find those players that are looking for a bounce back year. We're still prime aged tight end premium guys like that. And everybody goes crazy for running backs, and you won it with one legitimate running back. There is no one way to win the Scott Fishbowl. You will find the teams that will get there will have maybe 1 or 2 players that are similar across the board, but the makeups will be different.
The last half of the year, I think I started 4 tight ends or 3 or 4 tight ends, depending on buys, the whole year, the last half of the year. So.
What did it feel like setting your lineup in that final week?
Oh, the lineup wasn't. I mean, I was going the same lineup the whole time. So the lineup was. I mean, it was nerve-wracking, but I was just happy to be in the finals. I didn't think, having the highest score, though, just a little small flex. I did have the highest score in the semifinals too. I'm gonna throw that out there.
Just a small flex. Oh, I won it 2 weeks in a row. Actually,
That's awesome.
So what I remember the most about the final was on Sunday night. I think it was the Vikings playing the Bears, and the guy that had the best chance of beating me, and I almost guarantee, I was like, he's gonna pass it, because he had Justin Jefferson. I was only up by like 12 points. I was like, or I don't know, I don't remember the exact, so don't quote me on the numbers, but I just knew he was gonna surpass me. But it was just one of those games where the Bears defense came out and just shut him down, and I think he fell short by half a point. So it was that Sunday night, and I was just watching. My wife was like, "What is going on?" And it was one of those where I go to bed kind of early, because I got 3 kids. They get up at 6 in the morning, no matter what day it is. And I just couldn't, I was just so amped, and so I was up to like 1 in the morning, just Twitter, and I just couldn't fall back to sleep. It was very exciting.
So Mike at Daddy's Home FF, he's checking in. He was in those finals, I believe, with you.
Yeah.
And let me tell you how happy I am that you won, not him, because Mike already, I mean, he physically has a big head. If you looked at it, it's big, but it's also just filled with all this belief that he's great. And I would not have been able to live with a year of him having won. I just would not have been able to do that. And he already thinks it's the Daddy's Home Invitational or whatever it's called. But in all fairness, what I will say to you is I needed a lot of help with the show this year, and Mike scheduled every single guest. Mike is awesome. And he's one of those guys like John Bosch, who's those balls I can break, and they never get offended, which is amazing because they know me and they know where it's coming from. It's a good place. Even Ryan this week on his birthday, I sent about a backhanded birthday tweet, and that took a shot at him, and he appreciated it because that's my basis is shit talking, right? But yeah, but seriously, I'm glad Mike did it.
Yeah, Mike's been very helpful getting me figuring out how to do all this, so that was nice.
Who are you taking at 104?
Oh, assuming I'm hoping there's hopefully there's a couple running backs go before, but I'm probably going to go quarterback, almost guaranteed. Whichever best one falls. Last year, they did CMC, Cook, and Kelsey went, so I had the pick of the litter. And even though I didn't pick Allen, I should have, but I don't think that's happening again this year.
I think Josh Allen probably goes in the top 3, I would think, right?
Yeah, I'm hoping one of the 3 big quarterbacks fall to me at 4.
What I could guarantee you is not happening this year, Isaac, is you winning again, because we've never had a defending Scott Fishbowl champion actually do it 2 years in a row. So that is not an easy task. To try to combat you, they added 1,200 more opponents to beat you. So I say that jokingly. It's just the chances are it's not going to happen, right?
No. And I told my wife that, and I told her if I win, I'm probably going to retire. She goes, "You can't retire. You got to go back for 3." But I was like, no, for one, it's not happening. But if it does happen, I might just go out on top. That's it. I'm done.
Right back out here. You're not allowed to go.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to be happy to make the playoff.
Okay, so we have 7 minutes left in this segment, so I want to give a little bit more airtime to this guy Ryan McDowell for a minute. Ryan, talk about you talk about the process and that there is no real process, stuff like that. Talk about your history with Scott. So Scott couldn't be with us today, and Scott's doing a family thing, and it's wonderful, and I love that. And that just goes to show you, Scott puts family first, even though this is super important to him, and I think that's amazing that he's doing that today. But there's probably no one closer to Scott in his fantasy community than you, and Scott has posted that you're his best friend in his community and probably in life. Talk about him, talk about your relationship with him, and talk about just the type of guy he is to do something like this year after year.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we all know what an awesome guy Scott is, and you don't have to know him well or know him for long to realize that. Just the time that he spends on SFB specifically, but so many other projects and just positive things he does for the community are so impactful. I mean, he's won awards, right? He's won awards, the Man of the Year, and I'm going to misquote the exact accomplishments and awards that he's received, but he's been recognized by Matthew Berry, by The Athletic, and other awesome folks and groups. So I mean, Scott he's all of that, and anybody that you could will get on here today could say all of those things, but he's also just an awesome friend, in life and outside of fantasy. So Scott and I mean, we became friends obviously through fantasy football. We were both commissioners of some unique leagues, and this is dating back several years ago. And you talked about it earlier that SFB was growing, and it got to a point where he did need a little bit of help. And that's another thing that Scott doesn't like to do. He doesn't like to ask for help. He wants to do it all himself. But it got to a point where he knew he needed some help with this. He brought me on and asked me to do some things behind the scenes, setting up the MFL leagues or sending out invites. And then over the years, that behind the scenes group has grown as SFB has grown, and Bosch has helped so much, and USAL and a few others as well. So I mean, it's just great to be friends with Scott. Such an awesome person.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like I could already hear what you were going to say before you said it. He has been, I said it at the top of the show in the first hour, he's been all those things to me as well. to say he's a mentor, it's odd because he's younger than me, right? So usually a mentor is someone who's older than you, but he has been. He's a leader. He's a mentor. He's a friend. He's just an all around good guy. John spoke about him. John's eating as I say that. He's throwing some food right next to it. This is me, everybody. I just talk off the cuff and I'll say random stuff. So I want to thank both of you guys for coming. Ryan, you have the link to join. You'll be back and forth throughout the day, I believe. And a couple of things. We do about an 8-hour show at a time because that's the best that we could do with the streaming possibilities, availability. So make sure you stay in tune with the Twitter, the SFBPodathon Twitter for the links throughout the day. I'm going to ask everybody. I need your help. We need your help to get scottfishbowl.com/give out there to more people so that we can get more contributions. It's a little slower than we normally are used to right now, and we don't mind giving our time to do the right thing, but we need you guys to help us out so we can do the most possible at Christmas time this year once again. So if you're watching this, that means you have social media. If you're playing fantasy football, we know you have social media. Take the time today, this morning, tomorrow. Get the word out about what we're doing. Get the links out there to your friends. And remind them at some point we're going to figure out how we're giving spots away today. Maybe we're going to do a 100-yard rush every hour. I don't know. But be here. You have to be here to win it. You have to tune in to win those opportunities. Isaac, give us your parting words as you venture into your attempt to retain your championship.
Just what you're saying. I mean, it's all about giving. It's all about being a part of a community, giving to help others, help those who are a little bit less fortunate. And so, I mean, that's what it's all about. Have fun. Hopefully you win, you do well, talk trash, talk smack, but have fun and know what it's about, give and help those who need it. And good luck to everyone.
You don't mean that.
A little less luck than me.
Yeah, you don't mean that last. So, Isaac, very good, sir. A pleasure to meet you. Thank you again for your service sitting behind a desk. That's awesome. And best of luck to you and a very long and healthy marriage, my friend.
Hey, appreciate it. Thanks.
You're welcome. All right, Ryan. I don't know if you have to jump off right away or not, but we have this other guy in the background here.
It depends on who's here. Let's see.
Yeah, it is a gentleman known as.
No, I gotta go.
Heath Cummings of CBS Fantasy and CBS Sports Fantasy Football Today. Let me tell you, Heath and I spoke. I don't know how long you've been with us so far today. I know you're a busy guy. 2 years ago, so SFBPodathon 3. The first 2 years we had kind of, chugged along. I had to beg people to come on. I had to reach out to people. And, I'm a very behind-the-scenes guy. So I'll tell you, my father had just had a stroke. My brothers and I were on the way in to see him on a Sunday morning. And I decided while we were driving in to put out the tweet about SFBPodathon and starting to book it. And this was, I would say it was April-ish. And the very first person in my DM was Heath Cummings. And I was like, wow, I've gone out and had to beg people to come on every year. And I've got, like I said, Matthew Berry to come on, Mike Wright, but I had to go get them. Heath had said immediately, I want to be a part of this. And I know that you had been doing shopping with Scott in the past. So you knew about it. It wasn't like you didn't know about it, but you didn't know about me and my little venture to try and bring a little bit extra. But I say it, I feel like you helped legitimize this show when you did that. And I'm so thankful for that moment. I remember it. And again, I'll tell everybody, I'm an emotional guy. I get little tears in the eyes because this is important to me. And Heath, as much as Ryan, as much as Scott and the other people have done things, you, my friend, you helped me. You helped legitimize this for me. I really believe that. So
I think legitimize is a really good word because I feel like this whole thing kind of legitimizes this industry and legitimizes my job. Like you guys, I thank you guys, and I thank Scott, and I thank everybody that's involved in this. Like the fact that we get to do this every year, and the energy I put into this is what fills me up and makes me feel like, there is a purpose to what we're doing. The purpose is that we're doing a lot of good for a lot of people. So I thank you for letting me be involved. I'm so glad I get to be on here with John and Ryan. And, we've done a lot of things through the years, and we're gonna do a lot more in the coming years. So I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome. So, John Bosch, who's new to helping me co-host this year. So, you may or may not remember Steve and Kevin. Not a lot of people do remember them, but Steve and Kevin are the guys that helped me start this thing 5 years ago. They're not with me this year. I mean, they're both healthy. They're both doing well, but it just didn't work out this year for them to be here. So I have different people coming in and help co-host throughout. Ryan's going to pop in and out. He's welcome to stay as long as he wants. John's going to be with me till noon today, I believe, and may come back in throughout times. But I gave John very simple things to do. One of them was read. He had to do reads for our sponsors, and they're labeled. They say 9 o'clock. They say 9:30. And if I didn't say it right now this way, he'd have no idea what I'm telling him to do. So you see his dumb little smile. He's looking about. He's looking about.
I will tell you, like, you act like that's simple. I have done reads before on our show. It is by far the worst part of podcasting and the most uncomfortable. And it's when I sound the dumbest is when I'm trying to do a read. So no pressure here, John.
All right, I got it. This segment is presented by Dynasty Underdog, a Dynasty football podcast delivering key information about the basics of Dynasty football. New to Dynasty, Dynasty Underdog has you covered and will help you compete with the Sharks from the start. Join at Just Uriah FF, at Willie Beeman DFF, and at Joshua M. Goldberg as they keep it real and fun to help listeners avoid common mistakes when playing Dynasty football for the first time. There are sharks in the pool. Listen to Dynasty Underdog on all major platforms to navigate the Dynasty waters together. Dynasty Underdog, bite down. Also, this segment is brought to you again by the Monaco Dynasty Podcast, an analytically driven podcast hosted by John Arrington, dedicated to keeping our eye on championships. The Monaco satisfies all of your fantasy football needs from redraft, dynasty, Devy, and even C2C, campus to Canton leagues. Can't get enough of the Monaco? Check out at Dynasty Coach A's Patreon for exclusive Devy and rookie models, a customizable trade calculator, and a league evaluator to start bringing home the championship trophies. Listen to the Monaco Dynasty Podcast across all your favorite podcast and streaming platforms.
So Mike says, shout out Dave Wright for getting all these reads together. Don't mess it up, John. And it's true. When I say Mike helped me do all the scheduling this year, Dave Wright, I believe this is year 3 that he's been with me helping with the sponsors. He writes every single one of these. So, you think reading the stuff. This guy literally on his own time voluntarily writes every single read for a 36-hour podcast where we have 4 sponsors an hour. I think that's a lot of, math, but it's a lot. I couldn't do this without the help of a lot of people. With that being said, people are asking me to post the link. We'll get the link out there for donating. Anybody that comes on, Heath, Ryan, yourself, please, if you guys could help push the donation link, which is scottfishbowl.com /give as much as you can today. And another little behind the curtains thing I'd like to tell people. Ryan McDowell just put out a tweet basically calling out people that have not signed into their SFB leagues yet, and I was included on that. So, nobody is above the law, folks. If you are a part of Scott Fishbowl and you have not signed into your league, I think that they know that I'm here and I'm going to participate. So, Ryan, I will get to that at some point over the weekend.
Oh, my God. Monday morning, we are going to have to get on him, Ryan. It's going to be Monday morning. Sal's going to be on the clock and not linked yet.
I may not be awake, but
that guy.
Let's get back to Heath. So, Heath, we have it's live. There's live drafts this year. I don't know that you're participating in a live draft. Are you doing a slow draft?
I am not. I when he first put the call out and said, we just need a place and somebody to kind of run it in the location, I thought I could do that in South Florida. And I thought that sounds like a lot of work. So I'm just going to do it the way. And I really do enjoy the slow draft. Like there's something special about 2 weeks of 50% of my attention always being inside of a draft room. I'm really a great dad during that time. But I'm really looking forward to the slow draft.
That's awesome. What division are you in this year?
I am in Fort Lauderdale.
Is that's near where you live? Is that
Yeah, it's that's where our office is. Oddly, I think the only person who chose where our office is. Maybe the other guys chose their hometowns or something like that. But yeah, our office is in Fort Lauderdale.
So I'm going to talk for. I think I'm actually scheduled for like 25 of the 36 hours over the next 2 days. I have breaks here and there to sleep, but my life has changed so much in the last year. I took on a very involved job. In my personal life, I took on a role at a hospital, and my days are long is probably not the best way to describe it. I get up at 4:30 a.m. I leave at 5:30 a.m. to drive to Brooklyn, which is about 35, 40 miles from my house. And I'm there for about 12 hours a day, and it takes me about 2.5 hours to get home with New York City traffic. So when I tell you that I needed every ounce of help I could get this year, because I have 15+ hour days every day, it took me forever to pick a league. So New York City was gone by the time. So I ended up in Gotham City, which is basically just it's New York City in Batman form, right? And I love Batman, so I'm in Gotham City. And I have pick 11. And usually I end up with pick 1 because Ryan and I have discussed this on a Dynasty Hot Sauce show recently. Scott usually gives us like first pick just to get us out of the way so we could get to all the other things we have to do. But this will be the first time in 5 years I'm not drafting while the podathon's going on, because the podathon is, if you remember, it's usually Monday,
right,
when the draft kicks off, but it's not this year because I have a very busy job. So I can't do it. So it's on the weekend. It's 36 hours. What is your best finish, Heath? And do you have any kind of a game plan going into these things?
Well, I'm going to try not to be as terrible as I was the first 5 years that I participated in this. I went back and looked at like some of my history, and it is amazing the first 3 or 4 years how terribly I did. Remember the one bad year of Todd Gurley's first 4 or 5 years with the Rams? I took Todd Gurley #1 overall that year and paired him up with a Tony Romo, Des Bryant stack, and Romo played 7 snaps. So I'm going to try not to repeat that feat. I got the 12th pick. I thought with the 3rd round reversal and if as many quarterbacks were going to go early, I might be able to get 3 elite players from that spot. I realize it's going to be entirely dependent upon my draft. It's been really fun seeing I think there's been a huge increase this year in the number of mock drafts that I've seen, the ADP information. And it's both really entertaining, and I've consumed as much of it as I can. And also I just kind of laugh because I know like this stuff's really fun. Also, there's a million drafts and they're all going to go completely different. And these mock drafts are probably not going to help you guys at all.
I mean, I feel like I found that in the past too. Like people take chances in the mock drafts and then they don't take them in the actual draft. So it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to go to this. Oh no, I'm not. I'm afraid. And I don't know if you caught Isaac Seaborn, who was on right before you. He was last year's champion. And you got to take chances. You got to go out of the box to win something of this magnitude. So,
yeah. And the other thing is like, something's going to happen where you're going to get Dalvin Cook in round 3 or something, and you're going to be so excited about it and you're going to tweet about it. And then someone 2 days later is going to tweet you that they just got Dalvin Cook in round 6 in their draft. And you're not going to have any idea how it happened, but you're like, well, I'm dead now. That guy has 5 guys better players than I do.
Yeah, I've had that where I've seen a guy I've taken early go much later. I'm like, boy, I'm an idiot. The best year I ever had was the year, I think it was Christian McCaffrey's 2nd year. And it was the year that he actually like exploded that year. And I got him, I think, early 3rd round. And consistently, people that were making the finals and everything, they had McCaffrey that year. He was like the guy, I think it was his sophomore season.
Yeah.
But that same year, I got Connor. There was a year Lev Bell held out. I got Connor in like the 21st round, and Aaron Jones was suspended for 4 games, so I got him late. And my running back trio that year was Aaron Jones, McCaffrey, and James Conner. And I bulldozed to the semifinals, and Conner and Jones got hurt that week, and I quickly went by the wayside.
That's what I was gonna say. I think I made it to the semifinals one year. It's always a little bit disorienting trying to figure out what round I'm in the Scott Fish Bowl playoffs. So I'm never 100% confident. I almost don't want to tweet about it, but yeah, I think I made it to the semifinals one year. I know I've definitely not made it to the finals. I believe I've made it to the playoffs the last 3, but don't hold me to that. So hopefully we'll make it 4 in a row.
John Bosch, you got anything to bring to the table except for looking like a cherubby little?
I've never made the finals either. It's very disappointing. I am usually happy when I make the playoffs. I think the semis is the furthest I've gotten as well. Scott's got to step it up and we should be able to go back and look at all of our old records and find out our best finishes on his website. This is really Scott. This is really his fault that we don't all know, right?
You know, I think we're going to spend 36 hours saying nothing but nice things about Scott, so we should definitely have some blame thrown his way as well.
Easily. He doesn't put enough effort in.
He's a wonderful human being, but I wish he could be just a little bit better.
I hope he's not listening because even though he knows I'm kidding, he probably will think in the back of his mind like, oh, I could create a database where everybody's finish will show up if they type in their name. And I'll be like, Scott, I was just kidding. Please don't spend your time doing that.
I had a wonderful memory doing a podcast earlier this week about the Scott Fish Bowl, and I don't even know how it came into my consciousness, but I remember.
I don't know how you remembered it. I didn't remember it.
You and I went and searched for it, and I found it like almost immediately. It was 2020 when you had sent out a video of yourself eating a pickle during the podathon, and then asked everyone to send Scott a video of them eating a pickle whenever they donated. And it was fantastic, and so we're gonna try to have a few more pickles going around on Twitter during the Scott Fish Bowl again this year.
Yep, I said put $1 in the till and send Scott a pickle video. It was great. Yeah, I think he did get a decent amount of pickle videos that day too.
Could we get a hashtag of like show Scott your pickle?
Oh my! I think the Trophy Smack. I think they were trying to get hashtag pickle the SFB. I think is what they were going
for.
Pickle
the SFB. I like it. Yes.
Oh, that's great. It's funny, Scott. We joke because we know Scott despises pickles, and I've done it to him. I've met him too. But we talked about tags earlier and losing tags last year, and if you weren't here tomorrow at noon, Tabby will be joining me. About things, it's been a year, almost a year now that we lost Mike. And they used to have a show, Tabby and Mike, called the Hot Route Podcast, I believe it was. And it was Sunday mornings. It was very early in Mike's career. He was really grinding to get somewhere. And what they would do is when they would have a guest on, they would put out on Twitter who that guest is. Please send us things about them. And it was going to be Scott. So I told him about his love of pickles. So when they did the intro, I remember them reading it. They did the intro. They're like, he's this SFB, and his love of pickles. And at the very end, Scott goes, I think somebody was having a little fun with you there because I can't stand pickles. So I just DM'd him. That was me. But it's funny. It's funny. I was saying earlier, and I've gotten to know you over the last 3 years more. You're a person whose name has been out there, and I had known of you for many years, but we connected, like I spoke about the story earlier. But guys like Tags and Matt Harmon, when I started in 2015, 2016 doing my little show, these guys were up and coming also. But the difference between them and me is they grinded a lot harder, and they made it. And one of the things, and the reason I want to have Tabby on is I did used to watch that show, and I used to comment, is that we had Isaac on before. That woman supported Mike everything. And he wasn't able to accomplish what he accomplished without her support the entire way. And I think that's amazing. Like, that's amazing. Mike didn't get to be here with us long enough, but he achieved his goals. He deserved to do it a lot longer, but it's because he had a good core system at home. So I'll get emotional throughout the show plenty of times, guys, and it's early. But I just wanted to bring it up because we were talking about pickles, and that was another pickle story I remember.
So Heath, what do you want in the first round?
I think what I really want is for someone in my league to take Derrick Henry and someone else to take Christian McCaffrey. I don't want to have to make a Derrick Henry or Christian McCaffrey decision at 12-13. And if those two guys go, then I think I'll probably get Dak. Dak seems to be the quarterback that's most like that I think is gonna be a top 5 guy in this format that might fall to me. So if I could start Dak Cup or Dak Jefferson, I might start Cup Jefferson. But if Henry and McCaffrey are both there, it's going to be a miserable time. I will run every year I have this goal of the 0 seconds on the clock, and I've accomplished it twice. It's more difficult when you have the back-to-back picks because setting up that auto pick for the second pick when you don't know for sure who you're going to get with the first pick can be a little bit hairy. But if Henry and or McCaffrey are there, I may run that with pick 12 because I'm gonna have to think about it for a while.
What if they're both there?
Well, that's the thing is like,
could you imagine? That'd be a nice starting running back duo.
I think it's probably in this format, you forget about the risks and you take those two. And man, if it's Derrick Henry and Christian McCaffrey for 17 games, then yeah, you've got probably the best running back duo.
But then your quarterbacks. But you get the third round reversal this year. That's nice, right?
Yeah, and I think there are enough guys. Like I think you'll probably see either Cousins or Carr there at the start of round 3, and I feel comfortable with them in this format. And then it's like surprisingly, and I don't know if it will carry over again this year, but surprisingly, Davis Mills and Mac Jones were both guys who were better in Scott's scoring system than they were in regular fantasy football. Pretty high completion percentage guys. Now, I don't know if that will continue to be the case, but I wouldn't feel too bad about a combination of saying like a Derek Carr and one of those, or a Kirk Cousins and Jared Goff maybe. So I'm not too concerned. I don't feel like I have to get a quarterback in the first 2 picks. And if Dak's gone, I probably won't.
Interesting.
Speaking, so John brought up earlier, Peter Gents. Is it Gent or Gent? John, how do we say his last name?
I always go Gent, but I don't know. I've never actually asked him.
Yeah, and I've called him Gent, and he's never corrected me, but he's probably just being a nice person. He runs the European Fantasy Football Championship, which is somewhat mirrors the Scott Fish Bowl. And sometimes the rules are the same. Sometimes they change a little. And I did last year, Heath. I got Henry late in the first round and wrapped around with Zeke, expecting a bounce back. And we don't have to look very deep to know what kind of season both of those guys had. And I was quickly, Henry was on a pace to set records until he got injured, and then Zeke zeked. So, I never seem to make the best wraparound picks there at all.
It's tough. I mean, it's a little like you said, it's better with the third round reversal because at least you don't make those 2 picks and then wait another 20 picks before you get to pick again. But yeah, it's going to be tough depending on who gets taken. Like I would assume Kelsey, Taylor, and the top 5 quarterbacks are all gone, but it's really pretty questionable after that.
Need to find somebody that's compiled the actual live drafts that have already taken place. I'm sure somebody's got that data,
I've got
right?
that. I can send you that link. I have that link. The 12s group chat has been spectacular. The best draft position group chat I've been a part of since I was in the Scott Fish Bowl. And like there are mock drafts, there's different ADPs, and we have the ADP from all the drafts that have happened so far. First 10 rounds, I believe it's 5 drafts. There have been 2 drafts that have gone 10 rounds and 3 drafts that have completed.
And then there's more. There's more to come today.
Send that my way too.
Yeah, yeah. Stop that for all of us, Heath.
Yeah, we'll be going live later today. These are all Eastern times when I give them out. So later today, 3:30, we're going to be live in Canton at the Canton draft with Bob Long, and 3:45 we'll be in Orlando with Bob Gilchrist and Troy. Bob, who was from Boston and had to go down there and try and steal Troy's thunder,
Yes.
Troy from Florida. So, and tomorrow we got the Seattle live draft. Somebody said something about a red carpet. There will be a red carpet at the Seattle draft tomorrow. Tune in.
What?
That is fantastic.
Oh, my.
I love the idea that Bob and Troy are together in Orlando. We had so much fun with Troy during the NBA playoffs because Bob and I are both Celtics fans. Troy, of course, a Heat fan. And that series didn't go the way Troy was hoping. So if you could just bring that series up again when you have those two on, it'll probably throw Troy off his game. You'll make a bad draft pick, and it'll be fun.
Consider it. Oh, look what Mike just put in here. So, yeah, that'd be good. So somebody also commented on the Giants gear behind me. So yeah, you see a lot of Giants. Actually, over here, there's Cowboys and Jets also. 49ers, Bills.
Oh,
So
look at that shirt. What a nice shirt.
And my shirt. Hello. And then up behind me, we pointed out before, I have a Jamar Chase autograph photo. I own none of this stuff. Let me just say that. But a very close friend of mine, Domenico Vecchi, if you could see this card, this is his company. And what I could tell you about Domenico is, when I say he's a close friend of mine, I spent 4th of July with him. He's not a guy I'm a friend. He paid me to say this. He didn't pay me anything to say this. I'm using his office and my other friend's office. Every ounce of what he sells is signed in front of him. It is all certified. He has video, pictures, everything's got certification stamped on it. If you reach out to him, and I'll post the information on my Twitter as well, he could get everything personalized. You pay a little extra, but handwritten notes to you from the people signing, pictures, videos of the people signing. If you got a helmet, you're waiting to complete with all the stars of the Buffalo Bills of the 90s. He signs with these guys regularly, all of them. He can get you whatever it is that you want. He's doing things in that industry a lot of people aren't doing, and it's legit because you will buy a lot of fake stuff, and I can guarantee you the stuff you buy from him is legit. So, Heath, it's 9:53. We got a little bit more time. Let's talk about what's going on in the world of CBS. Is there anything new this year that you guys haven't done in the past, or just talk about what people come to expect and love for the CBS crew?
Yeah, well, I did just get information this week that we're finalizing plans for our draft-a-thon, which will be in August, where we raise money for St. Jude's Children's Hospital. So stay tuned for information on that. I mean, as far as what's new, we've been building our Dynasty coverage, and John's been a part of that with some of our mock drafts. But we've got rankings and tiers and a trade chart and more mock drafts than ever. So we're trying to keep expanding in that direction. I am sure we will have new YouTube streaming things. I even heard there might be a TikTok thing happening with CBS Fantasy. I am just continually hoping and praying that I am not a part of that, because I have somehow avoided TikTok to this point in my life.
That seems right up Iser's alley.
It's anyone. I think it'd be really good for anyone but Heath. Everybody else would be better at it than me, I'm sure. So I do still get people send me TikTok like in text message, and I go click on them. But then by the time I figure out how to get the volume on, it's already gone and it's on to some other thing and somebody's dancing, and so I just delete it. But yeah, that's probably gonna happen too.
Nothing says viral like stiff older people doing fantasy TikTok. It's I mean, it really will go viral.
Not for the right reasons.
Everybody making fun of me.
Yes, for the mockery reasons, of course. With that being said, Heath, what other message would you like to put out there? I know you said some great things about being a part of this at the beginning. Some people might have joined us, in the middle of your segment. People jump in and out. Just one more time, if you could recap what being a part of this means and all that good stuff.
I mean, it's the best part of my job and one of the best parts of my year every year. The shopping trip, the eliminators, the podathon, the actual Scott Fish Bowl itself. That when we hear at whatever point it is how much money was raised through each of the various different events and how much money went to each place, I would just encourage everybody to be as much of a part of this as you can. Find different ways to get involved. If you have creative ways to do things, it seems like every year there's somebody who's raising money in a new way, in a different way, or maybe in the same way, just a different person doing it. And we just need more and more and more of that. And I want to thank you guys specifically. I want to thank Scott, and just thank everybody that's a part of this. It's really spectacular. And I I don't know if people realize how many thousands of kids have gotten Christmas presents over the years because of what we've done. But not only that, like, because I talk to the Toys for Tots people here in South Florida on a regular basis. And I'm pretty sure the way this works is like we've blown their budget out of the water a couple years in a row. Like they keep getting more toys than they're expecting. But the way, like, they work the same way companies do. They received this many toys last year. They're going to budget for this many toys next year. So we can't slow down. We gotta keep doing the same thing we've been doing year over year and keep blowing them away. Because every year when we go in there, I usually go shopping with Kenny from RotoWare. And every year when we go in there and bring them the 6 carloads worth of toys or whatever, they're just amazed and so thankful. But we got to do it again.
Yeah, and you mentioned Ken from RotoWare. Ken is another guy who has been doing it for a few years now. RotoWare is great. I mean, they put out the highest quality product. Ken never seems to forget me when he's sending out, the stuff to the people that have supported him since the beginning. I remember when he started out, and the shirts were a little bit more simple, and then the designs became great. And then he got his deal with the MLB, and I remember being in a deli getting a breakfast sandwich and seeing one of his shirts on the cover of the New York Post, on the back page of the New York Post, on one of the New York Yankees. And I took the picture and sent it to him, and he was just like blown away. And he's a Yankee fan. He does a lot of Yankee stuff. And now he's global, man. He's huge. And another good guy, another guy that's given back, another guy who's grown through this industry and spread out to other things. So it's nice to see good people get good results. Ryan and John, anything you want to say to Heath before we let him go?
For those that don't know, I mean, I'm always thankful to Heath. Heath is a huge supporter of the Fantasy Cares Eliminators. Not kidding. These two guys down here on the bottom, Ryan and Heath, both of them have basically just said, keep filling up Eliminators. I'll keep being the celebrity in them. So like they do. How many did you guys even do this year? 5, 6, 7, 8. It was a lot.
I think I did 6.
I did 8 last year, 7 this year, but I may try to find a way to get to 8 still again this year.
Oh yeah, I think we've got an 8th one coming for you, if I recall.
Mm.
Check back in a month, folks.
I believe it was Julie Bissonette who put out there that Heath's Eliminators are some of the funnest to be in, and the chat and all. So probably a lot more lively than those old school falafel ones. Cool. Ryan, any parting words for Heath?
Well, I just see that Kansas stuff behind Heath, and I'm reminded how frustrated I am with him. Now, Heath, I don't think I even told you this is not SFBPodathon worthy, but I made the trip to Lawrence this past season to see Kentucky, Kansas, and that was a great day. But the rest of the year didn't go so great after that.
It's I'm glad you got to see a true piece of college basketball history. And
it really was. I mean, I don't have bad things to say about Rep Arena, but seeing a game in there and just the level of noise was unreal.
Very cool. Well, Heath, thank you as always for joining us. I know we'll see you back next year. Another guy who's always very accessible in the community, doing great things. A good family man. I see him, with the baseball with the kids and all that stuff, and just being a part of. I love family people. I love people who are family oriented. Heath, thank you again. Best of luck this upcoming season. Enjoy the rest of your summer.
Thanks for having me, guys, and thank you for all you guys do.
Thank you, Heath.
All right, guys. We're 2 hours in. John, Ryan's been with us for a full hour. I hope he stays. We got a thanks for being on, Heath. You're the best man. All right. So before we roll into our next guests, I have 2 reads for you. So listen up, Podathoners. If you can't spot the sucker in your Dynasty draft, then you are the sucker. Luckily, the Dynasty Dynamic has your back. True to its name, this podcast believes Dynasty is constantly evolving, making it more challenging to remain competitive than in redraft leagues. From Twitter poll breakdowns to in-depth player analysis and advanced metrics, the Dynasty Dynamic provides actionable insights to help you improve your Dynasty teams. So if you're looking to gain an edge in your Dynasty league while having plenty of laughs along the way, then be sure to tune into the Dynasty Dynamic. And also, JWB Fantasy Football is your #1 destination for everything fantasy football. From weekly digestible videos and articles to rankings and projections covering redraft, dynasty, best ball, and DFS, JWB Fantasy Football can be found on YouTube, all your listening platforms, and at jwbfantasyfootball.com. Visit now to watch JWB Dynasty Digest, see our redraft rankings, download the JWB SFB12 scoring projections, and much more. Let JWB Fantasy Football give you the analysis you need to crush your competition. So there you go. You got SFB projections right there with one of our sponsors, JWB. And coming up next is a couple of guys that probably lost their mind a little bit and gave me the lead on one of their shows for a year. Let me host. I mean, they're a credible company, and they put me in charge of one of them. It was actually a pretty wild crew, and that is Mr. Dave Caban and, of course, Mr. Curtis Patrick. What is up, gentlemen? Good to see you again. It's been a while since I've spoken to either one of you. How have you been?
Been great, Sal. I'm just pumped to see all the funds that are coming in already. I don't know if this League Safe counter is correct, but I just made a donation and it says $35,000 has already been collected. Is that right?
So that is combined of all of our efforts, including the eliminators and some other stuff that's gone on. We have that open. We combine everything into one this year to try and make it an easier, more streamlined process and a safer process for us, making sure the money goes to where it deserves to go to, without saying too much about that. Well, we need
will that ticker stay live while our segment's going on?
Yep.
So if I keep refreshing, will it count in real time?
Yep.
Yeah, John's better behind the scenes with that than me.
It refreshes
John
every
says
time.
yes.
If you refresh every time somebody contributes that, it goes up.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, I just gave $100. If we can raise 1,000 during this half hour, I'll give another 100. So
I will too.
All right,
So
Dave's in.
Tweet that out, for God's sakes. Dave too. Somebody get that tweeted out immediately.
Okay, and then RotoViz is going to honor donations to is this still, are we still calling it Fantasy Cares? It's still Fantasy Cares, right?
Yeah, it's still fantasy. Cares.
So RotoViz will honor donations of $10 or $20 towards your subscription. So if you don't have a RotoViz sub and you want to give $10 or $20, smaller amounts like that, we'll honor that towards a 1 or 2 year sub. You can just use promo code SFB12 at rotoviz.com.
I hope you guys are paying close attention at home or wherever you're watching. Hopefully you're not driving and watching this. But if you are,
I was earlier, man. I went on a donut run for the family earlier this morning, and I had you guys on in the car. So,
What kind of donuts did you get?
Yes. First of all, from a local creative donut place or some my wife had a college friend and her daughter stay with us this week, and so I went on a Dunkin' Donuts run. Just I haven't done. I
this is
enjoy
what it is, man.
I run on Dunkin'.
Sal's the man of the people.
Yeah, no, I give. So, with that being said, I hope everybody was listening closely, and I hope you guys go out and donate. I've said it a bunch of times already this morning. ScottFishbowl.com/give. It's on the bottom of the screen all day. Get it out there. Tell your friends. Tell people. We got a shot at some nice money coming our way in this hour, this 30 minutes. If you guys could go out and donate. So, guys, talk to us about what's going on at RotoViz. What's the haps these days?
Well, I mean, we're just getting into the swing of things for redraft, but we've been hammering best ball and dynasty, all spring. I don't know if you guys were able to keep track. I mean, the RotoViz crew crushed it in the big best ball tournaments last year. On FFPC, our analysts actually took first and second place in the race for $100,000. So our team just chopped that first and second place over at myffpc.com. And then I had a top 25 finish in Best Ball Mania too. So we had huge winnings last year in Best Ball and continue to hammer away at that. I mean, Dave just finished up all of our projections for the 2022 season, which is perfect because then we can, use that information for the Scott Fishbowl drafts, which are starting on the 11th. And then our range of outcomes tool, which kind of gives you the low, middle, and high outcomes for players based on their historical sims. We got all of that updated in the last week. Blair Andrews updated our Win the Flex tool, which is always one of my favorites to use for the Scott Fishbowl with so many flex positions available. So there's just a lot going on, man. I'm really excited for the 2022 season. It feels like all of the excitement about fantasy that maybe waned just a little bit during the first year or two of the pandemic. Like, I feel like we're so far past that. And it's just like, I've never felt so much energy or buzz about an upcoming fantasy season as I have for this year.
Yeah, I think that I think we definitely need it, right? We need it. We need that normalcy is finally coming back. I know, Curtis. I know if you still do it, what you do in your private life, right? I work in a hospital, so we've seen some things over the last few years, and it's nice to feel normal. And fantasy football is that thing. We had on the returning champion last year's SFBPodathon champion, Isaac Seaborn, earlier, and I joked to him about how fantasy was here for me before I got married, and it's still here after my marriage. But fantasy football,
oh, come on, Sal.
fantasy football is one of those things that it's always there for you, right? It's like it's coming back every year, and life may get busy and whatever, but your friends in that league are going to be there, and that old feeling. It's this sense of normalcy, and for 2 years there, live drafts really weren't taking place. We got away from some of that stuff. So I'm excited as well. And it's been a crazy last 6 months for me with my busy schedule to really get back to some of the fantasy football stuff. And what about you, Dave?
Yeah, it's great to get back into the swing of everything. A million best ball drafts going on. It's trying to schedule some live drafts with some of the folks from the Boston area. So just super pumped to be getting back into everything. Then on top of it, I really feel like once the Podathon starts, you get everybody coming together for this event that really kicks off everything into full gear. So we're just fired up and ready to go for this season.
Yeah, that makes me feel great because I was a big part of creating this particular show, and it does feel like this has become the unofficial kickoff to draft season, right?
Absolutely.
Once the show happens, the Scott Fishbowl drafts happen, it brings the community together, people finding each other again and off and running. And I could say firsthand about the RotoViz tools and what's available at their site has helped me in tremendous ways, especially with my Dynasty. When I get away from things for a while and I'm like, Jesus Christ, John Bosch is making us draft in April. I got to go to RotoViz right away and be like, okay, well, here we go. Like, Dynasty rankings. And, I love John, but he's a tremendous pain in the ass. Right, John?
Yes, it's terrible that we do rookie drafts, like right after the NFL rookie after the NFL does their draft. Yes, that's definitely not the standard thing in Dynasty, Sal. I'm sorry to interrupt your schedule.
Ryan, I saw in the comments, man, somebody giving some love to the old Player Rater podcast. Takes me back a few years, man, when we used to do it on the weekly. So
those were so great.
Yeah, that was so fun. And it kind of takes me down memory lane a little bit. I'm actually wearing an SFB #480 shirt this morning. It's just a reminder, and that I think was the third year maybe at that point of the competition. It's just been around for so long and continued to build. And it's great that it represents so much more than a fantasy contest with all of the charitable activity that surrounds it and the different ways that people get involved. But at the end of the day, it is still a fantasy contest. And that's what's so cool. And it's bringing the analysts, the huge figureheads at all the biggest companies, ESPN. We have Matthew Berry, literally the biggest name in fantasy ever, playing in this event. That just speaks to what it is. So just continue to be in awe of what Scott has built, but also huge tip of the cap to the community, which is really why this has become so big. Everyone buying into Scott's idea, following his lead, and then turning this into, a situation where well over 6 figures has been raised for the kiddos over the past couple of years.
You know, and a couple of things you said, Curtis, I'd like to touch on. One, could you show more clear that shirt? Because, John, this is the shirt I brought up earlier. This was the shirt. Yep, it's got like a hammer on it, right? Like a sledgehammer or something.
Yeah,
right there.
yeah. Wasn't that your design?
It wasn't my design, but it was the first year I played in it also.
Okay, somebody. It was there for 2 years. I actually organized the T-shirt orders. Like back when it was smaller and we didn't need huge companies like RotoWear to organize this stuff for us. But when it was first really starting to pick up and there was all the pressure for Scott to expand, other people designed it, I think, for 2 years, and then I organized the orders. And then 1 year, I think the year that it looked kind of like a Disney logo or a castle, I think I actually designed that one. And it shows. I mean, I'm not an artist. I mean, you see the shirt Ryan's wearing now. I mean, the guys at RotoWear just crush it. So, but anyway, I had a connection early on, which was pretty cool. Oh yeah, that's great, Sal.
That shirt you have there and the Disney one, which I got in red because that was the year they had like red and green.
Yeah,
I very foolishly used them to paint around the house, and both of them didn't survive.
How dare you?
So I mean, at the end of the day, I'm a classic idiot. But something else, a couple of things you said, I want to touch on them. The reason why this particular show, this Podathon, I feel has been such a part of all this is Matthew Berry couldn't play for the first couple of years because it had something to do with his ESPN contract. It's just, you know, I know he's not watching right now, so I could say that. But when he finally allowed to get in, it happened live on a Podathon that year. Somebody fell through, and Matthew reached out to Scott and said, "You know what? Put me in. I want to be in." Scott was on with us and literally was off to the side like this and trying to get Matthew in the league and it was literally happening live on air. And to another point about Matthew, I got my start, whatever my start was whatever my contribution has been to this fantasy community through the Fantasy Life app back in 2015. It's where I met a group of people who were just like me, who had been playing fantasy for a long time and want to be a part of something different. We joined a 16-team league. We opened up a group chat for that league on the app, and they're open forums. And that chat grew to 15,000 people in 1 year. 15,000 people around the clock. And the original creators of that app, with Matthew, had told us that we generated better than a message a minute for an entire year. That's how active that chat was year round. And that what spawned us in 2016 to start the Falafel House podcast, which led to the Fantasy Football Funhouse, and et cetera. So that was 2015 for me. And the landscape back then, we talked about it earlier, there wasn't everybody with a computer and a microphone did not have a podcast back then. There was very few podcasts floating around. Like the footballers were just about a year in at that time. But talk to me about the beginnings of RotoViz. When did you guys start podcasting, and what was the flagship podcast? I mean, you have RotoViz Radio now, which is just a slew of podcasts. But talk about those early days and what year it was that all that started.
Yeah, so RotoViz itself launched back in 2013. And I want to say it was around 2015-ish that Matt Friedman actually started the network, kind of built out the group of shows. So you kind of just had like RotoViz Radio at first, then they added in the RotoViz Report, which was this fun game type of show. And then they added in after that the mailbag, and the mailbag and the report lasted. And then the just like regular fantasy football show, which was kind of like the flagship show. Eventually Curtis and I took that over. But so the network's been up for a really long time now. We have Colin Kelly, our great buddy over across there in Ireland, heading up everything. A number of shows have just really expanded and it just really took off. So, you know, we stay strong doing it, love doing it.
Yeah, it's become a huge part of our brand now, the podcasting. And I saw and I appreciate the comment from I just scrolled past it here. FF Spaceman said RotoViz pods are the first podcast I listen to every day. I mean, we got so much content coming out there every day. We've already got over 2 million downloads this year and in 2022, and just huge gift of respect to Colin Kelly, who really does help to keep that organized now, and our partners Blue Wire, We were one of the first companies to partner with Blue Wire, and it's been exciting to see what that brand has done. So many professional athletes now also on their platform, but we're happy to be the primary fantasy pod there. Another comment there about Curtis and Ryan podcast being legendary. We'll have to get together and do another show sometime. Dave, I'm checking in mid-episode here. It actually looks like maybe a couple grand have been raised since we started.
Nice.
If I'm looking at this correctly. So I'm going to go ahead and we're halfway through the segment. I'm going to go ahead and put another $100 in. If you guys can do another 1,000 by the end of the segment, I'll do another 100 as well.
As will I. Keep it
So
coming.
let's go, guys. Let's keep it coming. I saw a question up there earlier that was fantasy related around the range of outcomes tool. So the range of outcomes tools, I think somebody had asked, who do we feel strongly about hitting the high end of outcomes? I mean, this is a bit of a softball, but Justin Jefferson getting Justin Jefferson getting the swap out to Kevin O'Connell from the defensive minded coaching approach there in Minnesota. He feels like a great bet to smash his 18.6 PPR high projection. And of course, with first downs being part of the SFB scoring, I would expect even with the super flex approach here that Justin Jefferson should still be a very early pick. But maybe a little bit further down the board, George Kittle actually comes in as the number one highest projected tight end in our model this year. And, he's consistently going at tight end 4 or 5. So if you're looking for maybe a little bit of elite hot sauce at that position and you don't want to take Kelsey or Andrews in the first round of your traditional draft, or, perhaps maybe in the second round of Scott Fishbowl, don't forget about George Kittle.
Yeah, well, we've seen it with Andrews last year. He had, we call it a down year, right, in 2020. So coming to 2021, you were able to grab him, especially in the Scott Fishbowl, at tremendous value, and he went off, and he had a great year. And it's amazing to me how quickly people got down on George Kittle. He gets injured because of the way he plays and his style. We get it. But when the guy's healthy and he's playing, he's legit. There's no doubt about it. So that's awesome. And what I could say, what I'd like to add is I mentioned at the top, I did you guys gave me the opportunity to host the On the Daily DFS with Matt Jones and TJ Calkins for a year. And for my own reasons, busy with work and stuff, I couldn't come back for the second year, but everything at RotoViz is done top notch, professionally. I did the Blue Wire ads. I was in those chats. I saw the numbers 100%. When Curtis says 2 million downloads, he's not blowing smoke to try and get your attention. I saw those numbers. Those are real. Those are legit. So you want a frontline company, frontline fantasy projections, smart guys and ladies. RotoViz is definitely one of the places you should be visiting.
So I'll jump in with my Steve question. What division are you guys in, and why did you pick it?
Yeah,
oh
well,
boy, you're gonna have to give me a second here.
I'll field it first. So I've been one of the Manchester, New Hampshire divisions. I'm from New Hampshire, very close to Manchester, so that was a easy decision for me. There, I was hoping to meet some of the folks from the area that might have joined as well.
So
okay,
all right.
I am in the. Oh yeah, I forgot that it was city themed for a second. So the closest city to me would be Columbus, Ohio, but that division filled so quickly that I couldn't join it. So I joined Cleveland, and I selected the 101. Now this Cleveland division is going to be, this is going to be brutal. So Rich Rebar's in there, TJ Calkins is in there. RotoViz brethren, Connor O'Driscoll, who actually won the FFPC Best Ball Tournament last year, is in this division. And then you've also got Gary Davenport over from IDP Sharks in there. This is going to – I'm immediately regretting my decision. It's going to be more about the camaraderie, I think, in this division than having an odds-on favorite opportunity to win. Of course, selecting the 101, I feel pretty good there. But man, this is going to be a difficult division to navigate. I don't know if there's any familiar names in your division, Dave.
Yeah, well, you got Pat Thorman, who I'm sure everybody knows from Establish the Run. He's in there. A couple other names that I know from Twitter, just being around. You got Ryan Noonan from 4for4.
Yeah.
You got Roto Street Wolf in there. So, another competitive division, I'm assuming. And the thing that we see lots of times too is some of these fans, man, they have been studying up and they are ready to go. This is like something they have been waiting for. When they get that opportunity, they make the most of it. So always fun to see how that shakes out too.
What draft slot did you get, Dave?
I got the 110.
The 110. Okay.
Which actually think with the third round reversal becomes pretty interesting. That's a spot that I like. I think it gives me some options. So, I actually historically, Curtis, I know you like to, especially in the Scott Fish Bowls, get towards the beginning of the pack normally. I actually tend to like being later on in the round, make most of that turn.
Yeah, I just anytime I can have control, I just want the control. So I'd rather start the draft off and set the tone. But you could argue with the third round reversal that those sitting at the back of the draft are the ones that can really set the tone for what those early positional runs look like. I want to tip the cap, if it's okay, Sal, to a pretty cool tool actually that somebody in my SFB 12 #1 spot Twitter chat. So I know there's like a million of these chats running around, but somebody added me to one of these. And a guy, Andy Estridge. I don't know if you know Andy.
FF Tools.
Yeah. So Andy created a great mock draft tool. So I want to give a shout out to that. I'm sure he's tweeted it out. I'll retweet it in case anybody listening wants to play around with it. But if you're just trying to figure out, hey, what do these structures look like from a roster construction perspective at different draft slots and specifically the draft slot that you've been assigned in SFB now, it's a great tool. I'm sure there's others that are out there, but I wanted to give Andy a tip of the cap since he's in my chat.
Yeah, he does real great work. He's got a lot of fun tools on his site.
That's pretty awesome. I'm just looking it up on my Twitter. You guys are talking about who's in your.
Oh, did we lose Sal? Uh-oh. What happens when we lose?
Yep.
What happens when we lose Sal from the Podathon? Do we just close up?
Boss, you're in charge.
Oh no, this is not good.
Yep.
This is not how it's supposed to go.
You're in the center square. It's all you now, John.
Should I just? Oh, he's back.
Was it me?
Party's over.
Thank goodness. Woo!
Was that me that disappeared?
We almost
thought we
closed
lost
up
you.
shop, Sal.
I came back to life, guys. I was going through my leagues. I'm in Gotham City. That's the division that I'm in. Pick 11, and I'm going through the names to see when I see a celebrity, and the name is Michael Stoyanov.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I didn't realize that there was the guy from Blossom, which is basically what it says in his Twitter account, the guy from Blossom. I was like, holy shit, I remember this guy. I mean, I watched Blossom. I'm on that age group. So I wish I knew sooner. I didn't find out till yesterday. I would have definitely reached out to him to try and get him on the show.
Michael's a huge supporter of the community. It's just always so interesting. He brings people together, but I saw him like a couple of my tweets a few years ago, and then he's following me, and then had this conversation with my wife. I mean, there's a lot of actors and professional athletes that are super active in the community. That's what makes it so cool. Like last year, the last couple years, Sleeper, who I know is involved with the Scott Fish Bowl for the first time this year. They've been doing the Sleeper Bowl, and so many of us have had the opportunity to play alongside, Juju Smith-Schuster or AJ Dillon the past couple of years, which has been cool. Just highlighting the game. I mean, Austin Eckler's out there on Yahoo talking about, draft me in your leagues this year. It's so cool that the game brings everyone together in the way that it does.
Yeah, I mean, it's
we actually.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Oh, sorry, Sal. I was just gonna say, just last night, Brendan Haywood, former NBA player.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
He joined the SFB, so he's in. I'm not sure which division he'll be in yet, but he's playing this year.
Yeah, maybe Shane Battier recruited him, right? I mean, there's a lot of basketball players that have been playing. Yeah.
I was gonna say, let him know Shane's coming on at 1:00 today, and he's got to step up too in the future and join us. You were saying what it's developed into, and I was talking earlier that I started playing back in 1992. pen and paper league. How far back do you guys go, Dave? yourself, when did you first start playing fantasy football?
I started playing fantasy football, I want to say back in maybe like 8th grade, freshman year of high school. Had been playing fantasy baseball since like 4th grade. But so high school, so we're going back early 2000s.
Yeah, I think 1998 is when I started playing fantasy football. So I would have been maybe like a freshman in high school or something around that. I was probably 15 years old, something like that. I also started playing fantasy baseball a little bit earlier. I mean, the 90s were such a great decade for baseball. So, Ken Griffey Jr. and, Tony Gwynn and, all the great Frank Thomas, all the great 90s players that made the game so exciting before the steroid era completely took over in the late 90s. That got me into trading baseball cards at school and all of that. So that was kind of like what drew me into the idea of these statistics based games. But there's just nothing like fantasy football, man. The head-to-head matchup aspect of it's what made the game into it's what made fantasy sports into what it became. I know baseball gets a lot of the credit, but geez, that rotisserie scoring and keeping track of stats all year and setting lineups every night, that's not for everybody. And so I think fantasy football provides an opportunity to have relationships in a way that maybe some of the other fantasy sports don't, because you have that interaction with your league. You have a couple of days to prep for the next week, and there's time to interact with one another instead of just worrying about your team. And so again, that's just another cool thing about fantasy football.
All right, before I usher you gentlemen out, so we'll go around the board real quick since we've been playing a long time, all of us. John Bosch, who was your very first fantasy draft pick ever?
Oh, jeez.
You remember?
I think it was Adrian Peterson.
AP, Ryan.
It's been a long time, but I think it was Adrian Peterson.
Yeah, Byron Leftwich was my first draft pick. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Super
A
flex
dynasty.
league, hopefully.
How did you make it?
No, I wish. A dynasty rookie draft. So a dynasty league was my first league, and I joined as an expansion team. They give me the last pick in the first round, just how you should treat your expansion teams. And I had no idea what I was doing, so I took a quarterback in the first round.
That's so cool, man. I went to Marshall University when Byron Leftwich was there, and I was at the Leftwich Roethlisberger game. I don't know, that was like a super famous game. The Miami coaches tore down the press box, but that was a really cool year. ESPN actually showing up at Marshall to cover some of those games as Marshall flirted with top 10 on the strength of Leftwich. Man, that takes me back. And now, man, now he's running offenses in the NFL. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Dave, do you remember yours?
I want to say it might have been Priest Holmes. I know there was one year. I know one of my first years I did take Manning as my first pick, and looking back, don't know if I'd be doing that again. But yeah, Priest Holmes I think is one of the first ones I took. So good memories of that, by the way.
Curtis, how about yourself?
I don't know if I could actually remember who my first pick was, man. It's been so long ago. Thinking back to the time that it was, I'm sure it was somebody maybe Amon Green or maybe even Jerry Rice. I can't remember. It's been too long ago. The first pick that I can remember making and being excited about, because I think it was the first time that I won a league, was it might have been in 2001, the Big Sean Alexander year. That was my first fantasy title. And then, all the LaDainian Tomlinson years, the early 2000s are kind of when I really fell in love with it and started playing more than one league a year.
Yeah, so I'll close it out, and people have added their picks in the chat.
Warren Moon. I saw Warren Moon in the chat. That guy's been playing for a while.
That's impressive.
My first pick, I remember it. So first round, because quarterbacks were heavy back then, I took Dan Marino. Second round, Herman Moore and Thurman Thomas in the third round. So it was
Herman Moore, baby. Oh, wow, that's a name. 100 receptions before it was cool.
Back when it wasn't cool, right? Exactly. Guys, 30 minutes has flown by. Thank you again so much for continuing to be a part of this, for your very generous donations, for always making me feel bigger and more important in the community than I actually am. You're both excellent. human beings. And thank you both.
All the love. Thanks for everything you're doing, guys.
Yeah, appreciate
Thank
it,
you
guys.
for coming on. I believe it's my turn to read, Sal.
I'm going to bow out here for a few, guys. I'll be back later.
All right,
See you,
Ryan.
Ryan. Thanks for hopping in.
Thanks, guys. Maybe.
Oh, look at that. We've got Mr. Harmon coming up. All right. Ready for the read, Sal?
Have at it, buddy.
All right. This segment is presented by Dynasty Underdog, a Dynasty football podcast delivering key information about the basics of Dynasty football. New to Dynasty? Dynasty Underdog has you covered and will help you compete with the Sharks from the start. Join at Just Uriah FF, at Willie Beeman DFF, and at Joshua M. Goldberg as they keep it real and fun to help listeners avoid common mistakes when playing Dynasty fantasy football for the first time. There are sharks in the pool. Listen to Dynasty Underdog on all major platforms to navigate the Dynasty waters together. Dynasty Underdog, bite down. Also sponsoring this segment are you part of the 90% of FanDuel and DraftKings users that lost money last year? Occupy Fantasy co-founder Brian Jester wasn't one of them. He has nearly $2.5 million in lifetime NFL DFS earnings using the affordable tools and unique strategies he created on Occupy Fantasy, the official DFS website of the SFBPodathon. The goal of Occupy Fantasy is to teach you the right way to play and help you completely reshape how you think about DFS at any bankroll level. Subscribe to Occupy Fantasy for their informative ebooks, live player models, daily write-ups, and the smartest lineup builder in the industry. Visit occupyfantasy.com today. Sal, you're on mute.
So the more things change, the more they stay the same. And Harmon's laughing in a little picture on the bottom. He doesn't think I could see him. He's making fun of me. I can see him down there. John, people actually think you're doing well with these things. I don't, but people do. So
I got that Phoebe from Friends voice going on. You know that when she gets cold and then she's got that phlegmy voice. That really makes it for you. I'm ready for it to go away.
Kind of exotic. So yeah, listen, we've been on 2.5 hours now, and we've talked about a lot of the history of this show and the history of what you and I have both done in fantasy football. And the next guy up has been a part of both of our journeys since the beginning when we started. Matt came on with both you and me in that first year, and to an extent, Matt was getting his legs in the industry at that time, and it's so great to see how far Matt Harmon has grown, has come, and the man is married now. Congratulations in person, man.
What's up, boys? Yeah, I mean, that's how long it's been. I was a young single man trying to find my way in the world when you guys first met me, and now here we got the ring on the finger. This is one of the silicone ones, though, not the legit wedding ring, because I don't know. I don't know. Both you guys are, you understand. It's tough, right? Like going from no jewelry at all as like that type of guy for me to suddenly like wearing this really nice ring. It's a bit of a jarring experience.
Yeah, sure. I can tell you that I was married for a long time, very long time, and I had the actual ring on one day shopping at Home Depot. And I was pushing the cart, and the whole shift of plywood, the plywood shifted and crushed my finger between the ring and the cart.
Oh.
The ring was oval shaped for the rest of my marriage. It was never again. But the silicone rings, I see it. I got a good friend who I work with, I carpool with every day, who wears the silicone ring to work and stuff. And it's just made it easier to make sure people know I'm not available. I'm also comfortable.
Yes.
But I'm not that fancy. I'm not available. But I'm not that fancy yet. When we like go out, to dinners, stuff like that, actually see real people, I put the real ring on because it is very nice and I like it a lot. But sitting around the house, I keep the. This is definitely what people tuned in for, by the way. Talk about like real rings versus silicone rings.
Yes, ring perception or something like that.
Exactly.
Coming soon.
Somebody here wants you to tattoo the ring on.
I do have a buddy of mine that he tattooed his wife's her name is Casey, so he has the K on the ring finger. I'm like, but he like works, he's like a real man, works in like construction and stuff. So, wearing a ring, that doesn't really make a ton of sense when you're on the job. I don't really know how that makes much sense as like a professional internet guy. That doesn't, I don't really know what my excuse is there.
You said people, this is what they tune in for, but the Podathon has become about that. Like, we're talking about SFB, but it's, usually it's the kickoff to the new year, so to speak, and we kind of usher in the new fantasy season with this show, and it's checking in with our old friends and seeing how we're doing. And you had a big life moment this year, so I want to talk about that a little bit too. But talk about your professional career a little bit. Where are we at? What are we doing these days? And what can we expect that may be different or expanding on what you've already been doing this coming year?
Well, obviously, this is year 2 of Reception Perception as its own website. So very excited with everything that's going on there. This is actually kind of this early period of July is like my first real break from charting during the off season, because especially with this new format on the website, previously with my partnership with the Fantasy Footballers in their Ultimate Draft Kit, everything came out on June 1st. So it was kind of a big build up to there. On the website, I decided to do things a little bit differently to kind of keep the site populated with content. So we have little pockets where we drop guys. We have one for free agents back in March. We have the rookie prospects that come out in late April. And then in June, it's kind of like the priority young players, the guys that really everybody wants to know about, the sort of guys that are coming into year 3, year 4 in the league, your Terry McLaurin's, your, Deontay Johnson, Justin Jefferson, that group of players, CeeDee Lamb. And then obviously on July 1st, I dropped the rest of like the big name NFL veterans. So this last week, I've actually been kind of taking a little bit of a break, taking a little bit of time off from doing any work with Reception Perception, but the website is fully populated. Now it's kind of time to turn the page. I'll still be charting guys, still be putting players up there along the way. I know this is the big struggle now, guys, is that every year, especially now that I'm doing it on my own and I kind of dictate who I want to look at and stuff like that, every year I feel like there is at least 15 wide receivers that I don't put up on the site that people really want to see. I've got like folks. So what about, there's some guys that, no chance. I'm not taking a look at. Like I got to have some semblance of a life, but there are other guys like KJ Osborne's a player I really want to take a look at, stuff like that. So now it's sort of taking the balance of what other guys am I going to put up on the site, but also turning the page to like doing projections and rankings and cheat sheets and stuff like that. So, I'm really excited for this season. I think it's going to be a fun one. There's so many. It's a good time to be in the wide receiver business, right? There's so many guys that have changed teams, so many guys that are on the come up. And like I said, it's a stock position right now. So very excited about the website and everything that's going on with Yahoo as well. We're going to be making some changes to Fantasy Football Live on Sunday morning. So that'll be fun as well.
You're on mute, Sal, so I'll jump in.
This boomer is on mute again.
He's on mute. Oh my God.
I know.
This old man.
All right, John, enjoy the rest of the show.
All right, Matt. So I'll ask the all-important question that everybody wants for SFB. What division are you in, and why'd you choose it?
I was randomly. I didn't choose. I was randomly assigned Birmingham, Alabama. Which is
Alabama. All right.
which I've never been to. So
okay.
But I've driven through Alabama many times on my cross country ventures from Virginia out here to LA and then back and forth and everything. So Alabama, beautiful state. I never specifically been to Birmingham or stayed in Birmingham, but beautiful state. And I'm always happy to represent the Southeast. So I guess Alabama, not really Southeast, not Southeast coast, but I guess you could sort of say Southeast.
I think that's where, or it's Huntsville. Huntsville's where Space Camp is. I think I drove through there. I think I drove through Birmingham to go to the beach one this couple months ago, down to the Gulf Shores beaches.
Yeah,
drive through there. So,
how many
times have you driven across the country like that? How many times have you made that drive?
Well, I drove from Virginia to LA when I moved here.
Yeah, and
then the first summer I went back to Virginia and then back again. And then in 2020, like during the summer of, COVID and everything like that, we didn't want to, we did that drive again and stayed back east for like, a few months or whatever then. So I guess I've gone back and forth twice, but in total, I've been across the country 5 times. And it's, I mean, I know people think that's crazy. At least once I did it, you know, with my now wife. So at least once I was, I had somebody with me, but you know, the first 2 times it was just me and Charlie. So we've gone back and forth many times, and I know people think it's crazy, but I do actually have, maybe this just says a lot about me that I enjoy being by myself in solitude and quiet for, 15 hours a day. With the dog, obviously I'm bouncing off thoughts with Chuck. Like, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? So maybe this makes me sound a little weird, but I enjoy it. Like, I just love seeing different parts of the country, and especially driving through the Southwest. Like, it's very singular. There's not a lot of stuff that looks like that out there.
I drove through Alabama once, 2017. Actually, this was a great opportunity. My friend whose office I'm working in, Seven Red Productions, he had some work at the NBA All-Star game in New Orleans in 2017, and he invited me to come help. I got a week in New Orleans, working in and around the NBA All-Star game, hanging out, got paid, and hanging in New Orleans. And it wasn't work. I mean, think about it. It really wasn't work. But coming back, we drove a truck of equipment down there. And coming back, we stopped in Alabama for breakfast. And I had on a New York Yankees T-shirt. And my buddy looks at me while waiting online. He's like, "You couldn't find any other shirt that something that says Yankees on it while we're in Alabama." People could have been more pleasant. 2017, we've come a long way at that point.
Yeah,
it wasn't much of a problem. But I lost my train of thought there because my stories are never really that good. But
I thought it was a good story.
Matt, so you spoke about Charlie back in the day. It was just you and Charlie, and then you did, you do have a life partner now, and that life partner came with her own dog as well, right? Is that a dog you guys got together, or she brought to the relationship?
No, we got Peach together. Charlie is in the room with me right now because our 2 dogs are so different. Like, if I get up early, Chuck is getting up early with me. The other Peach, our other dog, our rescue dog, she'll sleep in all morning. She'll be like the last one out of the bedroom. But no, so we got her. We did not intend to get a COVID puppy. We were not like one of the, no judgment to anybody that did, but we were not one of those people. But we brought her home after meeting her a couple times on like March 10th, 2020. So we didn't mean to get a COVID puppy, but we ended up with one. We got one. Yeah. So we got her then. And she's like I said, these 2 dogs are totally different. They look different. Their attitudes are different. And she's like as rescue as a rescue can be, like out there from like the freaking desert in Riverside, California, had a tough life, a real tough life before she came our way. So it's been great though. It's been like it's really, I guess, again, I like to challenge myself, and I have like the perspective of trying to give her the best experience now that she possibly can have. And there's, she, like I said, she comes with her own challenges and stuff, but it's great. It's a really rewarding experience, like rescue a dog and try to like find out what their tics are. And, it's like, it's very different than, this guy over here, who's very easy.
Yeah. I don't know how he felt about his turf being infringed on, but always
that was a little bit of a challenge at first, but again, like I said, very rewarding experience. I never thought that Charlie would ever want to bond with another dog, or like when to be just honest with everybody out there watching and listening, like my wife was the one that wanted the second dog, and I was like, I don't know about that. I have my one dog, he's my best friend. I don't have room in my heart for another. As usual, I was wrong, she was right. And these 2 dogs have bonded so well. And that took a lot of work. That took like structuring things the right way, but now they're like little best friends, and they don't really go anywhere without each other. So that's pretty cool.
Well, we have some wide receiver questions on the board. We have one person that says, "Can you give them some hope for Jerry Jeudy, please?" And another person who said that your Tim Patrick RP write-up was illuminating. So 2 wide receivers, same team. Talk to us about the Denver Bronco wide receivers this year.
Man, of course, gotta ask the toughest question. Like no softballs for the wide receiver stuff here.
Hey, is Jamar Chase good?
Hot take, yes.
Okay.
I would actually say, I would go so far as to say he's very good.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, very aggressive thought there. But no, the Broncos are really difficult because I think, especially from a reception perception standpoint, neither Cortland Sutton or Jerry Jeudy is coming off their best year. I think you can excuse both because of injury, especially with Jeudy, right? Like he has the high ankle sprain in week 1. And, he's at about a 68% success rate versus man coverage last year, which is above average, but not like great, and we think of Jerry Jeudy as this great route runner. And he kind of showed those signs in his rookie season reception perception sample, really up there among the best route runners among that rookie class in 2020. But again, there was a fall off last year. I think you can write off some of that because of the injury. However, I don't think he's played up to his potential through either of his first 2 seasons. Even as a rookie, there were some really good signs there, but not a complete profile to the point where heading into last season, I was still kind of like, okay, yeah, I think Jerry Jeudy is really good, but I don't think he showed the signs even as a rookie that he would be like a great receiver. But I'm still holding out hope that could certainly happen. Obviously, most of the noise coming out of Broncos camp right now is that Cortland Sutton's the main guy. Like Cortland Sutton is the favorite target of Russell Wilson, but I don't think Cortland Sutton played all that well from an individual perspective. I know, again, like terrible quarterbacks, not a great offensive environment, but the whole goal of reception perception is to show like how these guys perform isolated from their surrounding variables. And I think when you look at Sutton in that perspective, his 2019 season was really, really, really promising. Last year, not as much. But again, can you write that off to being his first year back from an ACL? This is actually something I want to post on the website here in the next couple of weeks. We do see over the course of, this is the fun part about having, data since 2014. We do see guys in their first year coming off an ACL, that first year back, typically have lower success rates across the board against man zone press coverage than we're used to in RP. So I go back and forth on like a daily, weekly basis on which one of these guys I prefer, Jeudy or Sutton. And it's complicated by the fact that they're, not coming off their best seasons. Then Tim Patrick, I think he's a pretty decent player. I don't think he will. I would be surprised if they're all 3 healthy, if Patrick eclipses either one of those 2 guys. But I do think he'll be just good enough to kind of complicate the picture. And I would actually like to see, them use Tim Patrick as like a big slot receiver and let Jeudy play more on the perimeter. That's what I would like to see. And that's not really what we've seen over the last couple of years.
Yeah. And I've always been the Cortland Sutton guy since he's come in the league. I always say, to me, he's the guy who could legitimately be the best wide receiver in the league. That's just my feelings. I'm not as smart as Matt. I don't dig into these things like Matt, I don't have that kind of time. And I don't get paid to do it. Unfortunately, I wish I could. Nobody likes me that much. But yeah. So on the flip side, the quarterback that left the Broncos is now in Seattle. We have a couple of wide receivers over there in Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf that Dynasty owners might have wanted to unload at this point. But for those that kept them or may draft them in the SFB, Matt, what is the forecast out in Seattle this year?
Rainy.
I mean, rainy. And in both senses of the word, it will certainly be raining in Seattle. And I feel like this is just a rainy situation for fantasy managers. And it's so difficult because I think this is still one of the best wide receiver duos in the NFL. I was talking about this the other day, like Lockett and DK are still both great players. And I think Lockett is still one of the most underrated wide receivers in the NFL. Is coming off a great year from an individual perspective. And it is kind of crazy that there's still this huge gap in ADP between Lockett and Metcalf, but that's never really how it's shaken out over the last couple of years when those 2 guys have both been healthy. From a usage perspective, I think there's, maybe you could lean more towards DK Metcalf, but then again, in the super small sample size where we saw Geno Smith start games for this team, Lockett actually had a higher target share, had the better usage overall. So I think this group is going to be tough. I probably would take the Lockett discount just because it is so extreme compared to Metcalf, but I'm not excited to draft wide receivers on like a Drew Lock, Geno Smith team. I mean, that's like, it's not a serious operation. It's just not like it's an unserious quarterback situation to go into the year with.
One of those guys is going to be a starting quarterback. They're both going to be a starting quarterback.
Yeah.
Probably. It's like They're both gonna
Like,
be
what are we
so-
doing here? I mean, I know that like Lockett is one of the best deep ball trackers in the NFL. He's gonna have to like earn that title again this year because it's gonna be much more difficult than it has been in years past.
All right,
my.
get somebody who has faith in Noah Fant, since he's going over there with.
Have fun. I don't know.
All right, Matt, I got to ask you about Fantasy Cares Eliminators, which you've always been a huge supporter of. And this year we ran into a situation where Matt wasn't making his pick, which is rare. Matt's usually really on top of it. I messaged him and he's like, oh, thanks. He made the pick real fast. And then later that night, he tweets out a picture that he got married. Matt, were you legitimately drafting on your wedding day?
I mean, like you guys have both been married before. I don't know if you share this sentiment, but I got up that morning at 7 a.m. Pacific to walk I walked my wife over to we spent the night together before the wedding. Who cares about all those stupid traditions and stuff, whatever. Someone asked, like, are you guys going to spend the night alone? And she was like, no, definitely not. He's not going anywhere. Right. But yeah, so I dropped her off at like the bridal get ready room that morning. And that was like 7 a.m. And then I look at like the freaking wedding planner calendar. It's like, I don't need to be anywhere until 2 p.m. So now all I have to do is sit here from like 7 in the morning and try not to like get too hammered before the ceremony, right? Because there's nothing else to do except sit around. So John, I was like, welcome for even just for like a 15-second, like popping on my fantasy league and drafting like whoever I drafted or whatever. I think it was Cooper Kupp, actually. I drafted I was welcome for the distraction. Like that's fine. Like I had nothing else to do other than sit there and like have a little bit of stress going throughout the day. So that was a welcome distraction, my friend.
I could not believe that. And, when I saw that, I'm like, oh my God, I feel so bad. I straight up messaged him that he was on the clock and it's his wedding day. It's not like it wasn't like anybody, but
yeah, but yeah, right. It was like, I'm not going to put that, I don't know. It's not that like public about it or whatever, but it wasn't as if you like made that, like you sent me that message and I was like, stop the ceremony. Hang on.
That would have been extremely impressive.
Yeah, that would have been like an all-time fantasy move and might not have made it to the end of the reception.
Yeah, that might have been the end of something.
Yeah, right. Stop the first dance for a moment. I have to make this pick.
Yeah.
Matt, what are you doing? I'm getting that Tyler Lockett discount.
Yeah. Hey, this is work. I'm still on the clock.
She has to have known what she was getting into, though. I mean,
oh yeah. I mean, and a shout out to her. There's no better person that could have been equipped to like. No, I mean, nobody should have to deal with this, but like, I'm one of the few lunatics that like. Yeah, I work in football full time, so obviously, August really to February is it's packed full of work. It's a weird schedule, obviously, working on Sundays, that whole thing. I'm the only one of the few lunatics who's like, you know what I should do? I should come up with something where I ruin my life from March to July, right? Like I should spend all hours of the day charting wide receivers for people. Yeah, so God bless her. She's a patient woman.
Yeah,
it seems like it's working out all right.
It's working great.
Yeah, you guys both always seem very happy. I like I said, old friends in the community, people we've seen around the ways. I'm older than a lot of the people that come on, so I feel like I watch some of you guys grow a little bit, which is awesome. My kids, Matt, we talked earlier, John and I, about our kids. John's got a teenager now and two that are like just preteen. My youngest kid just graduated high school. So,
oh man,
I actually have my oldest daughter graduated college last year, and she's actually out in California. She lives in Burbank and she works in the film industry. And my kids are out in the world now. It's wild. And when I started doing this, she was just starting high school, maybe that one. So it's been a wild ride, and it's great that I've been able to keep in communication with somebody like yourself and watch you have success as well. I guess the last thing I've been seeing some people ask is, and you have a business to run, so you don't put out there what you don't want to put out there. You like people to come pay for. Is there a off the map wide receiver we're not zeroed in on right now that you could get a super good value on this year that's going to break out?
I think it's tough to say anybody's like totally off the radar, right? Because there's just so much content out there. There's just, everybody's doing great work, like trying to uncover folks, deep sleepers, stuff like that. I would say some guys that could be big values, right? Like I talked about KJ Osborne as a player who, I really want to put up on the reception perception site soon. I think that's somebody that's definitely going to happen, in like late July, early August, something like that. So keep an eye on for that. But like, those are the type of players that I think are really interesting to me. Van Jefferson's another one, right? Like that I think can actually play a little bit, and they have, like we've always talked about running back insurance, like, making sure you've got like your running backs back up, and nobody really, we don't really do that as much anymore. But for wide receivers, it is interesting to think about these guys like KJ Osborne, like Van Jefferson, that I think can play a little bit and are behind two established good wide receivers. But in the event of injury, they could leap into this big role. But we also know that they play on, obviously now the Rams offense kind of coming over to Minnesota. They're going to play on these like 11 personnel offenses. They'll be on the field a ton. And even if they don't command a super high target share, they will probably give you usable weeks while also carrying that massive upside in the event of an injury to one of these wide receivers ahead of them. So I think those guys, like I said, I don't really know like who's super off the map. But I think those guys are players that could give you value later on in drafts, potentially even like the last few rounds of like an SFB draft, perhaps.
Yeah, we know we're always trying to go off the reservation a little bit for those SFB, those little pots of gold that help you win a tournament of 3,000 people. Matt, remember this? When this thing was like a few hundred? Oh my God!
Yeah, it's insane. How does Scott do this every year? I mean, it's like people always say, wow, you work so hard with reception perception. Like, for sure, it's hard work. I'm not wrangling hundreds of actual real life humans to try. That's just, my God. Obviously, of course, shout out to Scott. Scott Fish is the man, but I could never imagine doing this.
He went away this weekend, Matt. He left us. He's not even with us.
I mean, it's one way to do it.
What a son
he's still checking in repeatedly.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
He can't fully go away, of course.
So, is it just the people following along, watching, and in the chat? Is there anybody here that is registered for the SFB 12 that is not in the league? If you are, raise your hand, because we have spots to give away today, and we want to give it to someone who is here watching us, supporting us, contributing. So if you're in a chat and you have not yet been selected for SFB 12 and you have registered, please let us know. John, any parting words for Matt Harmon before he goes?
No, nothing. Just thanks for all the support you've always given me and given Sal. Like Sal said when he brought you in, you jumped on both of our podcasts early on, back a long time ago, and that was appreciated then. And you've always been a huge supporter, so I appreciate that. And it has been awesome to watch you blow up in the fantasy football industry. It's pretty cool.
No, I appreciate you guys, man. I remember being on both of your shows way, way, way back in the day. I mean, it feels like way back in the day. And it's probably like 2016, 2015, something like that. But yeah, man, it's been awesome. I love being a part of the community. I love getting to know both guys like you and everybody else out there. It's so much fun. We're all very, very lucky, I think, to be a part of this. And I feel like Scott Fishbowl reminds us every year more and more how cool and connected this group can be.
Awesome. Thanks again, Matt, for taking your time. I know it's a busy time of year for you, and best of luck to you and a happy and healthy marriage, and a good luck in this season coming up.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks so much for having me, and good luck to everybody out there.
All right.
Thank you, Matt.
Bye. All right, John. Somebody wants you to stop watching West Wing. Reflection in your glasses.
It's Fortnite in the background. That's not West Wing. Come on now.
So I'm not in yet. Just hoping you do. Would love to be. I'm registered for SFB. Okay. So Nate Ledwith.
What's your Twitter handle? Let me know.
Give us your Twitter handle, and John Bosch and Ryan McDowell will get you placed in SFB 12. And hold on.
Keep watching. We'll give away more coming up.
I'm going to give away one more right now.
One more right now. All
And
right.
that is going to be to Stephen Fressa. If you are registered, please make sure you're registered, because if we go searching, it's going to be a big pain in the ass. We won't be able to get you in. Stephen
All right.
Fressa,
Nate, I have queued you up.
get us your Twitter handle.
Stephen Fressa. I think he's S Fressa at 15, if I remember.
Okay.
I recognize that name. Played in Satellite in the past. Also queued up. Congratulations, both of you.
Perfect. And like John said, we have more to give away. Don't be disgruntled right now, please. Mr. Mole, stay with us. All the people that are in the chat, stay with us. Scott has given me a handful of these to give away today, and we want to give them away to people that are here supporting this event today. So I'll ask again, please retweet the links. Please retweet the donation, the contribution link, the link to watch. Stay with us all day. We have some amazing guests that'll be joining us throughout the day. We're waiting on one right now. We'll see if he gets in here. So I guess while we're waiting for that, I should get to some of these here reads. Hold on. What is Ryan saying in the chat? Is that you two guys talking?
Yeah, you're set. You're all right. We're talking about the Orlando draft. We're good.
You guys have to understand, I got the computer going, the iPad going,
You do your reads.
this phone going, and we're running the show. We're not a big budget show. So that's what we're doing. So, man, 3 hours. Are we 3 hours in already?
We are 3 hours in.
That's amazing. All right. As we're waiting for our 11 o'clock guest to show up, he will be brought to you by campus2canton.com, a website focused on all things college fantasy, including Dynasty, Devy, college fantasy, and Campus to Canton leagues. Campus to Canton is the fastest growing format in fantasy, where your teams have college and NFL lineups, and as college players enter the NFL, they join your NFL roster. Visit campus2canton.com as their team of experts bring you articles, podcasts, cutting-edge tools, exclusive ADP, industry-leading draft guides for Devy, college football, freshman supplemental drafts, and the deepest set of college rankings anywhere. Check out campus2canton.com today. Okay. And also, it is sponsored by the Dynasty Rewind, a fantasy football podcast that entertains and informs listeners with the best rookie breakdowns in the industry. The Dynasty Rewind team of at Nate NFL, Nate Christian, at Chev Boy RD, Chevin Noon, and at FF Porkman, Philip Simmons, and at Rewind CEO, Michael Bauer, will help your Dynasty and Devy teams with a touch of humor, humility, and above all, honesty. If you like winning, find the Dynasty Rewind across all major podcast networks, and you can do it in style with the comfiest shirts in fantasy. Enter the Dynasty Rewind podcast today, or I should say, enjoy the Dynasty Rewind podcast today. And remember, be kind, please rewind. And both of those sponsors are return sponsors, have helped us in the past and have sponsored things in the past. John, if you have anything you can throw out there right now while I try to find out where our guest is, that would be awesome.
Now, I think it's probably a good time to remind people that how they can support SFB and Fantasy Cares. So there's lots of ways. The main way that we're doing it today is through scottfishbowl.com/give. What that's going to do, it's going to take you to a league safe site. So you will have to create a league safe account, but that's really quick and easy to do. And you can contribute money into that fund. Basically, we're collecting everything on this league safe site, and then we'll pull it out and we'll split it up, and I'll go shopping with it all over the country. Sal shops in New York, Scott shops in Minnesota, Ryan shops in Louisville, I shop in Cincinnati, Heath shops down in South Florida, Matt Price shops out in San Diego. I know we've got other, Bob shopped a little bit in Boston last year. We've got people all over the country. So we go shopping everywhere, buy toys everywhere, but we're trying to get all the money funneling into this one league safe site instead of having it in so many different areas where we've had it in the past, trying to get it all in one. So scottfishbowl.com/give. It'll link you directly into the league safe where we're trying to collect all the money. So if you've already put money in there, it might say paid in full. Guess what? You can give again. The site is designed to continue to take money. They will always take money, of course. So if it already says you've joined and you've paid in full, and you want to drop another $10 in there, type in $10 and hit submit. It'll go right through. So just go contribute to that. ScottFishbowl.com/give. Other ways, if you're in SFB and you want an Avy, go to SFBAvymakers.com and order yourself a Twitter Avy. They do great work out there. Awesome designers. You can buy shirts from RotoWear. They still have some left for sale, even after their pre-order. And then also ffpodshirts.storeenvy.com. We've got all kinds of shirts on there as well, and stickers. I think there's some hoodies too. There's a zip hoodie and a regular hoodie. All kinds of merchandise. Go buy all that, support it all, get a little something. It's fun to wear the SFB merchandise out and about. I love wearing it. I love when I see friends wearing it. I'm still yet to see an SFB shirt in the wild. My wife did. She actually saw somebody wearing an SFB shirt and like took a picture of the guy and sent it to me. But I did not get over there quick enough because I was like, I wonder who this is. I want to know. Somebody I did not know was wearing an SFB shirt at Kings Island one day. And like, that's all I want to do. I want to run into somebody else wearing SFB shirts. People ask me all the time what it is. It's a great chance to kind of spread the message that if you're wearing it and they ask you, well, what's SFB? Because if you notice, a lot of these shirts kind of have a play on some other shirts. So, it catches people's eyes. All right. Looks like we got our guest here, Sal.
Yeah, yes. Our guest is with us now. And let's just bring him right in. It's the one and only Mr. Matthew Berry. Hey, Matthew, how have you been, sir?
I've been good. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I'm a few minutes late. It's been a crazy weekend. Next week's going to be a crazy week. Lots going on. And so just apologies for that. So I'm excited to join you guys yet again. I think this is my fourth year. I don't know. They all run together on some level.
Yeah. So year one. So this is the 5th year of the show. Year one, we were joined by Yasin that first year, and then you started joining us in year 2, and you've been with us ever since. First and foremost, if you look around, you don't see Stephen and Kevin, who I usually host with. I got John Bosch, who you've come to know in the fantasy community. Stephen and Kevin, lives just got too busy this year, and they weren't able to join me. But
Screw them, whatever. Who are they?
Matthew, you're a man after my own heart. That's exactly how I feel.
I don't need them.
We've moved on. That's it. We're done.
We have. Hey, I have a question. Is this distracting? Is this because I'm sitting down, I'm just trying to I have a bunch of kids running around here in the house, so I try to find a room that was quiet to do this, and now I'm looking at my screen and I'm seeing the fan above me. Is that like super annoying? Because I can try to turn that off.
That's fine.
Well, that's the light. I don't want you to be uncomfortable. Fine for us. We don't mind at all.
I'll be okay. I'll be all right. So, all right. There's a question.
There's always questions. Mr. Berry, you show up when you can, sir. We're on your time zone. Somebody wrote. So here's a guy who now works for the Fantasy Life, and that's Jake Trowbridge.
Jake does a great job for us. We love Jake.
Jake, he's tremendous. Listen, I know the names. I've known these guys for a long time, and they've all got jobs at the Fantasy Life, which is sweet. So what I'll say real quick, Matthew, yep. I've interacted with you going back to 2015, I would say, when Fantasy Life app was kind of just breaking in.
Yeah.
And we created the Falafel League in Air and the chat, and we've spoken about that many times. That led to the podcast. You came on, you legitimized us. I've met you in person, I think 3 times. I missed the New York City live shows. I got out to see you at 3 of those. You've been over your story. You've done your podultry in many places.
Yeah.
About the Fantasy Life brand. And you've really, over the last year, the Fantasy Life brand has come up now when you have guys like Waz and Jake and Kuda Doodle and Lindellians and people who are great in the Twitter community. And now you can find a lot of them in one place, and that's at Fantasy Life.
Yeah, the Fantasy Life newsletter and fantasylife.com. I'm really excited about them. I'm super pumped. Last year was sort of the first year that, how that sort of started. And obviously it's all, under the sort of the Fantasy Life umbrella. The Fantasy Life app is sort of really established now. We work with BetSperts for that particular app. Great group, great company. And the app's just absolutely crushing. But the newsletter and fantasylife.com really started to take off this year. Last year was the first year that I sort of tried to run the newsletter like a business. And so, Peter Overzet's the one who writes it every single day and does an absolutely amazing job. He's really funny and smart and sharp. And so we started to see real growth in the newsletter. And we found some advertisers who dug what we were doing, and we were able to, honestly, we didn't raise any money at all. It was all sort of bootstrapped, and we were cash flow positive after the first year. And people like you mentioned in terms of, Waz and Jake and Cooter Doodle and Lindellians and, Kevin Tompkins and Sam Wallace and, the entire team, just a bunch of, people said, "Hey, I dig what you're doing. Can I join? Can I help out?" And it grew. It's really grown. And I think we're over 400,000 people on the newsletter now. We just launched fantasylife.com, which is a brand new free website with a ton of great tools and obviously all the columns and the archives. And so really great content. It's all 100% free. And so with that money that we made in the first year of the newsletter, I was able to go out and hire a CEO in Elliot Christ. And Elliot and FTN had parted ways. And so he was a free agent. And I'm just so impressed with him, both, from his content, but also from his background in terms of business, in terms of building tools, in terms of understanding how to generate revenue. So Elliot and I, and we also hired Jordan Fiegelman to run our content, who's done a great job. Jordan, of course, is, he's worked with Peter, he's worked with Sal Vetri, he's worked with Joe Holka, done a lot of great, he's launched a lot of great YouTube channels. And so we're really excited about sort of the future of Fantasy Life. We've got some really exciting announcements coming down the pike as well. But we think the future is really, really bright for Fantasy Life, fantasylife.com, and the app.
Yeah, and it's funny, all those people you're naming, a lot of them are booked for the show. They'll all be on at different times over the next. We're doing 36 hours this year, Matthew, not 22. Yeah. Elliot,
Sal, is it fair to say, you're doing 36 hours? Is it fair to say to anyone that's listening that's not on the show?
No.
Like, wow. Like, I thought I was doing okay in my career. They had 36 hours to fill, and I couldn't get on the Podathon. What the hell? What am I doing wrong? I really got to hire a better publicist. This is not good. This is not good for my brand. I'm curious. I'm just curious.
Take that, Scott Fish.
Yeah. Is Scott Fish here?
He went away. He went away.
On a family vacation this weekend.
Whatever. It's Scott Fish.
Pretends like he has nothing to do.
I'm not. Has anyone ever seen Scott Fish in person? I think I think Scott Fishbowl is just some corporation that's just it up.
He does resemble a crash test dummy. It could be
him, yeah.
Could be a dummy the whole time. But Elliot, I want to say about Elliot, and the same. Matt Harmon was on right before you. Matt Harmon. Matt, when he first came on with us in 2016, I said it to him then. I knew this guy was just different and would elevate. When Elliot Christ first came on with us and he was doing his college football, he was doing it himself, his 30-minute pieces on the guys coming out. I said to him on the show, Elliot, I don't expect for you to be a free agent in a year and be in the same spot. And, man, that guy is smart. He's good. He also just got married. We just talked about Matt Harmon getting married. I love seeing that, Matt and Matthew. I'm an older guy like yourself. So watching these younger guys that are coming up and really elevate, and for you to have a platform now to put a lot of them to work, men and women, I should say, is phenomenal. And I look forward to talking to Elliot tomorrow. He always makes me feel less smart because of how intelligent he is.
Well, I appreciate that. And, that's really important to me. When I started out in my career, Rick Wolf, Roto World, Matthew Pouliot, they gave me a shot. They gave me a shot. And, and as I was coming up sort of in the ranks, other people would promote my work. Other people would be supportive, would give me advice. behind the scenes. And so I think it's, I'm a big believer in pay it forward. And so, now that I have this opportunity, I have the platform that I do, it's important for me to, like we just talked about a lot of the contributors to Fantasy Life. And, and I say this with no disrespect, but, a lot of them were not, shall we say, household names, right? And, we're well known within the Twitter fantasy football community, but that can be somewhat niche sometimes. And so, but I was impressed with all of them. All of them bring something different to the table. And all of them, I think, fit sort of my ethos, which is smart and entertaining fantasy and betting advice where we take the advice seriously, but we don't take ourselves seriously. And so all of them approach it with a kind of a different point of view and a funny point of view. And so, that's what I gravitate towards. That's the kind of content I enjoy. That's the kind of content I try to put out myself. And so it's important to me to find a diverse range of voices to give a platform and an opportunity to not just younger analysts, but inexperienced analysts. Because I love Waz, but Waz is, I think Waz kissed his 20s goodbye a little while ago. You know what I mean? Right. So it's, diversity doesn't just mean one specific thing. Diversity means a wider range of people from all walks of life, all points of view. And so, yes, it's important for me to give opportunities to men and women of all backgrounds, of all ages, of all points of view. And so, and listen, we, there's two other people that I want to mention as long as we're giving shout outs. First off, Lawrence Jackson. We had, Lord Don't Lose, but Matthew loses, because we snapped up Lawrence, and he was doing great stuff for us all last year. And then NBC made him a full-time offer. And you're like, and he came to me, he's just like, I love what we're doing here at Fantasy Life. And, I hate to leave you, but, I just got this. And I'm like, dude, it's a full-time job at NBC. Yeah. Shut up, hang up with me, make sure you accept it before it goes away, and then we can talk about it. But, so, I was really, we hated to lose him, but I was thrilled for him. I was really excited about them. And I felt like that was, a proof of concept, right? That, somebody, that we had elevated Lawrence and we'd given him more of a platform, and the people at NBC and Roto World had noticed, and, NBC Sports Edge, and they brought him over. And so, I was proud of that. And we just recently, a couple of weeks ago, hired Kendall Valenzuela away from Pro Football Focus. Sal, I'm just telling you, like what you said about Matt Harmon, what you're saying about Elliot Christ, I'm telling you now, Kendall Valenzuela is a rock star, and people just don't realize it yet. She is a rock star.
She'll be on with Sam Holt, another old friend of yours, Sam. Yeah. She'll be on with Sam in the Women's Power Hour at 4 p.m. today.
And we love Sam Holt. Sam's doing some illustrations for us on the newsletter. Sam's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, so it's, we really feel, and I mean this with no disrespect to any in the industry, I really love the group we have. I feel really good about sort of going into battle with the team that we have.
It seems like we had to expand to 36 hours to include everybody that works at Fantasy Life. Basically, because they're all coming.
By the way, we're expanding. We're going to be adding more people. And like I said, I think there's some really exciting announcements around Fantasy Life coming up here in the next few weeks.
Well, Matthew, I'm not smart, nor am I entertaining. But, should you ever want to, bring an old guy on board, I'm always interested. You let me know.
It's fantastic. It's one of the great things, by the way. There's a lot of great reasons to have Elliot, right? Because he's smart, and he's hardworking, and he's young, and he knows the fantasy space left, right, backwards and forwards. He understands the betting space as well, the DFS space. He's great at generating revenue. He understands SEO. He's a great tool builder as well. So there's all these great qualities of Elliot, but also just his existence. So I can say, well, Sal, let me talk to Elliot. And so if I want to turn you down, Sal, and I love you, but if I want to turn you down, I don't have to turn you down. I get to be the good guy. I love you, Sal. Let me just run it by Elliot. And then I can say, I don't know what it is, but Elliot, Elliot's out. I don't know. I'm sorry, Sal. It is, Elliot just feels like we don't have room or what. I may not even talk about I may even talk about you with Elliot. It's just, just the existence of Elliot. I can make him the bad guy. So, but no, listen, all seriousness, Sal, I love you. And if there's an opportunity and there's something that makes sense, we'd love to have you.
I mean, that's awesome to hear. I'll definitely be in touch with you. I'm making a note. Make sure I bring this up to Elliot tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah.
To the kids at home, this is paper and a pen. For those people who've never seen this, it's paper and a pen.
Yeah.
I think Elliot's whole 30-minute segment is going to be Sal asking for a job now.
Yeah, there you go.
Sal's coming in with references. Here's my CV. I'm just going to be sitting in on an interview, aren't I?
Yeah. Pretty much. You're like John Bosch. You're like the HR person.
I'll be Toby in the interview. Great.
Yeah, exactly. You stop in the corner, just taking notes. Make sure Sal and Elliot don't say anything inappropriate to each other.
Perfect.
So okay, fantasy life. We talked about a lot of that stuff. Let's talk about the bread and butter. Let's talk about ESPN and the podcast that's been the big one in the industry for forever. It's the one that a lot of us aspired to when we decided to plug a mic into our computer and try to replicate what you guys had going on. What's new this year with Field, Stefania, Secret Squirrel, the whole crew?
I don't think there's anything new, and there's a few things that I do know that are new, but I can't share them just yet. But I think it will just be, what you know and love. And, I mean, the one thing that's new, and new is not the right way to say it, but I think this is public, so I apologize if it is not. But, Mike Clay signed a multi-year extension with the company recently, and so I think he put that out on Twitter. So I believe that's public, and so that's exciting to know that Mike's great. He does a great job, and so I know he and ESPN are both really happy that he's going to be around for a long time.
Scott Fish is checking in. He says, "We heard I asked Elliot for a job, and he said he would love to, but he had to talk to Matthew. I asked Matthew, and he said he had to talk to Elliot." So
we've really got the system down. And the truth is, if I'm being honest with you, Sal, the truth of the matter is that we're all puppets. Just Cooter Doodle's running the whole thing.
She is. She is. I mean, that woman came on and splashed immediately. Some people have a natural ability, and she has that natural ability.
I say this genuinely, with no sarcasm at all. I love her. Yes. I love her. Like she is smart and funny and insightful and has a different worldview in the best possible way. And, I'm so impressed with her as a person, as an analyst, as a I don't even know what you would call it, like a social media, influencer, whatever you want to call it, because what's crazy about her is, and I don't want to reveal too much behind the curtain, but she's married, she has a young kid, like she has a whole separate life outside of Cooter Doodle. And so I don't like, that's not my story to tell, that's hers, but like, the more I've gotten to know her, the more I love her. She's fantastic. She's another rock star.
I love that you cannot say Cooter Doodle with a straight face every time.
No, of course you can. It's the greatest thing of all time. Like, I asked her once, like, do you want me to use your real name? Like, I don't, like I asked her, like, what's your real name? And, are we, and like, I don't think she ever thought that, again, well, I don't know if she's doing a segment with you guys. You can ask her about this, but I don't think she ever thought that I think she should just join Twitter to sort of like, for fun. Kicks, for fun, never thinking that, it might turn into something. And so, now like that's her brand is Cooter Doodle. And, because originally I thought like, did she not want her face shown? Like, we had all these conversations with her about what she could do for us at Fantasy Life in terms of like, does she not want to use her real name? Does she not want her face shown? Like, what is, and so, I think a lot of it was just like, no, she just sort of like, anyway, yeah, she's amazing. And, it is impossible to say the name Cooter Doodle without smiling. So
So I'm doing. I started at 8 a.m. this morning, Matthew. You're in the same time zone as myself and John. I'm going till 11:30 tonight, and I'm going till 11:30 because that segment is Cooter Doodle and Linda together, and I did not want to go off too soon before I got with them. So that's the 11:30 p.m. tonight.
Love them both, and both. Well, both contributed last year to the Fantasy Life newsletter. Both are going to contribute even more, not just to the newsletter, but fantasylife.com, to our social channels, and to, like I said, some of the other stuff we've got coming up.
All right. Well, listen, I'm moving to Brooklyn in September, so maybe I can get a little Brooklyn fantasy football flavor for you over to that site. We'll have to talk about that. I got a name up there, Eric Moody. I know Eric Moody is an ESPN guy now, and a guy I know you love as well. He'll be joining me about 7:30 tonight. Tell us about Eric and the role he's taking on.
Yeah, Eric joined us about I don't know, I want to say 6 months ago, maybe last year, towards the beginning. Maybe he's been there for almost a year. He made his fantasy focused debut a couple of weeks ago. He's great. You know, Eric, I don't want to steal any of Eric's thunder. He can tell you himself, but he's a former college football player. He played offensive line, I believe, at a D2 school, and took that approach when it came to fantasy and betting analysis. He, and he does a lot of work for us. So he does not just only fantasy football, but he does NBA and WNBA, and he does fantasy and he does betting. So he's a man of many, many talents. And, he was at I think he was at the Pro Football Network, but somebody that has done great work. I used to do, back when Twitter Spaces, not Twitter, not even, back when Clubhouse was a thing, we used to have a Fantasy Life Clubhouse where we just do an audio thing like every, once a week and everything like that. And Eric joined me for a couple of them and did great. And, ESPN came to me probably about a year and a half ago and asked me for some names of some people out there that they thought that I thought were good that we should look at. And I gave him a list of people. Eric was on that list, and the bosses took a look at him, really liked him. We're proud of thought he brought a different point of view than what I bring. Like he comes from a college football background, from having played the game background, and so. It's been great. He's done a great job.
Yeah, we're up against the clock here, so I want to give you the opportunity just to speak about Scott. We know he won the award, the Matthew Berry Award, a few years back. I got to be a part of the video. That made me feel amazing. That was shown there. John was a part of that video also. But Matt, in your closing statement, just talk about Scott Fish, the man.
Scott Fish to me is pretty much everything that is right with the fantasy football industry. He is incredibly selfless. He's self-effacing. He is a self-made man. This is a guy that was at one point in his life delivering Pepsi. Like literally that was like his job, was he was like delivering Pepsi. At another point in his life, he actually ran a No Doubt fan page.
True.
That's 100% true. Anyway, so he's a man of many talents. He ran a Renaissance fair at one point in his life. So like all of his success is completely self-made, right? It's not like he just, all of a sudden showed up on ESPN or Yahoo or, some other big site and that helped propel him. He grinded and he started his own website in terms of FF Oasis and anyway, Scott can tell his own story and I think it's well known, but the fact of the matter is that he is self-made, and what he has done is he has accomplished what I try to do, which is to leave fantasy football better than you found it. Right. And this is a game that we play. It's a game with love. It's a community that we all enjoy being a part of. But most importantly, it is, he has elevated fantasy football beyond just a game into something that has made a true difference in this world, that has made a true difference for kids in terms of the toys and the charity money that he's raised. It's made a true difference in terms of people coming together and getting through tough times. And, when he won the award, I said, we were in the worldwide pandemic and people were searching for something that was, was normal. We were looking for ways to we're all stuck in our houses and everyone's looking for a way to reach out and connect with somebody. The Scott Fish Bowl is that. People are looking for a way to get back to normal, right? And what's more normal than, drafting a fantasy football team? And so, I just, the Scott Fish Bowl is an incredible accomplishment, and it grows every year. I think it's 3,000 people that are going to enter this year.
Yes.
But which is unbelievable. And I don't it's not like it's not like there's a website that's just like, oh yeah, just click this button for 3,000 people. Like, it's all hand coded by Scott. It's all like, it's all manually done by him. It's a labor of love. He gets obviously no money at all from it. It is all, he's married. He's got young children. He's got a job that he's got to do. And then he also finds time to run and do all of this and organize this. So like I said, to me, I'm proud to call him a friend. I'm honored to call him a friend. He is what I believe is the best of fantasy football in terms of, fun, great, self-effacing, selfless. By the way, also a smart analyst and a good player and a good content creator. Like, he's just, he's the best.
Yeah, and Matthew, to that point, I'm proud and honored to call you a friend. You've helped me along the way, make me feel like a real part of this industry since the moment we interacted. So thank you for always taking the time out of what I know is a busy schedule to be here with us.
I don't need to make you feel like anything, Sal. You are a real part of this industry. What you guys do with this, with the Podathon and everything you do, like, you bring a positive energy as well. Stop it. Shut up. I'm going to yell at you. What the fuck are you talking about? You're absolutely a part of this industry. Who knows? I got one foot in the grave. I'm probably out. I'm out the door soon, sooner than you, brother. So whatever. No, dude. Yeah, 100%.
Cool.
100%.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you guys. Again, apologies for missing it by a couple of minutes, and look forward to the rest of the Podathon. I'm drafting Monday 101 in the Margaritaville division. So excited about that.
Best of luck to you this upcoming season, Matthew.
Good luck,
guys. Thanks.
All right, so John, Mr. Buster is going to bow out for a little bit. I have to ask John one favor before he goes.
I'll do the reads.
I'm going to be on my own for a while. You do the reads while I go visit the bathroom.
I will do the reads. Yes, I am going to take a much needed break. I need to take a little nap. I am fading, folks. Sorry about that. All righty. Let's see. We are leading into the 11:30 segment. So this guest is going to be Joe Bond of Fantasy Six-Pack. He is in the waiting room. I can see him down there waiting. This segment is brought to you by Around the Block, a website designed to fulfill all your sports needs. Founder and CEO Ronnie Harder, VP and Director of Content Chris Spooner, and their team of dedicated writers and podcasters are passionate about bringing you next-level content across major professional and college sports. Around the Block focuses on showcasing its contributors' talents and emphasizing audience engagement to give Around the Block community the best experience with the sports they love. Visit atbnetwork.com and follow at ATB_network today to experience your favorite sports all in one place at Around the Block. Also sponsoring this segment is Sugar Wish. Sugar Wish takes gifting to the next level by allowing the recipient to choose their favorite snacks and sweets. Sugar Wish allows you to send a tasty and instant gift via email, text, or social media. You buy the gift and they select from hundreds of mouthwatering candies, cookies, popcorn, snacks, cotton candy, coffee, tea, wine, and even dog treats. Then a beautiful box filled with their yummy choices are delivered straight to their door. Takes the guesswork out of every gift. Everyone is happy. Use promo code SFB good until July 23rd for your $7 off. Follow on social media at Sugar Wish Girl and order at sugarwish.com. Sweet happiness delivered. You're on mute. Always on mute, Sal. Still on mute, Sal.
Pressing it. Well, come on. It's not going to be if I don't want you guys to hear me tinkling in the background. Sorry. It's not gonna be good if I'm on mute and you're not here to tell me I'm on mute. So hopefully I don't do that going forward. John, I love you. You're a great friend. You're a great part of this community. I believe I'll see you back here at some point throughout the next day or so.
I'll be back in like an hour or two.
Right.
I need to know that.
Don't feel better, my friend. Be well.
All right. Thanks for having me on. Joe, enjoy the segment. I apologize. I'm going to miss it. And I think I'm also missing Mike, right? Apologize what I'm going to miss. Oh, but
I got you. I brought you back in. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was just saying goodbye. I was apologizing for all the people I'm going to miss, but I'll be back later. All right. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, buddy. All right. So you guys wanted, so I just hit something on my computer that zoomed me way in. I look like I got a giant head now to myself. So I got to zoom out on that. But let me bring in this guy. Oh boy, what did I do? Right? This is what happens when you get old, people. When you get old and you don't understand technology, these things happen. So let me quickly go to Joe. Oh, good. Joe, I'm coming, I promise. So how's everybody doing at home? Good. That's good. I've screwed this up royally. There we go. I got it back.
What's up?
Joe, I use my Mac like every century, and this is the results of what happened.
It's only been 3.5 hours, man. It's going to be a lot longer. You need to figure this out. I'll fill in for John and make sure I tell you when you're on mute.
Alex Johnson told me there was no way I washed my hands. Alex, I absolutely wash my hands. That's none of your business, sir. But thank you for pointing that out. So let me introduce Joe. So Joe Bond is the founder of Fantasy Six Pack. Joe, you joined us last year, like middle of the night, right? It was like 1:30.
Yeah, that was like 2:30 in the morning. That was a rough. That was a rough 30 minutes.
so this year, you think it was a rough 30 minutes? Try doing 24 hours.
Yeah.
So this year, Mike, as you know, handled the scheduling. So I said, boy, how the hell did this guy get this slot? No, I'm just kidding.
I was doing the same thing. I mean, I'm after Matthew Perry, before Mike Wright. I'm like, everybody's going to log off and just be like, I'll be back. It's like 30-minute break. It's cool.
Yeah, no, listen, the numbers haven't dropped off that much. I could see them. You're holding strong, but we really didn't think we really didn't dig in yet. So Waz is saying hello. I don't. Why is Waz not on? Waz, did somebody not reach out to you? Why are you not on here? You should be on here with me as well. So, let's talk about what goes on at the Fantasy Six Pack. Let's talk about what's going on in your life and your business, and take it away for a little bit.
Yeah, man. So Fantasy Six Pack, right now we're gearing up strong for fantasy football like everybody else. We actually have launched some new membership packages this year. You can get some draft cheat sheets, projections, all of our rankings. We got Discord packaged in with that as well. So make sure you go check that out. We're going to throw some more stuff behind the paywall as well. But the big thing is that Discord channel. The server, you can get direct access to me and a whole bunch of the other writers that do really great things over Fantasy Six Pack. DFS help, best ball help, redraft, dynasty. We kind of cover it all. So we're just up and coming. We're growing. We've had some success in the past, here and there, depending on different leagues. We've done well. We've done well over Fantasy Pros. So we've got the track history here. Now it's time to get you guys on board and helping you all out as well.
Yeah, and we love that you guys keep coming back every year and being a part. Hey, I'm not on mute. Look at me. I started talking. This is great. So let's dig into a little Scott Fishbowl talk, because I've had on some big names in fantasy the last couple right after you, like you said. Mike Wright comes on right after you. And some of them like to talk. Hey, listen, I love Matthew Berry. He likes to talk. We didn't get much word. We didn't get too many words in there. Somebody said, "Yes, my nap time today." My nap time is coming up. I may nod right off. You might, Jason. So don't be a wise guy. But how many years have you been a participant in the Scott Fishbowl?
Oh, I feel like my first year was when they were still doing like the number wasn't just 10, like it was the number of participants. So, you know, if they were doing it this year, it'd be Scott Fishbowl 3000, but which would sound really cool, but they just didn't, they stopped doing that. I think it was when it was 480.
480.
Is that what it was? I might have been 360. I don't remember. It's been a while. But
After
yeah.
480, it went to SFB.
So maybe I was in 360 then too. Because I think I was in 2 years when they were still using the number of participants. I'd have to go back through like MFL. I'm sure I could figure it out, but it's just one of those. It's been a while, at least like 5 or 6 years.
So over the years that you've been competing, it's changed. Obviously, like you say, it's a lot more competitors. We went back to the days that there's a few hundred people, and now every year it grows by the thousands. It seems.
Yes.
1,800 last year. So it's close to double this year at 3,000. What's the best you've ever finished? I mean, did you have any?
So I've been pretty fortunate. I've actually made it to the semifinals multiple years. Now, granted, it's a lot less people those years. Last year, I was the number 3 ranked player after the regular season, and then the first week of the playoffs, they got everybody. Got me too. I mean, I had all the injuries and the COVID all hit at the same time, and I was fortunate all year long. And then it just whatever that was last year, 15, just done. I didn't have a team. It just crushed me. But yeah, I've been pretty fortunate.
Two things to that point. To have success in FB, you have to have some luck. It's just in a tournament this size, luck is something you look for.
Yeah, luck last year for me was I really wanted Robert Woods. I wanted a piece of that Rams offense, and Robert Woods got taken like 2 picks before me, and I was like, fine, I'll take Cooper Kupp. Yeah, that kind of worked out.
Yeah, right. I mean, there's a lot of people who walked into Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
Now he was definitely a value going after Robert Woods in a lot of places. But something you said, you made it to the semifinals more than once. That's an amazing feat. We talked earlier to the returning champ, Isaac Seaborn, was on with me in the 9:00 hour, and he won it all last year. And I told him one thing that will not happen this year is you repeating as champion, because it's just too impossible to get the same stroke of good drafting and risk taking and luck. So it's not something I could see happening again. So even making it multiple times to the semifinals in a pro-am like this is real damn impressive. I've made it to the semifinals once in the years that I've played. I've made the playoffs all but maybe 2 times in the 7 years, I think it is, that I played, but it is not easy.
No, it's definitely not. I mean, it's so hard to repeat too, because obviously the strategy changes every single year, because the rules change. There's something different. So like what worked last year isn't going to work this year. That's just how crazy it gets. You implemented the Superflex a couple of years ago, and that just threw everything for a wrench. That was my worst year ever. I'm pretty sure I forget who I drafted a couple quarterbacks and they all just bombed on me. But yeah, talking about luck. A writer, the Dynasty, he does Dynasty rankings for us, John LaPresto. He got into the finals 2 years in a row. When it was early on, he got second place by like a fraction of a point, and then got to the finals the following year too. But like, I don't even know if that's ever happened. Like people get back-to-back years or even to the finals twice. That's just insanity to me.
Yeah, that's something I'm sure. It's funny. Scott has all the data, right? But
yeah,
he spends an entire year preparing for the next Scott Fishbowl. Like SFB 13 opened up. You could register for that. It's available already.
Oh, jeez.
He already opened up the link to register for that. And it's a very short downtime before he has to start already planning for next year. This show, to that extent, this is year 5 of the SFBPodathon. And, every year we got to start a little bit earlier. This year, I was a little worried. A little behind the scenes for everybody. You notice Kevin and Steve aren't here with me this year. We've mentioned it a few times throughout the show, but not everybody's watching the whole time. So the guys who started this with me, and the guys who are usually here to help carry me for the 24 or more hours that we've done, they just couldn't line up this year. They couldn't be here. So I took on a new job, as I mentioned, which is super time consuming but worthwhile. And a little over a month ago, I reached out to a handful of people. I was like, guys, I don't know that I'm going to be able to put this together this year. Without hesitation, multiple people stepped up. Well, let me say Bob Gilchrist, Dave Wright, and Mike, Daddy's Home FF. Mike, I know your last name, but for some reason, I'm old and I can't remember it right now. So tell me so I could say it next time. Those three guys have worked their asses off in different capacities to put this together. It would not be done without them. This is not a single person effort. This is not my effort. Yes, this was my idea 5 years ago. Yes, in the past, I have done 90% of it by myself. I don't say that for a pat on the back. I say that because it's the reality. But it makes me feel amazing to know that I built something that other people now want to pick the slack up on to keep going, because the idea of this not being there made people go, whoa, we can't have that. So specifically to those three men and tons of others that have played a role in getting me to where I am today for this show, I can't be thankful enough. What we're bringing you today is a conglomeration of a lot of people's assistance. So, thanks to those guys again. Joe, I went on a tangent.
No, you're good, man. Dude, this show's not about me. Come on, we all know that. The show's not about really any of the guests. It's all about you guys doing this, raising the money. That's what it's there for, man. And like I had heard those rumors too that, things were kind of slow rolling this year and everybody got busy. And I was like, oh man, I can't believe it might not happen. And I'm just so glad that like everybody was able to step up and help you, because this is such a great show. And you guys raise a ton of money for all those kids out there, and it's a great thing.
Yeah, the way we brought money in the past, and while you bring that up, at the bottom of the screen, scrolling the whole time, it says scottfishbowl.com/give. That's where you could go and contribute this year. We no longer go through other means of collecting the money because it wasn't always the best way to get the money. It didn't work out great for us, so we're going a little bit differently. So this year, our money is combined with the Eliminator money and whoever else has donated to Scott. So the number you're seeing is a conglomeration of everybody. It's been coming in pretty nicely. Still, I would say the last 2 hours since we've gotten rolling, but we need more. We need more people to contribute. Tell your friends. That's it. Yep, write it down somewhere. Mikey Fayella. Oh, Mikey from Boston. We'll call him. How you doing, Mikey from Boston?
He's still not going to say your last name.
Yeah. So, and Mike will be up there with those Boston guys live drafting, I'm sure. I'll have nothing to do with Boston or any of that stuff. I'm from New York. But yeah, we need you to donate. We need you to contribute. That's the key word, contribute, so we can get toys to kids at Christmas time. So just post it. Get the links out there. Keep sending it out to people. So Joe, tell us about some of the shows over at you have one podcast, or you have multiple podcasts?
We've got multiple podcasts. So mine's the Fantasy Six Pack Hour, or short F6P Hour, if you want to call it that. We've got the Wolfpack Fantasy Podcast, Fantasy Football Podcast. Right now they're kind of mixing up between Mondays and Tuesdays. Mine's on Thursday. We've got a baseball one right now, and then we've also got Adam Stark does on our show, and I forget what he called it. The every he's only done like two of them, so I apologize, I don't memorize the name. It's like everybody's fantasy football podcast. Davis, thanks, man. So yeah, and then we've got some other ones. I believe Dave Eddy is going to be doing he's doing it for baseball right now, but he's going to be doing for football as well once the season kicks off, like a DFS show every day. He's going to cover running backs one day, quarterbacks, then receivers, et cetera, and then just kind of go through the strategy for the week. So to help you build a DFS lineup over on those sites for you. So they're really short too. They're like 3 minutes long, so they're easy to digest.
Yeah, so we put up something from Pigskin Panic. I don't know his actual name. Did you say
it's Davis?
Davis,
I think. Or wait, maybe that's not him. I don't know.
All I know is that
similar to another name that I thought it was.
He has been retweeting my stuff on Twitter for a gazillion years, man. And I appreciate that guy's support. Man or woman, maybe it's a female. Just so many great people in the industry. People just, even if they're not doing their own work, they're contributing in other ways and reposting people's stuff. And that's why I say, it's Steve. Steve. Okay, cool.
Yeah, sorry about that. There's a guy who writes for our site, Davis. It's like Davis Pigskin Picks or something like that, or so like Pigskin Picks. So that's why I thought it was that person. Apologize for that. Quickly reading.
You're awesome. You've been a supporter of everything we've done for a long time. Falafel, Funhouse, all that stuff. And that's the reason why I want to have, Joe. You're a pretty well-known guy in the community. I mean, you're not Matthew Berry. You're not Matt. But the reason we do this show and the reason we expanded it this year is to get more of the smaller shows, the smaller companies that need to get their name out there because they're surviving on the Twitter universe and stuff like that. And that's the backbone of the community. The big names, the big shows, they're getting funding, they're getting sponsors. It's the people showing up here to sponsor our show, the people coming on as guests to get word out about their podcast. That help keeping this industry going. So I love having the smaller shows on here as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, we definitely appreciate all the got some interesting comments right there.
We've made it spanned by the porn site.
Those are awesome.
I hope your son's not still watching. But I am not going to turn away the porn bots and the porn sites that also make this a damn fine industry. Thank you, folks. And if you're not 18 and over, do not go to that site.
So this one's got to be marked as not safe for kids. On YouTube. Yeah, those are always interesting to get on YouTube. It's like, man, how many are those out there?
What exactly is overpriced shit in the porn? It's what the hell are we wasting time for? It's free. I mean, what's it? Oh, Kevin Tompkins with the quote of the day. SFB.
Oh, jeez.
So this is Joe. This is what your spot has become. So
it's fine. It's better. It's better than last year's for me.
Toys for everyone.
This has just gone off the rails, and I love it.
Wonderful.
Oh man.
Listen. We're not prude here. We're not prude here. We're all adults. Thank you for giving us a platform for all the different companies.
Equal opportunity man over here.
Over the years of this show, the 5 years of the show, the chat is as entertaining.
I think you froze.
Can you hear me talk?
I can hear you.
All right. So this is the face you're stuck with now.
At least you're smiling.
And that sheepish grin that I have. Over the years, the chat has been every bit as entertaining as the show. And the chat community have made people interact and learn and grow and created leagues. And I think you're frozen too, Joe.
I think I was just not moving.
Well, you're not moving on my side. I can tell you. So
maybe it's me. I don't know.
But
my YouTube is still kicking. I don't know.
Yes, it is a great freeze face.
What happens when you have to bounce because you got to unfreeze your screen and there's nobody else here to help you?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Hold that for 1 second. Oh, I can myself out. Look at that.
That's interesting. Oh, it's just me. All right. So apparently I'm running the show now. So no, here we go. Oh, and you're still frozen.
Still freezing.
Still frozen.
Oh my God, this has been one crazy 30 minutes. Joe is still moving for me, Sal. Well, that's your business, Nate. Joe, we're coming towards the end. It's 11:54. Hopefully, I unfreeze shortly. I asked some guys earlier, what year did they get into fantasy football? Can you tell me when you got into fantasy football?
So the first time I ever played in a league was 2001, and it was an auto draft league on Yahoo with like a bunch of friends in college. Like we literally had no idea what we were doing, but I got sucked in immediately, and I just started probably caring way too much about the leagues, more so than all my friends. And then just, it was always like a joke with my friends and I, like, oh, you should start up a site and, charge people for advice. And I was kind of like, and I'm pretty sure I had one too many one night, and I was kind of like, sure, I'll make a website. Yeah. And the rest is history.
Do you remember who your very first draft pick is?
Oh, no, it was auto picked.
Yeah, it was an auto pick league.
Literally, no. Yeah, it was an auto pick league on Yahoo. Literally just woke up the next morning and was like, oh, there's my team. Cool. I mean, none of us really knew what we were doing with it. So I think I did pretty well, though. I think I ended up getting drafted like Danian Tomlinson or whoever it was that year that like busted out for 30 touchdowns or whatever crazy number it was. And so, I mean, of course, being successful the first year didn't help at all either, but didn't help me not get just sucked into it. But yeah, it's been a while. It has definitely been a long time of me playing.
Well, I think what I could say happened here is I clicked on the porn site and now my computer's probably full of viruses.
No.
That's why I'm frozen. It's a Mac. We're supposed to not be able to get that type of stuff, but this is pretty wild. I don't quite know what I'm going to do to get off of that without leaving the show because there's nobody here as an admin to jump in. So,
yeah, good luck with that. You're gonna have to make some phone calls real quick and get somebody else in here.
yeah. So let me. George Reed should start the interviewing going forward with ASL. So I'm jumping in. Joe, tap dance is something to keep them entertained.
Oh, geez. Tap dance. Are you leaving? Is that what it is?
I'm not leaving.
Okay.
I was just sending a direct message. Somebody call an adult. This is my friend Josh from work. You can send that in there. It's taking forever. Did it come up on the screen? I can't even see these things anymore.
We can see them. Yeah, they're all popping up. They're all making fun of you with you must have dial up.
I can
problems.
read everything.
It's pretty funny.
Saying I could read everything. I definitely clicked that link from earlier, Drew.
Oh my gosh! Don't you know better?
No,
you're like
all about.
Like my mom, she calls me up like, my computer's frozen. Did you click on a link? Well, I got this email. Oh, Mom, no. Like, now I got to be like, Sal, what do you do, man?
It said that my Chase account was hacked. I thought.
Oh no!
Turns out I don't even have a Chase account.
They're asking you to donate money. You're like, oh yeah, I'm on the Podathon. I got to donate.
Joe, I'm going to let you say some parting words as I get ready to read our next sponsors and put our next guest.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. Again, as I said earlier, this is such a great event. I'm glad it actually got going this year again, despite you being frozen for the last 12 minutes. But no, this is great. I'm glad to be here. It's an honor. Everybody, make sure you go donate. The link's there at the bottom there. And also, just I'm doing a show similar to this to Monday night. We raise money for multiple sclerosis. Just wanted to be able to take advantage of everybody being in a giving mood during this time of the year, it feels like, and hopefully raise money for something that unfortunately affects my life personally. So hope you can tune into that and help out as well. But good luck to you, Sal. Hopefully you figure out your technology problems.
Thank you, Joe. Be well, my friend. Always great to have you with us.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Okay. Unmute yourself.
We're having all sorts of technology problems here. What's up, buddy?
So, are you signed in to Bob's account?
I am not, but I'm about to join as the admin. So if you want to, let me sign into the admin role, and then you can bounce out.
Yep. Mike, I see you in the background. Be patient, sir. I'm freezing up, but we'll get you in here very shortly. All right. Sal is going to use that freezing screen to take his nap. I've been sleeping the whole time, Kareem. Thank you very much. Sal, did you fall for the Nigerian prince scheme? Twice, actually. It sounded too good to be true, even the second time. And now it's just me. Look at this. Look at this horrendous, up close goof. At least my smile has no gaps in the front, which is nice. I have a legitimate fantasy football monster in Mike, the FF Hitman, right, waiting in the wings, and you people are looking at this. This is amazing to me. Yes. It's the end of an 80s sitcom. Yes. There he is.
All right, we are back. We want to bring Mike in because I think we've made him wait long enough while you were frozen there, buddy.
I'm still frozen. Can you see me moving?
No, I can't see you moving.
All right. Mike's in. Oh boy, you know why I can't leave the studio? Wait, are you in Bob's account now, Mike?
Yeah, I should be good. You should be okay. Let me kick
I
you
don't want
out.
the broadcast to end when I leave. All right, I'm leaving. I'm going to come back. I'll be back.
All right, let's hope for the best here. I don't know what Sal's going to do, Mike, but we're going to make this work.
Sounds good, man.
I don't know if he left yet. I can't tell anymore.
Can you still hear?
Yeah, no, now you're gone. Thank God. All right, it's 12:01, and we have the hitman himself, Mike Wright, host of Fantasy Footballs. How you doing, my friend?
Well, I'm good, man. That was very entertaining.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah, we're kind of at that point where we're off the rails, which is great because we've made it 4 hours without a complete disaster. I mean, we had a porn bot coming in, but that was about it. But now you're here, and everyone's excited. So how we doing? I'm happy to get you on the show. I know last year we had some scheduling conflicts, but you're back this year, so I'm stoked.
Yes, yeah. I think I must have been in the midst of the preseason vacation as we try and get ready. What's up, Tyler? That's my dungeon master right there. He holds it down for the Dragoneers.
Love it. You guys want to talk about D&D for now, or we can do that?
We can.
I know that's what's been about a year since you started getting into that, right? How's it been going?
It is super fun. It's like something that I look forward to every single time that we get it on the schedule. Yeah, we've done a couple campaigns now. I'm trying to look. We are currently running, what is it? Call of the Netherdeep, which I believe is a brand new one. What's up, Kevin? Brand new one from the Critical Role people. But it's super fun, man. You just like, I'm not a poker player. Like I could play sort of, but that's like, it doesn't do it for me. So it really is like a very similar environment, except everyone's on the same team instead of everyone's versus each other. But it's just you get together with your buddies and then just have a really freaking good time telling stupid stories, making up stupid things, trying to get each other to laugh, and it's really, really fun.
So I love it. I mean, that was that analogy is perfect for me. I actually am a poker player, a former poker player. Went pretty poor pretty quick. But I switched my game to craps for that exact reason. I like when
there you go.
That's the same thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm craps and blackjack.
Love it. Yeah, anything where the whole table can celebrate instead of you beating other people just makes the environment so much cooler.
Right.
All right, so let's get Sal angry here. So I do one thing on my podcast, Mike. I'm a big fan of sandwiches, and I always like to ask people what their favorite sandwiches. I'm going to put you on the spot here and have you tell me my favorite. Oh no! See, now you're just going to start a riot in the chat. I'm getting ready to hit remove from stream as we speak.
I have two. Oh, he's back. Oh, we got a real good under camera angle though.
I'm on my phone.
Just like mine.
I'm going to restart the computer while I'm on the phone.
All right. Well, we got you. Welcome into the stream, Sal. How are you doing?
Hey, Mike Wright. Thanks for having me today. It's good to be here. I don't know what you guys were talking about, but I'm sure it was good stuff.
Questions on the table. We're talking.
Yeah, we're about to talk sandwiches.
Oh,
Oh yeah, we went completely off script. This is why you should never give me an admin account. I'm just saying.
This is the proper script. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so let Mike tell us about a sandwich before you talk about your technology problems, because this stuff that gets me excited, and you're going to kick me out soon.
So I love a club sandwich. I don't know. There's something about like a club sandwich, especially in like a diner, is just like emotionally and physically sustaining for me. We got a Scott Fish question we'll get to. So I love a club sandwich, and then but if like I'm just going after it, I believe it's called a New Yorker, which it's essentially a modified Reuben, where like it's pastrami and then coleslaw instead of the sauerkraut. But also, you cannot put this thing on rye bread, because rye bread is just freaking disgusting and like sucks all life out of your mouth because it's so bad. But pastrami, put that coleslaw on there, and then put it on. The breading doesn't really matter at that point because it's pastrami and coleslaw, man. It's super delicious. So we had this place called Miracle Mile. It was a deli. It's kind of, I think they're down to like one, but they had it here, and that was just like an absolute go-to sandwich. But can't get it too many times in a row, or you're gonna stack those LBs real quick.
Oh man, so you did something amazing, and you made me actually like a New Yorker, and that's hard for me. So that's an accomplishment. That is great. The only New Yorker that I've heard about on this show that I actually like, which is a big step. Cool. So we do have a Scott Fish question here, and Scott has an adventure league going. So it's a D&D fantasy league.
Of course he does.
So Scott has every type of league, and he is looking to recruit you, Mike. So I think something you should be hitting Scott up on if you're looking for that.
Yeah, I'll have to talk to him. Scott's favorite thing is like, okay, what if it's fantasy football, except like there's no fantasy football, and like the scoring's all messed up. Like, Scott just wants to deconstruct the game. I think he actually hates fantasy football, and so that's why he started the Fishbowl. It wasn't to raise money for like a good cause. He's trying to bring the industry down from inside.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And Gary here just trying to make people angry with this comment. So here we go. So while we have you here, obviously, I would love to talk sandwiches and D&D for a full half hour. But we've done 7 minutes of that, and I'm fairly certain that we're losing guests at a rapid pace.
We are not. People are here. When I'm on a show, people are not here for football takes. They're here for sandwich and Dungeons and Dragons.
I love it. All right, so let's do a quick talk about SFB though. I mean, obviously, so what division are you in, and when is your draft coming up?
I am in the Phoenix division, as I would expect to be. Good work, Scott. And when am I drafting? Whenever I get an email. that says I'm drafting, my man.
All right. Any idea on draft spot yet? Did you pick one in your preferences?
I did not. I roll these things by the seat of the pants. We jump in, we just have a good time, and then wait for the waivers to run in like 4 months from now.
Yep. You get that right before the first week, so you have plenty of time to prep for that. That is the perfect strategy. I'll tell you, I did absolutely no prep last year and finally did good in the league for the first time. So I love the strategy. That's the only way to go about it. Just pick the names you like.
SAJ, you just pick the good players and the ones that are going to have a good season, and then you're good at fantasy football.
That's the best advice you can give. If they score the most points, I think you win. And if they don't, you're in some trouble.
Guaranteed.
All right, so I look at this. I'm just going to do this just for fun. I'm going to put Sal and
Sarah. Lord, there's 2 Sals.
I'm just going to keep messing with the stream and see what we can do.
Sal, what is this soap opera filter?
Okay.
Ready? There we had to boot him.
Had to boot him for the echo. Here we go.
Dude, clean your camera. What is going on up there?
What's going on? What's the matter? Hold on, Mike.
Hold on. My son is sending me a secret message. What does that say? Tell them I got what? Interested in what? Oh, my son wants you to know that he is now in fantasy football. We've done a league 2 years in a row, and we got in the playoffs, and then we got smoked, right? Oh, I think we got Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow stacked in the playoffs.
Oh,
So that was really cool. That was like his introduction to like pain.
heartache. Perfect.
Yeah.
There's more to come, buddy. So just get
No,
used to it.
I've tried to prepare him.
I got beat once, and I think I was probably 12 playing with my dad. And Jake Delhomme hit Steve Smith for an 80-yard touchdown, and like the only play that could knock me out of the playoffs with like a minute and a half left. And I'm still angry. So if I ever see Jake Delhomme, I'm gonna kick him right in the shins. So yeah, we're talking 20 years later, still in pain from that. So it never goes away.
You always remember.
Love it. All right, Sal, you want to ask some questions now that you're actually learning how to do technology?
Well, what I'd first like to do is this. We had sponsors for this hour that need to be read, and I wasn't here.
Oh,
so
let's go.
I need to read them right now.
Go
So
for it.
sponsoring this 30-minute segment with the one and only Mike Wright is Fantasy Scape Podcast, which entertains, educates, and is always learning to help their audience bring home those coveted championships. Hosts James, Alex, Nick, and Michael engage with the community in order to design a show to cover the most important topics in Dynasty and the overall fantasy landscape. Catch them on Twitter at FantasyScape_ and Spotify at the FantasyScape Podcast. Also, Podathoners, be sure to wish FantasyScape host Nick a happy birthday as he celebrates.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday from the Hitman. And
They're also invading my spot. I mean, you need to go back and like triple charge these people.
we're paying. They're paying up for toys. Don't worry about that, Mike.
This is prime. This is like when you put the show after Friends on Thursday night because you're just trying to bump up the ratings.
This is Veronica's Closet right here.
That goes way
that's
back.
A deep cut.
Way
Deep
back
cut,
on that
man.
one.
The guest is sponsored by Upper Hand Fantasy, created by Faraz Siddiqui. Upper Hand Fantasy delivers high-quality content in digestible Instagram stories and posts. Don't assume you can't find good fantasy football content on Instagram. Upper Hand Fantasy has built an amazing community over the last 4 years, and so many depend on Faraz for his opinions and analysis as the NFL landscape shifts every day throughout the offseason and during the season. Come find out for yourself and visit Upper Hand Fantasy on Instagram at Upper Hand Fantasy and send Faraz a DM to say hi. Okay, birthday shout outs, old TV show references, back to the hit.
And I can confirm, Upper Hand, like I found his feed, in like it just like how they recommend stuff in the algo. And It was like, this post was so interesting that, I mean, in the landscape of a bajillion different things going on in fantasy football, I actually stopped and looked, checked it out. It's like, okay, this is legit. So I shot them a follow like a week ago. So the timing of that is pretty funny. So I can endorse that they got good stuff going on IG over there.
That's awesome. This is the fantasy community. This is how it comes together, everybody. During the Podathon, during the good things we're doing here. Mike, I do apologize for the snafu at the beginning.
I expect nothing more from you, Sal.
Thank you, sir. And to be honest with you, I'm in my friend's office. It's crappy lighting. The lighting here is, look, ready?
Is it foggy?
These are the pictures.
Sal, that's not lighting, buddy. Your camera's filthy. That lighting doesn't make a fog.
Get yourself a microfiber cloth and give that thing a good old wipe, and you're gonna look way better, man. I promise.
Like any eyeglass spray or something could work. There's a lot of things we could be doing here.
Just
Did he
don't
freeze
use
on
your
a
greasy
skylight?
fingers.
I can't believe it. I should have never clicked on that porn link. I'm telling you.
Oh, is that why you were gone for so long? We were wondering.
Oh,
and now your camera's dirty. I mean, I'm not trying to put two and two together here, but
yes. So
think of the children.
I said, throughout the show, I had said so many good things about yourself, Matt Harmon, Matthew Berry, all you guys who back when I was first 2016 when we were doing that Falafel House podcast. You remember that
delicious name
show. But you really have always been a good friend of the show, and I want to thank you for everything you've done. Last year, you were on a family vacation and you couldn't join us. I was so bummed because you are always you're one of the guys that help legitimize us and make us feel like we're doing something here, and you're a big part of this community. So we like to have names like that on. I know we interacted a little bit during COVID in 2020 during the show, and I sent you out a little package of some stuff. I hope that helped out at that time. And I missed the live shows, man. Both live shows you did in New York City. I went to them. I met you guys. We had nice pictures, good hugs. Is there any chance that you guys are coming back to the East Coast to do those shows?
I do not know what the plans are. I mean, we did Detroit a few weeks back, which was, I mean, the people of Detroit were fantastic. And then we have LA coming up at the end of July, which that one is, LA is crazy. Like, for all the talk of, it's hard to move tickets in LA because people have so much to do. We've had, I think, this is our second LA show, and those things sell out in like 2 days. So as far as I know, there's no tickets available. I don't know if anything's going to be available later, but anyway, so we're going to LA, and then we have the one in Phoenix next year. I mean, we're kind of percolating the plans. I don't know if East Coast is in the running yet, but there are whispers of like a bigger event, just like one big one in the summer. So we'll see how those plans come together.
Cool. Michael drive me, so that's cool. If you see me operate a computer, you'd hate to see me operate a car. So
no one's getting behind the wheel with you, Sal.
So get this guy in a Tesla, and he's just gonna immediately explode.
Yeah, I'm the guy who tried to get the orange to drive the Tesla. You ever see that video where the guy tried to prove that if you put an orange in the steering wheel,
yeah,
it makes your hand is in contact, and it drives the car without your hand in contact. So I'm not saying I had anything to do with that.
Okay.
I feel bad. I don't know what you guys didn't talk about before I.
Just whatever, man. We can repeat whatever.
Yeah, we talked just about football, Sal. We took it super serious while you were gone. You know that. How else are we?
D&D and sandwiches, man.
That's it.
You did. Mike, how's the family? Family's growing. Kids are getting older. I mean, time moves quickly. I spoke earlier. My youngest child graduated high school this year. I have no more kids that are young. You said LA. My oldest daughter took a job out in California right out of college. She works in the film industry as a publicist, so she's doing great out there. And are you prepared for how quickly life moves and kids getting older?
Well, like, I hope I look as good as you do when I hit what are you, like 72 years old these days?
73, but thank you for being polite.
Okay, yeah. I mean, looking really good for 73. So I have a teenager in the house. My oldest daughter, she just hello, fellow young kids.
Full Steve Buscemi on that one.
So I have a teenager in the house. Then my middle is 11 and my youngest is 8. So it's pretty crazy when you like stop and you're like, oh, okay. There's no more babies in the house. They are like, they're big kids about to be young adults.
Yeah, it moves quickly, and Mike, you yourself, I just I thought it would be a good time for you to reminisce about the kids getting older and.
I mean, look at this thing, man. When I started the show, this thing did not look this peppered in gray.
Oh, dude, you're like aspiring for what I want. I literally have nothing but. You can't even tell it's a beard because my white skin and my white beard look the same color. You're like beard goals there, buddy.
And Jason's would look the same, but he dyes his beard.
Well, that's right now. Oh, that's out there.
Oh, insider info.
We are clipping that. We're clipping that and putting it out there on the Twitterverse.
Him and Owl are in team club dye the beard, and we give him crap all the time for it.
So where are we at with have you guys released the UDK already this year?
Oh, good. Sal, don't do this to me. It comes out every single year on June 1st.
June 1st, right? I'm an idiot. You're right. I know it's June 1st. Even Matt Harmon said it was June 1st when he was on like an hour ago. So, you lost Harmon. I know he backstabbed you guys. He went out on his own. So
he big timed us, and he's got his own thing going. Looks like they're having tremendous success over there.
yeah, I know Matt's a longtime friend of you guys as well. What is there anything that that took the place of Matt this year, or anything new to different we look for in the UDK?
So the focus this year was tightening up, the app, and just kind of making everything more unified between the app and the web version as much as we possibly can. It's very difficult to get some of these like gigantic chart tools into an actual consumable app form. And then we oh, thank you, Cute Hertz. I appreciate that. And this year we focused on also our cheat sheets, because we know there's, as much as people like to use the app, there's still a ton of people that are just the old analog. That's old gray hairs, the analog people in the digital world, that we want the piece of paper. So we set it up so that you can customize the cheat sheet in, unbelievable ways of like, do I want, just anything from as small as ADP, age, the markings that we let you highlight certain players, our breakouts, our busts, all of those different things. So like, it's pretty wild when you get into the cheat sheet customizer, and then there's like a live preview on the web, so you can see what it's going to look like, but you don't just have to keep printing and go, okay, I don't like this one. So that was a big focus for us this year, and our as well as our the way that we're handling the auction stuff. So that got a huge upgrade on the back end.
We're getting requests for a preloaded SFB scoring setup in the UDK.
Well, the problem is Scott changes it every 5 seconds, so I don't know that we can keep up with it.
I was actually hoping for quad size. That's the only thing I care about. So if I could get them ranked by size of quads, that would help me a ton.
Well, what do we got? Like 3 dudes?
Yeah, so I'm thinking AJ Dillon, and then
Dillon, Saquon, and then Nick Chubb's probably in there.
Yeah, I think he looked pretty good. Yeah, like the
someone
opposite of what
snap
we've
us
seen from
those
Melvin
thighs. Gordon. We need a paparazzi on Nick Chubb.
Nick Chubb's thighs, and don't ever show Melvin Gordon's. I saw that picture once. The man's got chicken legs. Yeah, he's got, look, as one who is in the small calf club. Look, dude, there's nothing I could do. They are this size, no matter how strong or weak they are. This is the size they are going to be for the rest of my life. I don't remember in the picture if his quads were looking small, but he just, like, some guys we got small calves, man. What are you gonna do about it? All right, so I'm gonna help you out here. I'm gonna go totally off the rails, Sal. So remember the Real Life series from MTV when we were growing up? They were like showing random people doing random stuff before reality show was a thing. There was one where a kid got calf implants. He was part of the small calf club and couldn't get over it. It was causing mental health issues.
I remember it. I remember that show.
It's a good episode to check out. His calves look amazing now. They probably caused all sorts of medical issues down the road because it was the 90s and who knows what they were made out of. But apparently there's options for you out there. Just giving you something to check out.
Yeah, well, I need it all. Do they have like a leg combo package?
If I can get a 2 for 1.
Yeah, I need a 3-for, man. I'm gonna need some hammies, some glutes. Just whatever we got.
I think they call that the KFC bucket, if I'm not mistaken, when you're going into the doctor's office.
I'll take it.
Everything from the Ruta to the Tuna.
Which part is the Ruta?
Like somebody else just said, my camera screen freezes up again, so I can't say. Generally in the SFB, you guys have one team together, correct?
That is correct.
Does one person run it, or do you guys all contribute to what goes on there?
No, we all contribute to it. So like in the draft, we all kind of, get the heads together. Where are we looking for this pick? Usually at least 2 of us agree. So, and we go just majority rules. And then if like someone's getting overruled too many times, then you just hand somebody a pick. Like if you've ever listened to our mock draft shows, it's pretty similar. And we stay pretty level headed about it. It doesn't get contentious. And then we do all that stuff. And then generally I do my best anyways. I had to make sure all the lineups are good, because Sunday morning is always chaos in the headquarters with rankings. I do the Sunday live stream before every single week. So I do my best, people. Do my best.
So, what do you remember? And you guys are busy. You're doing a lot of stuff. Do you remember what your best finish ever was in the sky?
No idea. No clue. Big time losers.
Well, and I'm sure in an event like this, you guys are in 8,000 different places. You run your own monster, fantasy football league as well. When people beat you, I mean, I'm sure. And we have a guy out right now that it might be the ultimate shit talker when it comes to attacking people after beating them in Daddy's home. But how often do you just see those tweets coming at you when you lose in a game of chance?
I mean, well, game of some chance, Sal, as the legal experts would. Game of skill. Take it easy. I definitely hear it. The worst was when I was in a league with one of my best friends from high school, and like that league just at the time of, this was, the show had been going for a couple years. So it was when you first get into the podcast space, like you say yes to everything, which I strongly encourage, but that ended up me being in like just way too many leagues and too many responsibilities. And this league got just like pushed down to the bottom. And I'd forget waivers. I'd screwed it up. So it was like, I would end up, in second to last place or last place in this thing. And it was the worst because you had all these other people like, I thought you do this professionally. I'm like, I do. And that's why I'm so bad in your league. Like, you don't understand.
I've been there, and it's excruciating sometimes. And I'm not on the level of the fantasy footballers, but I made the mistake of joining way too many leagues. I shedded a bunch this year. As I mentioned earlier, Mike, I took an actual job in my private life that is just overwhelmingly time consuming, but well worth it. Like, I'm not complaining for the opportunity I was given, but yeah, it happens. Even so much that I don't get to listen to all the shows I used to get to listen to, and I make stupid comments like, "Did the UDK come out yet?" But listen,
you were just setting me up for a pitch, so I appreciate it.
Like this.
Yeah.
Speaking of pitch, you know what I did recently? I played in a celebrity softball game against the Real Housewives of New Jersey. How's about that? Anybody watch that?
No. I get it. Some people love the reality television. It's not
Very
been
fun.
not my thing.
Bunch of Italian people from New Jersey. You can imagine how that went. Anyway, Mike, listen, again, I said it before. We always appreciate you, the guys. I definitely hope to see you at an event sometime in the near future, and just keep coming back, man. We always appreciate it.
No, man, you guys are doing fantastic stuff. So appreciate you having me on.
Yep. Be well. Enjoy the rest of that. It looks sunny out there. Enjoy the rest of that day.
Oh, it's hot. It's already really hot.
Be well. Put on some lotion.
All
right.
See you guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Mike.
Mike, you staying with me?
I think you have a ton of guests coming up, buddy. We have I booked like the whole crew. I gave Thomas free reign to invite who he wanted from the Full Tilt, and I think he brought all of Canada. So, how are you feeling about your technology? Did you get the hamster wheel running again?
No, I feel like I'm just kidding. I think I'm fine.
All right. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hang out backstage. I'm going to let you bring on this great crew coming up. If you freeze again, buddy, I'm jumping back in, and I will take the show so far off the rails, like even worse than last time. So just try to keep things rolling properly, because I have no value as a host. Zero. Like, I just talk about nonsense. So if you give me the keys, I'm going to drive this car right into a wall. It's going to be like Ferris Bueller's Day Off when they crashed the dad's car. That's what I'm going to do.
He'll just keep calling. Yeah, cool. Thank you, buddy.
Cool. All right, man. I'll catch you soon.
Be well. Yeah, so again, look at this extreme close-up of my face. And I could see it does look foggy. It's crappy lighting. I'm going to blame my buddy, who, by the way, is a lighting guy, for this. But I'm going to do these live reads, and then I'm going to bring in this cast of characters that are in the waiting room, these trophy smack guys that are in the waiting room back here. So this guest is presented by the Long Game Dynasty podcast, a roundtable discussion offering diverse and actionable perspectives for Dynasty managers of all skill levels. The hosts of The Long Game are longtime friends and serious fantasy football players. This creates unique show chemistry that blends film-oriented and analytics-based approaches with humor and actionable advice. Follow at TLG_Dynasty for an engaging, fun, and informative Dynasty podcast focused on understanding player value, big picture strategy, and most importantly, winning Dynasty championships. Listen to the Long Game Dynasty podcast across all streaming platforms today. This guest is also sponsored by the War Squared Fantasy Football Podcast, a year-round full-service fantasy football podcast with weekly episodes to provide fans with info on their teams and players. Host Tommy, who's always wrong, he's always wrong, at Freight Brain, Doc, who truly is rarely right, and Doc Tim, 2 M's, 13, and producer and degenerate gambler Seth at STS Superman 85. Guarantee a quality experience and actionable advice every episode to stay a step ahead of your league mates. Whether you are a newbie or a longtime vet of Fantasy Wars, War Squared is the place for you. Plus, there will be beer, which makes me happy. Tune into War Squared today. All right. I mean, let me get my face off of here and bring in first Thomas Tipple.
Yo.
Let me scan down here and get Lucas on here. And of course, this is a gentleman who I've actually appeared on a podcast or two with. All right. I mean, you were on. Were you on Off the Ropes? Were you on an episode Off the Ropes with me, or was I just?
I got off the ropes. I got off the ropes once or twice. Not quite the same way Tom gets off the ropes, but I was off the ropes on a YouTube stream.
So if we thought that we were off the rails before, we're talking about shooting ropes, and the kids at home not know what that is. But in the last hour, we've had a porn site invade the show. We've had Mike invade the show, and now we're shooting ropes. And look, check it in because you guys
Trophy Smack
of the Trophy Smack. We see we got Trophy Smack up in the top corner of the thing here. We got a ring on Thomas's shelf. Listen.
Loaded.
Trophy Smack has been a title sponsor of this Podathon the last 2 years. I've gotten to know Matt. Matt donated a boat ton of money last year, and
Matt's clutch.
I think that it helped spawn what Matt wanted to do and brought in Chase. I know he gave me a phone call. I remember getting that call from Matt last summer saying, "Hey, what do you think of Chase Vernon?" I said, "Don't do it," but he did it anyway. But you know, he didn't value my opinion. But what it's done is helped to grow what we have going here, which is and some other great things that are going on over that way. So tell us about your venture, what you guys are working on, and what it's like to be involved with Trophy Smack.
Yeah, so one of the things, Trophy Smack is a sponsor of ours, Full Tilt Dynasty Podcast, which is the what really got us started. Jacob and I, and Billy, who can't be with us, he's partying in Florida for a bachelor party, so he's getting wild. Hey, if Scott, if you still need someone for the Orlando draft, you hit up Big Billy FF. He might be able to make it today for 1 o'clock. I don't know what kind of shape he's going to be in, but no, Trophy Smack sponsored our live draft show this year. Matt's phenomenal. I got in. Chase brought me in there right out of the gate, and I couldn't be happier to be there. Matt and just everybody there, phenomenal. And again, they've helped the Full Tilt grow to where we're at now. Pretty insane. I don't know whose idea. I don't know if it was Mike putting us after Mike Wright and before Shane Battier. Like, you're losing viewers. People are looking at our faces like, who are these dudes? But full tilt, man. We're growing, and I couldn't do it without the guys that we brought with us today. What up, Chef?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just giving Chef the little what up. What up, Chef? We love you, man.
Chef.
Yeah, Christ. James is in the house. I've been on some stuff with James before. It's been a little while. I'm a little bit busier than I have been in the past. But, yeah, the key to the success of the SFBPodathon is the ebbs and flows. You guys are the ebb right now.
Yeah. We wear it with pride.
No, you guys are awesome. And if you guys have been following along today and in the past, I've said it a 1,000 times. I mean, I'm a small show guy, and that's where I came from. And we need to keep the backbone of the industry at the forefront. You guys are people that are grinding away. You haven't made it to the point where you're making sustainable money yet in this business, I mean, maybe you have. Maybe you guys could tip me off into something. But what I'm saying is you're doing it out of the love, out of the passion for both the game you play, where you want to be, and what you hope it becomes. And
Jalen Guyton running the for the love of the game routes.
Yeah, that's right there. It is pretty phenomenal that it really just kind of, and I think this is how it is for most people, especially with 2020 being what it was. It kept so many people inside. I remember talking to Jacob, FF_RTDB. If you don't know, he's the one out there promoting the Tony Pollard cultists in the war against Zeke. But we were just talking, and I was just telling him, get on Twitter, like go onto Twitter, and just you're too smart to just be talking to us in the group chat. And now, geez, you're pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, for
Jake,
the first 3 months, my avatar was a hat. It was just a hat. It was just I just had a picture of the run the damn ball hat. Because at the time I was like, that was right when I started first year law school, and my like anxiety around law school was like at a peak where I was like, man, if people think that I'm out here tweeting about football, how am I ever going to get a job? What's going to happen in life? And then eventually some people thought that my bad jokes were funny, and I was like, I guess I should have face. So now I have this lovely animated face up there that'll be there for the end of time. But no, this has been a really fun ride, fun doing stuff like this. I mean, I remember when I was like a kid, just listening to shows, people talk about the Scott Fishbowl. I always thought it was so cool. It was like a dream that I'd ever get to play in it. My dream last year was cut very short when I drafted Cam Akers like 2 weeks before he severed his Achilles. So my goal this year for the Scott Fishbowl is to have my second round pick play in week 1. That's my goal for this year. Just make it to week 1.
Sal, you've been doing this a long time. You've asked a lot of other people their first Scott Fish Bowls. Do you remember your Scott Fish and how that went?
Well, yeah. First, I'd say that I had Dobbins and Akers in SFB 11.
Oh, you RIP.
Yeah, my season, my league. I made the playoffs on points somehow at the end last year. Well, I was fuming. I was like fumes. Across the finish line. I made the playoffs. I went out quick, but I know the Akers feeling. My first Scott Fishbowl was SFB 480.
Wow!
Before they started giving them just numbers, right? That's
wow.
Back in my day, our Scott Fishbowls didn't have numbers at the end. It had amount of people playing.
We used paper to draft.
Is this like Survivor? Like they used to name it after countries, but now they're just in Fiji all the time. So they're just like it's just 42 now, 43.
Oh, exactly.
Oh my god.
SF 480 was before they changed it over to numbered in sequence order. So I remember it. I remember the fervor around it and how crazy it was on Twitter and how excited. And it was only 480 teams, right? That's only 480. There's 3,000 this year. So yeah, 480 is a number, John. I get it. Shut your face.
It's absolutely insane what score. Last year was my first year that I had gotten in, and I had no idea what to expect. I actually went against the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast brand and went RBRB. The problem was my RBRB was Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry. So I fizzled out real quick in last year's Scott Fishbowl as well. The RB is just I think one of the fun parts about Scott Fishbowl is that you draft so early, right? And we can do, I work with Jeff Lambert, who's going to be on the Podathon, goingfor2.com, and they have been running nonstop mock drafts. And I'm just thinking in each and every single one, none of you are ready for the injuries that are about to hit you before week 1 kicks off. It's truly amazing. It's phenomenal.
What I also noticed in those mocks every single year, and I've done 0 this year, I really haven't been able to get involved in it, but people will take chances in the mock draft they don't take when the actual draft comes. And so that ADP, it doesn't end up helping you because people are like, oh, I'm going to go, with a tight end at the 5th pick. I ain't doing tight end. I'm going to go running back. The guy who won last year, Isaac Seaborn, was on earlier today. He had Austin Eckler, one serviceable running back. He won the whole thing last year. So what you think, you don't think it. You're wrong. It's going to change. You're not ready for the injuries. Like you said, I did the European Championship last year, which is modeled after SFB, and my first 2 picks were Derrick Henry and Zeke. Tell me how that went for me.
Probably was feeling great for the first 5 weeks, Sal.
I was rolling along with Derrick Henry. Yeah.
Right around early October, you were probably looking at your team like, this is pretty darn good. This is going well.
If anybody's unfamiliar with Jacob's work, just go quickly rewind 35, 45 seconds to the look on his face the minute Sal said that he drafted Zeke. Like the emotion changes on Jacob's face.
Well, should I get into it? So I did the show with Chase, the aforementioned Chase, on Thursday. And I was asked, I said, how much would it take for you to draft Zeke? People know, I mean, I love Pollard. I've like made fun of the Zeke stuff. Honestly, I don't really care about Zeke's price this year. It's fine. It was more last year when he was at the 105. But I said $500 to charity. I will actually draft Zeke in the first round. So I have the link in my tweet. I'll go pin it afterwards. But so Vancouver, we're doing at our live draft. We're doing it for the Vancouver Aboriginal Friendship Society. That being said, if anybody shows me a charity of their choice and they show me the receipt to that, I'll count that all the same. So if you want to help out, if you want to force me to endure the pain of Ezekiel Elliott on my team in the first round to own myself for charitable purposes, I'll happily oblige. That was a common listener question on Thursday's show.
Husker, who is always dedicated listener of the Full Tilt brand, I will pay for these shirts if Jacob hits that $500 marker. I will get those shirts. I will make them available. It's been great, and Lucas is a quiet person. He's a shy person down there. He'll wait to be spoken to. Full Tilt. The beauty of things like the Scott Fishbowl Podathon, you get introduced to a lot of other people's content. I can tell you that any of the content people have seen come from our YouTube channel, our Twitter channel, has all come from Lucas. And it's a lot like Scott Fishbowl. Scott, you're a phenomenal human being, but you also have a phenomenal team. And I think that a lot of stuff couldn't be possible without yourself, Sal. You've done a phenomenal job all day. You know, computer problems notwithstanding, you still plugged it through. Mike, the scheduling, you've got Spaceman working the donations, just absolutely phenomenal with the team. And Lucas is that guy for us too. It's so clutch. And I've already met people that I never thought that I would be meeting. Just you have the draft pick channels, right? And then Discord's blowing up for all these. So I'm in 106 Discords. I'm in 106 group chats. I'm on the Ontario, California Scott Fishbowl. Totally thought that was Ontario, Canada. So I apologize for everyone that lives in California that has to deal with a Canadian. Now there's like a couple of us. So shout out to all the Canadians that are about to invade the Ontario, California Scott Fish. Don't remove me because I'd like so many jokes ready to come. So
yeah, we learned that there's also a city called Vancouver, Washington. Which ironically is very close to Vancouver, Canada. It's probably like 2 hours south.
No, it's great. The entire experience for Scott Fishbowl is insane. And when I tell you that I wasn't ready last year for the scoring, I wasn't ready. I was like, this is going to be, I can wait to draft quarterbacks because that's like a staple of what I do, even in super flex formats. I will wait till the 8th round if I have to. Did that last year, didn't go well. So if you think, or anyone, if this is your first year playing the Scott Fishbowl, please pay attention to the scoring. You're going to need it. It's going to creep up on you.
Is there any way to actually be ready for the scoring, though?
JYB, man, their projections. Shout out Wyatt. Shout out Wyatt on the JYB team, man.
Playing in it before and dealing with it. And if you want to get the spreadsheet out, you can do it. But I remember last year, like I took some time to go and do like a value over replacement analysis for each of the positions. And I like charted it out and I like made some cool graphs. It still took like doing it and actually like seeing it and feeling it to actually get like a more of a feel for like, okay, here's how the thing interacts. But I think what's cool about SFB format is not just the scoring settings. I think so many people spend so much time talking about the scoring settings, which are very interesting. But I think a big thing is just how many flex spots there are that really separates it from a lot of regular redraft leagues. I know folks who play in like the super flex dynasty leagues that we mostly talk about on our show, to seeing, being able to start up to 5-6 wide receivers or 5-6 running backs. a lot of people that are playing redraft leagues, you're usually seeing 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, maybe 3 wide receiver, 1 flex.
Yes.
And so I think a lot of people talk about these positions that are devalued, but the one thing that it gives you is flexibility with all these flex spots to be able to do kind of any start you want, really. I think you can do successful starts with a lot of running backs early, a lot of wide receivers early, whatever. But because you're building in all that flex spots, it builds in a lot of optionality where, you don't have to. In a redraft league, it's hard to pull off a really successful 0 RB start if you can only start 3 wide receivers, because you end up drafting these dead zone running backs anyways. So I think that's the one big thing, is it gives you a lot of optionality, and have fun with it. Like you said, there's 3,000 people. You're probably not going to win the Scott Fish Bowl. So in my opinion, break ties for the players you want to root for. Honestly, that's what I'll be doing. I'll be drafting to my ranks. And then when it's tied between 2, I'm going to take the dude that I think is fun, that I like cheering for on Sunday, because I'm probably not winning.
Jacob's entire Scott Fish Bowl team is going to be the New York Giants offense. And then every once in a while, there'll be an Indianapolis Colt in there, because you are a 100% New York Giants.
The week 17 correlation. I got the Giants and the Colts.
See, Jacob's entire love for the Giants offense for fantasy football this year was to get us on this program, Sal. See, I offered to pay Mike in sandwiches. Jacob's touting the Giants. It's the only reason we're in this spot, everybody. If you want into these spots, just grease the hosts.
I'm a New York guy who's a lifelong Raiders fan. So.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll tout the Raiders next year. We'll see if we make it back.
Honestly, the Raiders are in my top 5 most drafted teams in my best ball portfolio too. I've been drafting a lot of the Raiders.
Let's see if the players that are fantasy worthy could put together an NFL worthy season. I mean, they had a nice little run. We lost to a team that played in the Super Bowl, maybe by a phantom whistle. We won't go back to that. Our playoffs our recent playoffs consist of phantom whistles, snow bowl overturns, things like this. I gotta say, Lucas, you're very quiet. It took me a few minutes to realize that you are at the Cute Hurts. So you've been in the chat all day. Yep. Now that I see the name, you got to speak, man. What is up? What is Lucas all about? What's going on?
I'm just letting the people who are way smarter than me talk right now. I mean, the great thing about being part of the Full Tilt Dynasty brand is we have so many great people who are always on our podcast, and I get to sit in here and do the clips, produce the shows, and I get to hear all of these different opinions coming from people way smarter than me. And I go, wow, I know what I'm going to be doing in my drafts now, because they're the ones who are giving me this feedback. And they've been so helpful. I think I've been doing this, since February, because I'm in a league with Thomas, and we were just talking. He's like, man, I am doing so much. I was like, you need anything, just hit me up. And then it happened to work out. And so
he made the mistake of offering. I've dragged him in. Yeah. Now he puts in the same hours that I do.
Oh my!
I'm telling you, you got to find your angles, right? My angle was, when I first started doing this, I was like, oh, I could get analytical. So I tried to do that for a little bit, and I was like, oh, there's definitely smarter people than me. I'm like, well, everybody has always told me I'm funny, so I try to be funny. I'm like, that's a lot of work being funny. It's definitely so. I came up with a genius idea: create a show where your biggest attribute is staying awake for 24 straight hours. I could be awake for 20, and now I'm getting old, so I can't do that either. So we extended to 36 hours, and I'm on for 24 of the 36. So it still seems like, look at this warrior, you know what I mean? But
I love that. And
how many energy drinks have you consumed in the history of the SFBPodathon?
Coffee.
Yeah, I had my coffee this morning.
It's time for coffee.
I don't have any energy drinks here. So JB, JB Barry, he's going to be here at 2:00. He lives right here by where I'm broadcasting. So he's bringing me some pizza. Water.
There we go.
Maybe, JB, if you're paying attention, get me some energy drinks. Red Bulls. I'm not a Monster guy. So Red Bulls.
Can't do Monster.
Yeah.
What's
too many
holes
in the wall?
You got some quintessential New York slices coming in?
Hashtag not sponsored.
He better bring me Sicilian if he knows what's good for him. I'm a Sicilian. But I eat everything. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm talking about. And
this body wasn't built by, not whatever's in front of me.
Body built by Taco Bell, right? And as Lucas was saying, even as you were saying, you're not maybe one of the more analytical dudes in your own right. I'm not either. And I always say this about the Full Tilt brand, right? Jacob is one of the biggest big brain. He is a fantasy football computer. It's what he is. He understands the VORPs and I just steal his work and copy and paste it. Billy's smart in his own right. Every single member of Full Tilt views the game differently. And I think that that's also important. If you want a bunch of people that are going to sit around and agree with one another for however long your show is, that's not, we're true to ourselves on there. And it's my favorite part. So I want to shout out everyone. It's Maddie, it's Lucas, it's Jacob, it's Billy, it's Tom Lee, it's Andy. Now it's John. Just phenomenal. And again, I'm happy with the crew, but the difference of opinions, and you're right, finding your angle is the most important. I think we're at almost 2 years now. And let me tell you, the changes that we've gone through, just unbelievable, unreal.
Yeah, we had an argument for 15 minutes about Russell Gage on one of the last two shows that just came out of nowhere. We were right on schedule. And then Russell
now
Gage came
Chris
up.
Godwin, that's the funniest thing, by the way. I see the news, right? I see the initial tweet first. I wake up, I'm on the West Coast. So I get the news after everybody does, which gives me a lot of anxiety, especially when we get into training camp, because I just expect now, like, I'm forever have like PTSD from the Cam Akers injury, where I was up writing an article until 4 a.m. Literally, I was just like, for whatever reason, like I do some of my best writing at night, where it's like I try to get really creative with my articles, and sometimes it's just not happening. And then sometimes I'm on a roll. And when I'm on a roll, I just want to keep writing because I know that I'm not going to get back into that zone. So I'm writing until like 4 a.m. 2,000 words about Cam Akers. I go to sleep. I wake up and I see Cam tore his Achilles, and I'm like, Newton? And I look up, I see it was Akers. I was like, fuck. So anyway, I literally just have to scrap this entire article. Going on the West Coast, like I know I wake up after everybody else, and I just feel like once we get into training camp, it's like I'm gonna wake up, I'm gonna see this news, I'm gonna see something devastating, and I'm gonna be the last to know about it, which is always terrifying to me. And this happened with the Godwin thing where it was good news. But the first thing I see the Sheffy tweet. He's like, hopeful to play week 1. I was like, all right, well, I imagine he has hopes and dreams and aspirations. I don't really see the big news about this. And then I like log on to Twitter. Everybody's saying, oh, he's likely playing week 1. He is playing week 1. He's in fact already been declared active for week 1. He has superpowers now. I was like, what? I was like, did I miss something? So yeah, Russell Gage, maybe his ADP comes down a little bit after this news, and then I can hate on Gage a little less.
I could already hear the Pat Doherty blurb going out about Chris Godwin likely to play week 1. I can read it already on my screen, even though it hasn't happened. Also, shout out Gator, just hit the sub. Oh man, we appreciate that, yo. Like it does mean a lot. It means a lot for sure.
Yeah, I'm on the analytics page every single day, and it gets me so excited whenever I see, oh crap, we got another sub. We're up to, I think that's 158 now. So
it's the endorphins, man.
The one, yeah, it's like
that's like the beauty of this show, right? You guys getting into this. This is a great time slot for you guys. You're putting in the work, you're putting in the grind. You are amongst a bunch of like stalwarts in the industry and a former champion. I mean, he'll forever be an NBA champion, I should say. So what I want to do right now is, if there is anybody in the chat right now that is a Full Tilt subscriber, and we can prove that you're a Full Tilt subscriber, and you are not in SFB12 but registered for SFB12, wait, Lucas, you're not in?
Nope.
Oh, Lucas is in, so Lucas is getting a spot.
There it is. That's what he was trying to get. He was trying to get in earlier. He's been there since 8 o'clock this morning.
I mean, I had all my running gear last night, ready to do the 100-yard dash, ready to videotape that thing, send it in. I mean, I was stretching, ready to get my best.
So you made a horrible mistake just letting him in. This man was going to run 100 yards for it, and now you're just
Husker ain't in. Oh my gosh, Husker's not in.
So we're putting 2 people in right now. It's going to be Lucas and Husker.
Love it.
Is that your Twitter handle? Is that his Twitter handle?
Yeah, I believe that's Husker's Twitter handle.
Let me verify this in 1 second. Yes, that is his Twitter handle.
Man, I just love seeing everybody in the chat. Like, there's so many people here that we've gotten to talk to throughout this process. Coach Craig, I've done the point after pod. Shout out to those guys, phenomenal work. Huskers, Chris Sanzo, just so many scamper. Like, all these people that we've been able to talk to through this process, it all here and all coming together, just absolutely phenomenal. And then there's Chase too, which I guess he's kind of cool.
Yeah, Chase. Let me tell you something about Chase. He's going to actually be on a little bit later with Matt, and he's going to be actually he's either co-hosting with me or hosting at a time when I'm going to actually sleep. I don't know if you guys know. Jacob might know my story with Chase because I think we've talked about it on one of the shows that we appeared on together. But so I was doing a small 12-hour podathon when COVID first hit to raise money for one of the food kitchens, and I put it out there on Facebook. I don't normally do things on Facebook when it comes to fantasy, and somebody said, "Hey, you got to get my boy Fantasy Intervention on there, Chase Vernon." I'm like, I don't know who the hell Chase Vernon is, but we're booked up. Just have him hit me up. So Chase, he sent me a clip. He sent me actually a full show, and Chase did a 1-hour show alone. There was no there was no hesitations. He was fluid. He was good. He was knowledgeable. He was well thought out. And I was like, "Hey, bud, you're really good. You got to get over to Twitter because Twitter is where fantasy football communicates, not Facebook." And to his credit and to some people's credit, there is a Facebook buzz over there. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But Twitter for interaction, and I'm not trying to take credit for Chase because Chase is good. Chase deserves his own credit, but I pushed him into there, and he'll tell you that story. He thanks me all the time for getting him involved. What he's gone and done from that point is Chase. It's not me. It's not Matt Walsh. It's not anybody. It's Chase, and he's a hardworking guy. I'll call him a kid because I'm 48 and I know he's in his 30s. He's a hardworking kid, and I'm proud of him. I'm proud that he's kept at it. I'm proud that he's brought gentlemen like yourself to the forefront, gotten you guys out there, and he's paying back as well or paying forward as well. And you guys wouldn't be probably on this show today.
No, definitely not.
Chase and me and Chase's interaction.
Well, I'll say that it was Chase that actually decided he thought it'd be a good idea to take in Jacob and I and our loud mouths and argumentative personas and really help kick us off. Like he was a mainstay. So like you said, it's a giant circle of people getting together and how it all completely it is a huge world out there, but it is so small in terms of how people connect and interact. And if it weren't for, honestly, really break it down, if it wasn't for Chase, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to bring in guys like Austin Gale on the program or Pat Dougherty or some of these people that have massive influence in the game and just be able to so many times after the show, I sit there and I go, I can't believe that we just did that. And I'm going to tell you, that'll be the first thing I post in our company or group chat is that I can't believe that we were just able to do the Scott Fishbowl Podathon, especially in between some absolute phenomenal people. Like
we've been fangirling hard.
Yeah, absolutely 1000%. So big shout out to Chase. And again, so many people. I keep seeing people in the chat, man, that also are out there working as hard as they possibly can. So this has just been a phenomenal experience for myself. I know I speak for all the other guys at Full Tilt that couldn't make it but wanted to. Just great, man. Thanks, Sal. This has been phenomenal.
I've just sent the two names, Lucas and Husker, over to the chat to get you guys uploaded for your spot in SFB12. So you should be getting reached out to shortly. Thomas, phenomenal words. You're absolutely welcome. Jacob first, and then Lucas, quick parting shot before I got to let you guys go.
This was a blast. Thanks so much for having me on. I was super glad to come on in here. Always love getting on the mic with you, Sal. I think I was on the Podathon last year with Chase, actually. And so this was super fun to come back and do it with the Full Tilt gang. If anyone, like I said, I'm on the off chance anyone is in here from the Vancouver area, I'll be out at the live draft on the 17th, so Sunday next weekend. Anyway, we'll be having a blast. Ironically, we're at a place called the American for the draft. So if people are in town, obviously you'll see me at the live draft. But if you're in town before, you want to get a beer or something on Saturday night, I'll definitely be down for that too. Otherwise, find me on Twitter, ff_RTDB. You can find my written work up on Player Profiler. And you can, of course, find me podcasting with Chase and Shane on Wednesdays for Fantasy Intervention. And then with these guys on Tuesdays and several other shows that pop up from time to time.
Hey, respect the fact that you're North American, my friend. Go ahead, Lucas.
That's true. North of America.
North of America, yeah. So I just absolutely love that we had the opportunity to come on here and just have good people trying to do good things for others. And we're doing it in a format that we all love. We all love playing fantasy football, talking about this, having these fun debates. I won't call them arguments, but fun debates. And we're all just making each other smarter. And man, just the way that this thing has grown and being able to meet all the people that we have, it's been absolutely fantastic. And you can find me on Twitter at The Cute Hurts. Find me on Twitch at The Cute Hurts. And you can find my work at, oh my gosh, holy cow. What is it? Yeah, FF Intervention. So, yeah.
Hey, Lucas, listen, this isn't even that big time yet, all right? You're going to have to get a little more fortitude. Does this guy want to say anything? Mike, you want to say anything to these three guys?
Hey, Mike, that sandwich is in the mail, bro. I'm telling you, it's on the way.
I don't think Mike was ready for me to bring him on.
No, he's
What's
on the
up,
spot
guys?
now.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good, Mike. How you doing?
Oh,
hey,
Throw me in the stream, dude. I was just hanging out in the background.
hey, yo.
Oh, so I hope that everyone that's watching the show enjoyed their 30-minute bathroom break between our important guests. So I appreciate you guys in the dead air. I personally enjoyed it while I was on the throne.
I'm sure you got a nap in, right? Like that. You definitely got a nap in while we were talking. I know you did. It's cool.
It got woken up by weird, nice things being said about Chase. It totally threw off my entire vibe somehow.
It's kind of like a nightmare scenario for you. I understand.
Now, I'm stoked that you guys were able to come on. Really thrilled to get you guys a spot here. I appreciate all of you. Obviously, we've been working together for I don't know how long. I don't know if any
years now.
Oh yeah, and me and Jacob fight about players all the time because he knows nothing about football. And Thomas, my guy here. Yeah, no, you haven't drafted a guy older than 23 since you're like Leonardo DiCaprio of the Dynasty Leagues, right? Once they hit 24, you get rid of them.
How many different accounts is Chase answering from?
I'm gonna guess 7. I think he just forgets which one he's on sometimes.
Yeah, it's like some form of he's like running some sort of pyramid scheme with these accounts. So we got and none of them say Chase, by the way.
No.
Hey yo, phenomenal.
Have you seen his ID? We're not sure if he's real. All right, guys, we're gonna let you go. A pleasure. Congratulations to you, Lucas. You will be getting contacted shortly, I promise.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
You good, guys.
All right, everyone. Ciao.
See you.
Mike, I don't know if you're staying or not. You're welcome to. I could take you out if you want.
No, I'm gonna hang out. I don't know what we have next. I'm just trying to get my headphones fixed because that's what I was doing when you brought me in.
I'm gonna read. I'll read the sponsors, and you work on your business. All right.
Perfect.
So this
sounds great.
Sponsor, this guest coming up is sponsored by Debbie to Dynasty Film Room, a YouTube channel breaking down Debbie and Dynasty prospects to help you uncover league-winning fantasy players before your competition. Your one-stop shop for Declaration Day to Sunday Night Football and everything in between. The Debbie to Dynasty Film Room provides engaging and efficient film breakdowns built to fit your busy life. Host Matt Cooper at Debbie to Dynasty FR and Matt Jackson at Debbie Matt share their expertise on what traits translate to fantasy success while also giving you the tools to identify them yourself. Subscribe to Debbie to Dynasty Film Room and get involved in the conversation on YouTube today because everyone knows championships start in the film room. And also this segment is sponsored by the Fantasy Whisperers Mock Draft Marathon. 24 continuous hours of nonstop mock drafting with Whisper Nation and some of the best fantasy experts in the industry. We would love for you to be a part of it. Join us from Sunday, July 23rd to Sunday, July 24th, on the Fantasy Whisperers YouTube channel. Make sure you're subscribed and turn the bell notification so you do not miss a mock. Follow at TF Whisperers on Twitter and tune into Fantasy Whisperers Mock Draft Marathon. If you want to draft along with the best in the industry from July 23rd to July 24th, and I do believe that I made a 1 hour appearance on there last year. I mean, so many great and wonderful things coming up. I think it was a Sunday morning, like 8 a.m. I was on that mockathon last year. So we're waiting on our guest, Mike, but that gives us time to shoot the breeze a little bit.
Yeah, buddy. I was actually able to take a shower because when you jumped me in the last time, I didn't have my contacts in or haven't showered yet, so I can actually see you, which is not a great thing, to be honest. You look worse than I thought. You were better blurry, but the camera helps. The blurry camera does help make you prettier. Oh, look at that. Young Sal. I love it. Young guy Sal. Yeah, it's been great so far, though. How are you doing? How are you holding up?
Good. We're 5 hours in. I was thinking, we were just reading about that Devi, the Devi company that just sponsored this last hour, and it's 5 hours. I haven't mentioned Jeremy Ruckert once. Jeremy Ruckert, the new tight end of the New York Jets, who we all know. I've been telling you for 4 years to get on your Devi team because I know Jeremy since he's 6 years old. Just a great kid, great family. He ended up being drafted by his hometown team, the team that his family has loved forever. His father is a huge Jets fan. We have Jeremy here in New York. It's going to be great to go watch him play. Hopefully he spends many years with the Jets, and we can watch him grow and see his career.
Yeah, I mean, because of you, I picked him up in a bunch of leagues. As you know, I was, grabbing him for next to nothing because I think you were the only person talking about him being a draftable asset. So when he went to the Jets, I was like, sweet. Not only do I have an asset here, but I have someone that really doesn't have a ton of competition above him at the position to take away targets. They sound a couple Jags, right? But if he's half the player you've been talking about, Sal, he's got a great opportunity to step right into that Jets rotation.
So Derek Brown, and Derek will be on with us, I think, tomorrow, either later today or tomorrow. Derek is scheduled to be on with us. He's a fan as well, and Derek is a smarter fantasy brain than myself. So I love Jeremy because I've watched him play in person, like I said, since he's a little kid. He grew up playing every sport with my son. Him and my son played soccer, baseball, flag football, regular football, church league basketball. They played everything together. Jeremy's been dominant at everything his whole life, so I've seen it. I witnessed it firsthand, but Derek has jumped in and done actual research on the guy. So I'm telling you, he's got the chances to really be a legitimate steal in the NFL.
Oh, I agree 100%. I'm stoked. Hearing Debro, who is coming up, I believe, tomorrow at 4 p.m., if I'm not mistaken, with Chase, who we were just talking about 5 minutes ago. So that'll be a great segment. Just absolutely thrilled to have got them when I got them. Now, there is one other thing I wanted to talk about, Sal, while we're here and we're filling air. You did mention earlier that I booked all the guests for the Podathon. Now, while we're filling the dead air, I just want to make sure we clarify that just a little bit. Because you booked one guest.
I did. He's not here right now.
You booked one guest. And the reason why I'm here right now filling the dead air is because the one slot that I left for you is currently vacant. So I wanted to jump in and save the day so I could say that I actually did take care of every single spot on the Podathon this year by jumping in and pretending to be Shane Battier. I mean, I can change my name if you want. I don't think people are going to really buy it. I don't quite look the same. I'm a little shorter. But other than that, kind of spitting image. But yeah, so here we are.
I don't know if you've seen Shane, but he's a handsome individual.
He is. He is. Are you saying I'm not? Because I
own a mirror.
I have a camera in front of me. I can see this face.
Oh, okay. Well, I think
people tune in for my fantasy advice. I'm terrible at that. I'm just pretty. I can't.
All I can say to you is I spoke to Shane today. So he asked me to send him the link to his email. I did. I just hope that he got it.
It would not appear that way, but that's okay. You'd be amazed at how many guests are in my DM that have no idea what time their spot is, despite it being in the actual DM. So that certainly is fun. I see John Love in the chat. He'll be on tomorrow morning as well. Looking forward to that. But yeah.
John Laub. So I mention this every year, John, because a good friend of mine, Josh Aglio, a guy I work with, a guy I carpool to work with every day, so I'm sick of him. He loves John Laub. Like, he tells me, like more cowbell. We need more Laub, is what he says to me. So I told him, John's on Sunday morning, 9:30. He's like, you need to get him to co-host. And he's going, so John, when John comes on and he's crazy and excited, he gets everybody locked in. John, tomorrow when you come on, you need to stay for the entire show. Here he is. There's my friend Josh. He's in the chat with you right now. He wants you to host the show, basically.
I wish I had him book this segment, to be honest. So I do need more Laub and more involvement. That's for sure.
Yeah.
John, how's your internet? Because, in order to be authentic as a host, I need it to freeze every once in a while, and I need a really weird, blurry camera. So if you're going to jump in with the host, we have certain criteria. You don't have to be attractive. That has never been a criteria for this. But technology problems are required. Difficulty reading the live reads is certainly important. So I think really, Sal, you set the bar incredibly low for John to be able to step right over it, which is
this
big.
Is what I do for friends.
It's huge of you to do. It's really sweet of you to set the bar low for everyone.
I don't do a lot well, but failing is one of them. John says his internet's good, but my wife just made me lunch. So my wife, JB, will be here soon with my lunch, which is pizza. And I'm going to make him get on camera and speak. I'm getting worried. I mean, Matthew Berry was late. Shane Battier's later.
All right. Well, I know we had a bunch of questions, so let's talk about basketball. So realistically, junior high school, I did play center. So it's very similar. I'd say I had a similar basketball career to Shane Battier. I played center. I am 5'11", so, clearly was a great position for me, long-term success coming. And I almost went to Duke. I went to, a different school that's not as prestigious. I guess I have nothing in common with him, to be quite honest, except being unbelievably attractive. So at least the people who tuned in for the attractiveness got that. Otherwise, though, I can't help you with this segment, but legitimately, I'm not going to be surprised that this is the one segment that failed on what's otherwise been a flawless show. Although I did have a heart attack when Matthew Berry was late for a few minutes. That was that took me out for a minute.
Then Matthew came on and made he always has like a one line that sticks to everybody. It was, screw those guys. We don't need Kevin and Steve. You could not be more right. I carried those guys for a long time. Wasn't easy. I mean, Steve weighs like 30 pounds, but Kevin's a big guy.
Yeah, and honestly, at your age, back problems are pretty much inherent. So I'm happy you were able to pull it off and still be okay.
You've heard the quotes. You want to test these old shoulders. It's Bob Gilchrist's favorite quote, Oscar the Grouch. So I'm going to have to put these back out here because some of you people might be discovering me for the first time. So in our group chats on what the hell app do we use?
I don't know.
It's the orange app.
Which group chat are you talking about?
Hold on.
Oh, are you talking about Reddit where you're looking at appropriate stuff with all?
No, Voxer. So Voxer. Okay. Voxer. We have a lot of group league chats on Voxer. You could leave voice messages, and I would just come in every once in a while and attack John Bosch. In fact, I could get them up here pretty quickly. So we're going to play, since we're filling in time. Oh, the SFB 12 live in Orlando is already on standby.
Yeah, we can't go to that yet, though. They're not expecting us for 18 minutes.
Not going to go to it, but
I mean, we could. You want to make it super weird and just might be Bob in the bathroom. We don't know. I like just jumping in
the bathroom sounds dangerous. So here's something that was put together. These are all quotes. These are all me.
Are you seriously pulling it up on your phone instead of finding a way to put it on the computer?
I want you to take my pen and stick it in your eyeball. Mike, this is sound quality.
There are 78 people watching this trash right now, Sal, and you are holding your phone up to the microphone and playing random insider jokes.
This is the type of stuff people come to know.
Is better than anything else out there.
Here we go.
The fishbowl is always cleaner when looking from the inside.
We're literally going to play that song in 17 minutes when Orlando comes.
I'm not playing it.
Just look around.
Why? Who's turning that? Is Bob in here just turning on music now?
I did not put that on.
Bob, if you can hear me, Sal's the one who screws up technology, not you. I need you to be a little bit better. This is my moment to shine. Literally, people signed in to see an NBA champion and got this stupid face. I never get audiences like this. I'm pretty sure this is by 76 viewers, this is the most people that's ever seen me on camera, and we have 81 viewers right now. So yeah, we've gotten 5. Well, now we're down to 79.
To be fair, we're streaming across multiple platforms.
Yeah.
So we have viewers in many places
Okay.
right now. So don't undersell us, you dirty rat. You absolutely must say higher numbers. I mean, Mike, by now you got a lot of followers on Twitter. You have to have learned something by now. You always over exaggerate.
No, I did. Well, I mean, do that, or you can, just say wildly inappropriate things every once in a while and make trash talk videos. That's all I've learned.
Chase, if anybody has not seen Chase, Chase, are you available to come on right now?
No, you got to bring him on with the Father's Day shirt at 5 when Tyler's on.
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, Chase. You got to jump on with your Father's Day shirt. Yeah, David's right. This probably should have been the 1 a.m. version of the Podathon when no one was awake, but here we are.
Well, here's the good news. At 1 a.m., you'll have Shane hosting.
Yep.
And you will get it.
Shane Battier.
Hey. Yeah. There he is. This is Shane Battier.
Where's Shane?
What's up, Ryan?
What's up, buddy?
Going on?
All right, so thanks for jumping on to the one segment that Sal booked for the Podathon this year, which, as you can see, is NBA champion Shane Battier.
Yeah.
Well, what I'd like to say is, I have booked this show for 4 years prior to this, and I've never had a person not show up, all right? But this guy, Mike, I asked him to help out this year. Actually, he offered. He stepped up. But he's getting praised like he's done, like he broke ground here. I've been doing this for 4 years.
Well, I mean, it's a 50% longer show. I was doing it while Ryan has been messing with me in a dispersal draft.
Yes.
Lot going on. You actually just took Antonio Gibson back from me, so I'm actually kind of happy you're here, so I can tell you what I think of you at the moment.
All right.
But yeah, we have a lot going on. We're booking a live draft in Boston. So yeah, Sal, I didn't just do your job. I did your job while drafting a championship team and helping book a live draft in Boston. So yeah, I did 50% longer show than you usually do, with 20% effort. And here we are. So I don't think I should be praised. It's more just showing really that you've been praised for minimal effort for quite a while now.
I'm just happy Shane's not here right now. and to Shane, it's to Mike's point, I should say, it's most likely my fault. I've been in contact with Shane. I sent them the link. It's somebody's got a hand on the screen in front of Orlando. I take the blame for this one, Mike. I do.
Well, we don't need the blame. This is possibly one of the best half hour we've had. Besides when me and Mike Wright were talking about random stuff because you gave us the keys up, which is insane for you to let us just do a show without you.
But Ryan is back, which is awesome. Yep. And Ryan, we've given away 4 spots so far on the show today.
That's it.
That's it.
Come on.
Can we do one now for the people who've had to watch this trash?
Since Ryan's here.
Yes.
Anybody that's in the chat right now, if you registered for Scott Fishbowl 12 and you're in the chat, the next 2 people who say me will get in right now. So we need you. Where are you?
Did you literally just make them right now? We have 13 minutes. We could have made a game out of it and kept them on the line.
There's no game. The game is you must be here, Mike. That's the game.
All right.
All right. So we got 2 people. We have okay.
Oh boy.
So my first question is,
I need some Twitter handles to check.
Let's go back to Zach. I'm sorry. Let's go back to this person here, Zach Linton. Did you register this year? Are you registered for SFB 12? And if yes,
Can we check the end of his YouTube FF Uncle Piff, Ryan, and see if that's a Twitter?
Yeah,
handle?
I've got Zach here.
Okay,
All
and
right.
John Nunley would be the second person. John, we need your Twitter, and we need to verify that you are registered to be in. Okay, at JR Nunley. Ryan, see if we can find him.
I'm not finding him.
Oh boy, John, you might be missing out on a big opportunity. And if you didn't register, there's no way for us to put you in. The registration is closed, so we'll give you.
Yeah, I'm not finding John under that Twitter handle.
Okay. John, I was a late entry, he says. Okay, but is it under that Twitter handle? Regardless of when you entered, they'd be able to find it pretty quickly with your Twitter handle. And if you didn't register for Scott Fishbowl 13, it's open. I would go register for that right away. All right. So we're going to hide the current comment. We're going to move up here. And we are going to go, I'm trying to go to the earliest person that still looking invite, and then me. All right. Wow, there's a lot of people here that are saying it was me. All right, I want to get the next person on the list, and that would be Tim Howd. Tim Howd.
Yep, got him.
All right, so John Nunley, it looks like you registered for SFB 13. You were not registered for 12. If you registered yesterday, it's on the 13. So sorry, buddy. It's just it would be too much work for them to get you in there without it being registered in the system. So we're gonna go with Tim Howd, and we have more spots to give away. And just stay with us, guys, throughout the day. We'll definitely get more people in there. All right, so SFB is there from Orlando. So one of the things we're doing this year is the live drafts, as you know. So we'll be going and visiting 3 live drafts, 2 coming up and 1 tomorrow. And, you know, Mike, I mentioned earlier that there's going to be a red carpet at the Seattle live draft, and people are like, what? But
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Dr. Kevin's going all out. I mean, the invite list is small. He's only having 1 draft, and what he decided to do was go with the smaller guest list and literally roll out the red carpet. They're doing a full like celebrity rollout, and for all the people coming to our draft in Boston, you're not getting that. We're going to a pub and we're drinking and drafting. So I'm sorry you don't live in Seattle, but yeah, that's going to be something. We have a draft in Disney coming up in about 8 minutes. And then we have a draft at the Pro Football Hall of Fame following up 15 minutes after that. So we have 3 amazing venues that we're going to do a look in. And then on top of that, we're hosting our own live draft, Sal, at 2 p.m. tomorrow, right? We're going to do a 10-round online draft from 2 to 4. We have 12 people ready to rock and roll, and we're going to bring some on the show so you can actually watch a draft live if you're not able to participate this year.
did we get that filled, Mike? There was 1 more spot left.
I think so, yeah. I think
Yes.
Scott got it all set up, and we're on the email as well, so we'll be able to pull some people in. And we'll be able to kick that off without a problem.
Wow, look at this! Look at these Boston tough guys checking in over here.
I know that those are my people. So you bring me on, and this is what happens. The whole thing goes Boston, and we're all looking at Ryan's hat and getting angry. To be honest, I mean that's all we're doing right now.
Ryan, thank you as well. You're welcome. Alex, is my sound quality bad?
Oh yeah, but it's making the show better because we can only hear every other word, so you're fine.
Well, tell me that I can move this somewhere else in the office for God's sakes and see if I get better reception.
It's more fun to watch you struggle. I'm just being honest.
I don't even know that I'm struggling.
I know that's the best part.
Yes. So, Dr. Kevin Murray, Dr. KJ Murray, if you follow him on Twitter, He will be hosting and running that Seattle red carpet event. He is quite possibly the best commissioner you'll ever see. He walks around in that red blazer because he won that, I believe, as part of the Matthew Berry Fantasy Focus Commissioner of the Year contest, and he's just been the Commissioner of the Year forever since. Like, he won it the one year, and it's just him. There's never been another that I know of. And I met him at the Footballers show in Manhattan 3 years ago, and he was wearing that red blazer. My man goes everywhere in that. But if you follow him on any of his social media accounts, you can see what a production he puts on for his regular hometown league. There's a reason he won that contest. He's amazing. Great guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot wait to see. I mean, I can't wait to see all of them, right? I mean, you have the Disney one with Bob and Troy. You have Bob Lung, who not only is putting on a live draft for us, but also the Expo, which I just checked my calendar. We're like 33 days away from all hanging out in Canton, which is going to be amazing. So can't wait for that, obviously. So we have Bob Lung, who does a ton for us, and he'll be up too. So we're gonna get some cool look-ins. This is gonna be a lot of fun.
Well, I want to say to the guys, Debbie, the Dynasty Film Room, because they reached out to me in my DMs. He was so excited to be the sponsor for Shane Battier. I apologize, guys. We'll make it up to you in some way. I'm sure you guys are happy to be a part of this. You know that we're doing this for the right reasons, but we'll make it up to you in some way. If Shane decides to come on a little bit later, if there was just a little miscommunication, we're going to mention to you guys during that time, and we will definitely make it up to you. We appreciate all of our sponsors. Man, good dudes. What they said.
Dude, you're freezing again.
I'm out. See you later.
All right, let's do this. All right, Ryan, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
So how you feeling? I know we have a draft going on right now. How you feeling about what you got going on? I did want to call out that you paid as much for 2 years of Lamar Jackson as I did for 3, but I'm not saying I'm doing better. I'm just, just a stat.
Yeah, you probably are doing better. It's it was not a great time to start this dispersal auction. But.
Oh, terrible. And we did one with John Bosch too for 3. We kicked off a new league. I've been doing auctions while we're trying to get this rolling. I'm not half as busy as you are, so I don't know how you're doing it.
Well, yeah, I'm not doing it. Not very well, at least. So yeah, it's all right though. We'll figure it out. Auctions are fun, even if you're getting it handed to you.
Oh, it's great. In this league, I love that we're making Dynasty weird. We got some new people in. That was really cool to get some fresh blood in. We have 19 people doing a dispersal right now. I think the biggest one I've ever been in.
Yeah, so for sure. Of course, a 48 team league, so almost half the league, I guess. And the dispersal, it's wild.
It tells you how absolutely insane we were trying to do it the first time because nobody knew what was going on. I've never been more stressed out by a draft board than the actual startup of Contract Chaos.
Yeah, it was crazy. Now I'm gonna bow out. I'll be right back.
All right, cool. All right, so now it's just me. So welcome to Daddy's Home Invitational. Sal's walking around, but we have Troy on mute. Orlando, take yourself off mute. What's up, guys?
Yo, what up? What up? We're live from the Orlando draft. We wanted to pop in and say what's up to everybody. Photobomb segment.
I love it. So I got you guys on for 15 minutes here. What I want to do, I see George in the background there. What's up, buddy? You got something mobile here that you can take me around and show everyone the venue?
I mean, I don't know if we want. It's Bob's computer, so I'm gonna let him decide.
I mean, we can work on that. Let me pull it off and switch cameras, and then they can walk around with it.
Perfect. So we're at the Coronado Springs, correct, for the Orlando
that is correct.
And you guys are 30 minutes from drafting. Is anybody freaking out yet?
Well, I mean, a little bit, since I don't even have the draft boards hanging yet, but that's all right. We're getting there.
Well, let's see what you guys got.
We've got our priorities straight. The bar's open.
Excellent.
So we've got that going ahead of time. It looks like there is about 90% of the people here right now. We're going to do a little check-in, and then we'll get back to you.
Sweet. So who do we have? I know we have a bunch of analysts in the room. I see George, Troy, Bob there. Who else we have showing up today?
Faith is here.
What's up? You're good?
Troy's just gonna go start hugging people right in the middle of broadcast. Like,
We're live, Troy. This isn't like Faith. What's up?
Hi, Mike.
hey, Faith, if you could do me a favor, but punch George Reed right in his stomach for me, that would be awesome.
I see Zach back there. Who else we have in the show?
Zach's here, yep.
Zach, what's up, buddy? How you doing? I saw Joey back there as well. Oh, look at that. He's got the jersey going. Oh, you guys are having a big old party.
We are having a party.
I mean, we could probably spin this and take a.
Yeah, show me what we got here. Oh, this is like a wedding venue.
Pretty much is. It's a pretty big space for. There's about 36 of us, so I think, or 35. We'll see. I think y'all got a good view.
I like it. Now, did anyone get on the rides before they showed up today? Anyone doing anything Disney related, or everyone just there for business?
I don't think so. Oh, no.
Now he's off the camera.
Yeah. Y'all trying to get back on.
Okay.
I want to be over here. I don't think too many people have been doing Disney stuff. I think some of them have. I haven't interviewed everybody yet, but I think some people have taken advantage of the Disney properties.
I love it. So what I will say is, honestly, I mean, you guys were following up what I thought was going to be the worst segment of the Podathon, but you're really putting in work to possibly being the best. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come back to you on a little bit because I have a guest coming in right now. You guys do your thing, okay?
We will. I'm going to figure out
Appreciate
how to turn us off. But yeah.
All right. I got you. I'm going to boot you. Have fun, all right?
We'll talk later.
All right. Later, bud. All right. We don't have Sal here, but I think we might be getting a guest in, trying to wait for the camera to pop up before we do some more live look-ins. But that was the Orlando draft. So they're kicking off right now. We actually have two going consecutively as we talk. The first one we just talked about, which was Orlando. And then the second one is Canton, Ohio, for the Hall of Fame. So we're going to have two people coming on, but trying to get the camera working, Sal. I think we have a third guest here, if you can see down the bottom, but I just can't see him on camera yet.
Oh, look, I see the name.
Yep. So I'm hoping that we may be able to do the 1 o'clock segment now if we can get some technology things working. So everyone hold on tight because we may be able to make up for the last 30-minute debacle we just put together for you.
Well, let me do the live reads while you're working on that.
Perfect.
30-minute segment is brought to you by Ride or Die Dynasty, a Ride or Dynasty podcast presented by Gridiron Ratings. The ROD pod is by Dynasty Managers for Dynasty Managers. Hosts JJ Werner and Dave Hellman provide the strategy and knowledge needed for you to compete in your Dynasty leagues. Ride or Dynasty offers real conversations with great guests about their approach to different aspects of the game. From Debbie to IDP to high stakes and auctions, we cover everything a Dynasty manager needs to become better. Plus, rate and review the pod and be entered to win an autographed DeAndre Swift jersey. Listen to the Ride or Dynasty podcast and visit gridironratings.com today. And also, the guest is brought to you by the Lateral Show podcast, a sideways look at fantasy football. If you're looking for ADP breakdowns, late round target talk, and combing the depths of the waiver wire, the Lateral Show is the podcast for you. Host Herms and McLateral look where others don't and bring you the information you need to give you the edge in your league. The Lateral Show brings you humorous, entertaining, and actionable content year-round with expertise from draft season to the championship and throughout the offseason. The Lateral Show isn't here to tell you what to think, but to help you challenge how you think to become the top dog in your league. Follow the show on Twitter at The Lateral FF, and be sure to subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts.
Not bad, buddy. You're getting better at those. Zach is saying you probably should have just recorded them on your phone and then hit play right up against the microphone because that was great in the last half hour or so.
Am I talking directly into the microphone now? Is this how you do it?
It's a little better. A little better.
How's my sound now that I moved?
It's better. You're coming in strong. And yeah, just trying to get our guest in here. Looks like we're in some technology difficulties, but
let's see if we can hear him. Let's see. I don't know. Guess not.
It looks like we're spinning here.
All right, we'll take them out.
Yeah, so if we,
I took them out. You added them in. I added them in.
all right. So we still have Orlando here, just kind of checking in with them for fun. Look at that. Oh, there we go. That's the view we were looking for. The Orlando live draft happening right now. Looks like people are settling in, getting ready to make their picks.
Does that view still have George Reed in it? Because if it does, that's not the view I'm looking for.
No, nobody wants that view if we can avoid it. I'm going to put it down below there just with the sound off, just in case someone says something they don't want to hear on camera. Because I don't think they knew we jumped back in. And we lost Shane again. So hopefully we'll be able to get him back in here. But yeah, so this is when we take a look at what we have here with Orlando, there's going to be a similar setup we're going to have kind of across the globe right now. So this is going to be a big thing. You saw that Bob gave us a view into the draft boards. Each one will have a draft board, each draft. If we're going to do old school, put some stickers up there, right? So have it really feel like a home draft for the Scott Fish Bowl, which I'm really excited about. Bunch this weekend, bunch next weekend. We're going to take a look at, like we said, 3 of them as we go through the show this week. So, all right, so we're going to have Canton coming in soon. Sal, did you freeze again? Because if I'm doing this show solo, I need to start coming up. There we go. Check out those stickers. I love it. And Sal's frozen again. So here we go, guys. This is wonderful television. We don't have Shane. Sal's frozen, and now we've muted Orlando. So you guys get to hear me talk. So while I have everybody here, let's talk about Scott Fish Bowl 12. This is going to be a big deal for all of us. We're going through very similar scoring. I think one of the differences that we have is that we don't have negatives for kicker. And if you're on sleeper, you're going to have to play a kicker. So that's going to be a little different. Jordan chiming in. If we had a sandwich draft, what would be the 101? Jordan, come on. You know my last name. That'd be the Italian buddy. That's all we're always going to put the number 1 for sandwiches is the Italian. So there's no question there. All right. So here's the thing, right? And we were talking about this last year, which was, a couple nights ago, which was talking about the kicker spot and really the differential now. And when we look at kickers, what the difference is that Kevin chiming out the 102, we now have no negatives, right? With decimal scoring based on the yardage. So it's going to be a huge difference for us as we move forward. And for those of you on sleeper, pay real close attention to those kickers because you got to play one this year.
We have to play one? I got to read these rules.
Yeah, you probably should have. I mean, that's kind of important before you draft. But yeah, if you're on sleeper, you have to play one. All right, we have Shane trying to connect in here again. Let me remove Orlando here, see if we can get him on. Now looking like the same thing. Shane, I don't know if you can hear us, but we're still having some connectivity issues here.
Well, I'm seeing a lot of good donations come in, contributions, as John Bosch likes them to be called. Proud of the community for stepping up as usual. We're doing great, but keep them coming. ScottFishbowl.com/give. Let people know, retweet our stuff, and just get it out there to everybody.
Absolutely. And we've gone really full sandwich talk at this point, Sal. So this is now has become the Daddy's Home Invitational. These are my people. So I do love that. I saw Dave Spaceman trying to jump in. He bounced out again, but I'm going to bring Orlando back in so people can see what's going on over there. I feel like we're doing like one of those politics shows where we're waiting for like results and trying to fill dead air here. So this has been riveting television for all the folks.
We're told he's only 15 minutes away. We're told he's going to be joining us soon. Yes, one of these things.
All right, and I see Shane trying, and I appreciate the effort here. Hopefully we can get him in. And we should be hearing from Canton in about 7 minutes now, so we'll be able to get 2 live look-ins.
So we're going. That's Bob Long. Bob Long's baby out there in Canton. As we know, he has the FF Expo coming up as well in August. Mike, you going to be there this year?
Oh, you know it. You actually coming out this time?
I don't know. Who's coming to pick me up?
Come on. Well, I think Zach Reed's driving out. I'll see if he can get you a seat.
All right. If Zach picks me up, I will go.
I will talk to Zach, see if I can get you a spot. Last I heard, he was driving out. So, and there he is. Speaking of which, actually, Zach, it wasn't that hard for the spots that I had booked. As you see here, Orlando is here. So we've been doing pretty good so far. I will say, honestly, like doing the job, Sal put in a ton of work. I can't tell you how difficult it was. And it's just the sheer volume of it. The people booking the guests, people were spectacular. Not a lot of haggling, not a lot of people being difficult, right? But it's just the sheer volume of trying to get people's schedules to set up that's a lot of work and a lot of stress. So to have done it once after this man's done it for 4 years now, this is year 5, if I'm not mistaken, right? So 4 years putting in that type of work, I can't tell you. And the other thing is what Dave Wright did for the sponsors is so much work. I know he was up all night last night getting these live reads going to make sure that we take care of our sponsors. Just a ton of work goes into this. And, just being a part of it has been incredible. And Sal is freezing and unfreezing and doing something with a cord that looks like it's from 1985. Do you have you hooking up your PlayStation 1 there, homie? What do we got going on?
I have a original Nintendo. My kids bought me last year. That was nice. That was cute.
So is that what you're doing while we're on live TV? You're hooking that up?
I'm actually Shane Battier reached out to me, and I'm pretty sure he's out by a lake trying to get his internet to work, and that's what the problem is. He's struggling like me right now.
That happens. I mean, that's we all have lives, and we did book this on the weekend after a holiday, so I'm sure there's a lot of people floating around there. So hopefully we can get that fixed and get him on. I have no doubt, just looking at the schedule we have coming up, that if he is able to jump in, that people would be thrilled to have him as part of their segment. So,
he's more interesting than any one of those people. Sure.
So, taking a look, it looks like Orlando's getting their chair set up now. We should have Canton coming in about 5 minutes. What else we want to do? We have people in the chat, Sal. We should probably reward them for watching all this.
We could definitely reward some people right now. So let me get 2 people. The next 2 people who have registered for SFB12 that are not in, let me know right now, and you will be in this year's Scott Fish Bowl. The next 2 people, the first 2 people who say, I'm in. Yes, I coax cable on the Oaks, and I'm on a UHF. All right, you guys, there's a chance you could get in the Scott Fish Bowl, but you got to react quickly right now.
All right, so it looks like we have a few people coming in here.
All right, so Will's son is he's tried multiple times, so we'll go with Will's son.
Yep.
And Gil, did you register? I need to know, Gil, if you registered previously to today.
I mean, I see Love Chat, Best Adult Dating Site's been trying all day too, so that would be.
They're back. I'm not going to click on that because when I did is when all my internet trouble started.
All right, so we need Wilson and Gil's handles to double check.
Wilson and Gil, I need what your Twitter handles are. And silence. Yeah, the porn bot is getting a little crazy, Kareem. You're correct about that. At Wilson27. Okay. And Gil, if we could get and yes, JB Barry. We see Dick Sickles. If we can't get the other person confirmed, we will go with Dick Sickles. Yes, thank you.
Dick is the man, just back on Twitter after an absence, and I missed him, one of my good friends, so I'd be thrilled to get him in. Let's see who we have here.
What do we got down below there? We have somebody in the background?
Yes, yeah, so Shane trying to come in. Just need to have him connect his camera. So right now his devices aren't connected.
I'll check Twitter. Oh, maybe Chase don't want people to see that. I don't know.
Lost him again.
Okay.
Yeah, now we got a bunch of activity happening over in Orlando here. A ton of people getting ready to go. And they booted us. Great.
Well, we're trying to get ready here.
All right. Hey, what do we got going on? This is you guys supposed to be the tour.
We got money thrown around here for cash donations. We've got 3 cash donations already, so you can add that to the pool. I will send that in. It's up to $45.
Excellent.
On top of all the other donations that are being made currently to Children with Diabetes is our official charity down here. I am down here for Children with Diabetes conference. So that's how this ended up going on at the Coronado.
Love it. And for those of you who don't know, all of the live drafts on top of money going to Fantasy Cares like we do every year, every live draft was able to pick their own local charity. So obviously we have Diabetes for Orlando, ALS 1 for the draft that me and Bob are running in Boston. So each draft gets their own charity that everyone that attends the live draft is donating to. So we're really spreading the love this year with the live draft, which is awesome.
Absolutely. So I'm going to kind of spin you around, and the MFL, we have 1 MFL draft going on, and we're going to have 2 sleeper drafts. Somehow the MFL draft ended up on the bar. I don't know how, and I was not in charge of it, but it on the bar is the draft board.
Logistics there is just not ideal.
Well, I think it's just kind of where everyone's hanging out, and we got these wonderful draft kits from Draft Kits on Twitter. They were kind enough to donate all of the draft kits to all of the live drafts. So definitely check them out on Twitter if you don't already follow them.
Love it. And that was for anyone who couldn't hear Bob at Draft Kits 1, right, Bob?
Yes, that's right. I think I left the 1 out. Sorry if my fingers are in the way.
No, this is great. So what do we have? How many drafts in total? 3, you said? So
We
30.
got 3 going on down here.
Excellent.
And they couldn't wait. They ended up opening the bar early for everyone. I lost control already.
Well, lucky for you, you're not drafting today. So at least you can
I'm
just
not, but I'm learning. This
Good.
is,
So you're gonna grab some ADP for us before we jump into ours?
I think I'm gonna join the slow draft on Monday.
Why not? Just jump right in. Do whatever you want to do. So this is awesome, though. Everyone's having a good time now. You got everything lined up, ready to go.
Yeah, we are about ready to get kicked off here. And has Canton checked in with you yet?
Nope, waiting on Canton now. So yeah, I think Troy's probably drafting cartoon characters as we speak, which is big.
Ooh, where's Troy? Troy.
Well, I never got Gil's information, so.
Stitch. What's that? They want to know if you drafted Stitch in the 105.
Stitch. Well, you
I
mean,
in his lifetime.
I don't know what the draft, I don't know the context we're talking about.
You're in Orlando, you
I don't know, but if this is a Disney draft, I wouldn't draft him that high. If that's what the context is. I would not draft him that high.
What do you mean you wouldn't draft him that high?
I would not draft Lilo and Stitch that high if this is a Lilo and Stitch like.
All right, who would be your 101? Go ahead and embarrass yourself in front of everybody.
About 105? Who was picked already? Tell me.
No, who'd be your 101? Give me your 101.
For Disney, Lion King.
Okay, what do you got for 102?
Hercules.
See, this is what I mean. I knew you were going to say.
You're already. Who takes Hercules at 102?
Hercules is awesome.
You get him at the turn.
No, you
Yeah,
could not.
you literally pulled the sleeper at 102.
Hercules.
Hercules, Tarzan, Mulan. That would be my top. And then number 5 would be, I don't know, Aladdin. Aladdin 105. That's what I would do.
You are all over.
And I'm out. Bye. Look, I already won whatever draft this is. I already won.
We did have a question from Heath earlier, didn't we?
We got a question.
Oh yeah. So Troy, while you're down there hanging out with Bob, have you guys been talking at all about anything other than football?
About what?
Have you talked about anything other than football?
Miami Heat.
Yeah. Have you guys talked about basketball at all?
No, we have not, and we're not going to.
You should.
We're not going to talk about Miami Heat because Mike wants to bring up the Boston Celtics beating Miami Heat every single chance he gets. So we're not going to do that today. This is about the Podathon, Mike. Okay, bring the focus back on that.
I don't know if you noticed, but Sal's frozen, so actually I can bring up whatever I
I'm
want.
not frozen. I'm just looking at him.
Can we get a new host, please? We don't need Mike anymore. Let's get a better person. we don't need this toxicity on this Podathon.
Troy, can you believe they gave me admin rights to this whole show? I can just do whatever I want.
But the worst part is, like,
Eddie, watch this.
Who did it?
So what I mean, I can do whatever I want. It's
I like how
amazing.
you kicked off. I'm surprised you didn't kick me off.
I'm watching you stammer about the Heat. Once you say something, see.
No, I'm just like, oh, what's up, everybody? My name is Troy.
The best part
I
of
guess I'm the
having
host
admin
now.
See,
Man, we're about to draft. I'm getting my strategy. Oh my god, this thing is off the rails. You should not have. Whoever let Mike be the host made a big mistake.
Oh, it's a terrible mistake.
Absolute mistake.
96 people are watching this, Troy.
Why?
We've had
96
nothing
people.
useful happen in the past, 50 minutes? We've said nothing.
Oh boy. Well, I appreciate all 96 people watching, and I feel like, can we talk about something besides the Miami Heat on this?
All right, so we're talking about the Expo. So we have obviously we have the Expo coming up in about a month, right? And you and I hanging out as we always do and pick you up at the airport. What are you most looking forward to with the Expo in Canada?
I'm looking forward to meeting people I haven't met already, and then hanging out with people I've met last year. The Expo is one of the most fun events I've been to, maybe my whole life. I'm not just exaggerating. Like, it was an awesome event. I got to meet people I talk to every single day on Twitter. So I highly recommend you go into the Expo if you haven't been. It's an awesome experience. You get to meet. Also, I'm very excited to meet not just analysts but fans this year. Like, I really hope more fans come because, again, that's what this is all about, right? We're here to help people with, not just like fantasy football advice, but I just want to connect with people. So hopefully more fans come this year. I'm very excited about just the whole experience.
I love it. See, this is the difference between me and Troy, right? Because I see content design coach here talking about flag football. You're excited about
I'm going to be watching the flag football, but I'll be honest. I'll probably be drinking on the sidelines, rooting people on during this event. But I'll be rooting for everybody to do well.
Oh, see, I'll be cheering for hamstring pulls. So you and I are totally on it.
Exactly. Mike and I will be hanging out on the sidelines, rooting for everybody else.
Yeah, we'll be looking for hamstring pulls. We want to see old people trying to play football. It's going to be hilarious.
Oh, wait. So can you put Kevin Tompkins' comment up real quick? He said something about, I don't know if you see that, but he mentioned something about my mustache.
Let's see.
That's one of the most recent comments. Yeah, that one.
You going mustache for the Expo?
No, I'm not, absolutely. You already know the mustache story, but I'm not going to wear a mustache, guys. So it's beard or nothing. It's only going to be beard. I'm not wearing a mustache.
You sure? Because that's what the people want.
Okay,
And speaking of Kevin, he's up next, by the way.
Whoever Gator J is, he said he was with me, so I appreciate Gator J. Shout out to Gator J, because he said he was supporting me on my side. So.
Are you just going through the chat looking for people talking about you?
No, it's over here. I just look at my name. I just want to give him a shout out. Like, I was going to figure out my draft strategy, but then I got brought on here, and I'm contributing, and I'm surprised that the viewership is going up. Now we're at 106. I don't know why.
Didn't we just say you were going to work on your draft strategy? I have
zero draft strategy right now. I'm kind of just winging it. So I'm going to do that, and Zach Attack is going to take over for me. I just need to figure out what I'm doing. We're about to draft right now.
So bring in Zach so I can have someone actually talk to. Zach, what's up? How's it going over there? Now if I'm not mistaken, you're very familiar with this venue, right?
I'm familiar with what?
The venue.
I work for Disney, so I've been here for 10 years.
Now, is this your typical day at Disney? A bunch of gambling degenerates hanging out in a function hall?
I mean, basically, I work over Disney Springs, so it's an eclectic group of guests over there, depending on time of day.
Love it. So how's the group there? Any familiar faces? Any people you've met before, or is it all new faces?
I mean, I've never met anybody in person until today, but I work with a few of these people here and got to interact with a lot of them on Twitter, so it's been cool getting to actually put names to faces.
Excellent. What pick you have?
I'm in the 106.
All right, who we going? What are we thinking?
Who am I picking?
Yep.
Targeting a quarterback, would love to see Lamar get there. I think people are kind of sleeping on him after last year, but with the scoring settings, I think he's going to be one of those top 3 quarterbacks with all those first downs and rushing yards.
Love it. I don't know if Sal's talking to us, because if he is, he's on mute.
No, I'm talking. So JB just showed up here live in the studio with me. I was talking to him, but I do have 2 reads for the 145 that I have to read real quick. So Zach, stay with us.
All right, Zach, go grab a draft, buddy. We're going to get some live reads and roll on. Appreciate you, my friend. Good luck today. Hope you get
See you
Lamar.
guys later. Have a good one, guys.
Later, bud.
Podathoners, if you want to win your fantasy league, you need to visit goingfor2.com. Why going for 2? Because you can't go for 3. Going for 2 has some of the best up-and-coming writers who want to share their passion for the game with you. From redraft to dynasty to daily fantasy, goingfor2.com has it all, including live shows at Going for 2 Live, found on YouTube and syndicated on all major podcasting networks. Visit goingfor2.com today, because no one remembers the extra point. And also, this segment is brought to you by campus2canton.com, a website focused on all things college fantasy, including Dynasty, Devy, College Fantasy, and Campus to Canton leagues. Campus to Canton is the fastest growing format in fantasy, where your teams have college and NFL lineups, and as college players enter the NFL, they join your NFL roster. Visit campus2canton.com as a team of experts bring you articles, podcasts, cutting-edge tools, exclusive ADP, industry-leading draft guides for Devy, college fantasy, freshman supplemental drafts, and the deepest set of college rankings anywhere. Check out campus2canton.com today.
Both sponsors. We have people coming on the show later in the day and tomorrow, which is great. Obviously, we have Jeff Lambert from Going for 2. I think he's in our later today, if I'm not mistaken. And then Campus to Canton, obviously a repeat sponsor, and they'll be on with us as well. So both groups you'll be able to see live later in the show.
So we never got Canton, huh? They never showed
Never
up.
got Canton. We do have another check-in with them at 3:45, I think. So hopefully we'll get a peek at the Canton one, but certainly a live group in Orlando. A lot of energy happening down there. So bring JB on. Why is he hiding behind the camera?
He is. Here he comes. Grab a chair, JB. Come on over. Here he comes. And he brought me pizza.
What's up, buddy? How we doing?
What's going on, man?
Oh, just trying to fill time because Sal's struggling, so I jumped in to help him out here. I'm glad you're here to carry the ball for me, and we got you now and then also tomorrow at 6:30, right?
Yeah, man, bright and early. I was talking in the 106 group chat before. I know a lot of the overseas guys are going to be in those early morning hours here on the East Coast time. So I said these poor viewers are going to have all these lovely accents from across the pond, and then here comes this New Yorker at 6:30 in the morning to follow them up. I apologize in advance, I guess.
His accent's even hurting my ears.
Oh, man, it's going to be great. That is going to be an unbelievable combo. I cannot wait to check that out. Happy to have you on, and obviously having you host here as well, so we get a double dose of JB, and there's nothing wrong with that at all, my friend.
My man, I appreciate it. I was wondering, I was messaging you before. I don't know if I should have stayed home with the Wi-Fi issues that Sal was having. I didn't know if two of us here would kind of make the Wi-Fi blow up, but
Oh, I'll tell you what, because I'm going to bail once Kevin gets here, and I'm going to watch you guys just kind of flounder for a bit. Man, I can't take much more Sal. I'm not going to lie. I wasn't expecting to be on at all. And I've been sitting here for an hour with this guy just talking about nothing. I need a break.
hey, there's worse things that could happen to you.
Why do you think my marriage ended?
Oh, trust me, Sal, I know. You'd be amazed if I had to go through the trouble I would. I can just hit the remove button right now and bail on you, which is so much easier. But what I do have to do when Kevin gets here is I really have to get the links out to our 3 and 4 p.m. guests, or else we're going to have dead air all day.
Yeah, please get that out there to them. I know we're going to be how many hours in? We were almost 6 hours in, so we will need to start getting a new link out to people.
Yeah, so we're going to start the new link at 4 p.m. So you guys hang out here for another 2 hours. and then we'll go live. We'll flip the YouTube and get a whole nother set of guests in. So we're going to be flipping every 8 hours. The limit's 10, but we want to make sure we're not bumping up against that and cutting off hard. So we'll do absolutely we'll absolutely do a roll for everybody. And Gary's telling me they don't have the link for 2 o'clock. I should probably send that. Cool. I'm gonna let you guys talk. I'll be right back.
I actually have the oh my god, it's an extreme close-up for the two of us. I actually have the black and gray version of this shirt also. That is the Sal edition. It's in Raider colors. So and you can also content design coach. You can get this shirt as well at FFPodshirts.com. Go there now. And so just as a reminder, we are here to get money for toys. And the best way to do that is to go to scottfishbowl.com/give and give out some cash. JB, as he said, he joined me this year to do the Toys for Tots shopping. So tell everybody what the experience was like, JB.
I gotta tell you, it was. There's so many good parts about Scott Fishbowl in general, just the tournament itself, the podathon, the eliminators, the charity aspect of it. But actually joining Sal last year and going to shop for Toys for Tots, it was amazing. Just filling up a cart and knowing that it was bringing joy to people's lives. And it allowed me to go back into the group chats and be like, guys, check out these pictures, check out these toys, look at these full carts. This is what you did. This is what your contributions did. This is what all of us in this community did. And it brought joy to so many people. And just being able to be a part of that was awesome. And I appreciate you letting me be a part of it. I know Mike Blewett was in here before talking about it. And, you know, it was an awesome experience for us to be able to do that.
Yeah, we joke. I get on here. We act goofy, and it's a lot of fun to act goofy. But we're doing it for a serious reason. And it was a pleasure to have JB be a part of that. So somebody's asking, where am I picking? I'm picking at the 111 in the Gotham City draft. New York was already taken up by the time I got around to actually picking it. But quickly, we're gonna go out to Orlando. Hey, are you guys back with us? All right. Well, we could see some folks gathering around the camera. As we're getting ready to come to the end of the segment, you guys want to say anything else before we let you go?
Now we're excited. We're just getting all the stickers ready to go for our live draft.
All right, cool. We'll be checking back in with you guys, I believe, in like an hour and a half.
That's like 3:45-ish, I think.
Yep. So get it going. Have some fun. Drink some beer. More other things. See you guys soon. All right. Oh, we have people popping in.
They are.
We have people popping in. Look at his face. Kevin's been in the chat all day. All right, nice. Well, guys, before we let you speak, before we start talking to you, we are going to go and do 2 live reads. And since JB just got here, he's going to read these 2 live reads for me.
Oh, look at that. All right. Well, our guest this hour, or this half hour, is Kevin Tompkins, Britt Flynn, Gary Hatto, and Andrew Cooper from the Lightning Round. This guest is sponsored by Upper Hand Fantasy, created by Faraz Sadiq.
Time machine there. All right, Kev, you're in charge.
Yeah, welcome into Lightning Round here.
They really run out of internet.
Let's talk Evan Engram.
Leave yet.
Look at JB, dude. Somebody screenshot JB and send that to me, please, because I need to start photoshopping that immediately.
It's going in the group chat, absolutely.
Oh, no question.
This is absolutely amazing.
Oh, look at Gary.
I love it. The champ is here.
The champ
with the Lightning Round crowd.
All right. So what we're learning is putting the host in Sal's office has been a terrible idea so far. When they come back on, we're gonna have them do the live read. But how y'all doing today? Let me see. Do we have Britt here? There we go. I see Britt in the back.
Get her in.
Crew, how's everyone doing?
Yeah, all here.
What's up, y'all? Welcome to the Podathon.
Thanks for having me. I've been, it's nice to be on, but I'm having a blast in the chat. I think that's where the real fun's going down. And I see people talking trash to me in the chat. I was just in there, man. I'm one of you. Like we're all. You turn on me that quick. Scott Colby, what's the deal, dude?
You're big time now. All of a sudden, you come up to the show and you have to deal with everything that comes with the fame.
Right? We were all boys a second ago. What the heck?
Keyboard grinders working away in the chat. We'll love to see it.
This is my people.
This is amazing. All right, so obviously we have we have a few guests here, a couple guys that whatever. And Britt, how you doing? I'm so happy to have you on the show.
Yeah, I'm good. It's been kind of hectic. We took the dogs to the river yesterday, so I've been babying old man Grizz. He can't handle it like he used to, but
nice.
Yeah,
And I
it's
think
good.
well, a little known fact, I'm pretty sure that I was the first guest of the time you hosted solo, your first solo gig, which was a blast. We had fun that day.
Yeah, it was super fun. I think you helped ease me into the land of hosting a little bit,
We like to have fun, and that was a great show. And then next to you, of course, Gary, the champion. Sir, how we doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I am so excited. I get to after you guys pumped up Dr. Kev. I'm going to be in Seattle tomorrow. I just moved to the Pacific Northwest, driving 3 hours up to that draft. So it's going to be fire. I'm so excited.
Oh, that's going to be amazing. And then obviously Kevin's here. Reasonable Kevin Thompson. He was mentioned earlier in Matthew Berry's segment as part of that crew. How we doing, my friend?
We're doing great. I am ready for we're going over to Minneapolis tomorrow for the live draft there, so that should be a lot of fun. Hopefully never have to draft a running back. We'll see what happens.
Love it. And I see Sal's back from his flip phone. Hey Sal, before you run out of minutes, you want to do that live read for us?
I crushed that live read. I'm so mad that we froze.
JB was reading.
Again, maybe now you practice, buddy. Don't screw it up this time.
Blow into the cartridge and then put it back in. Maybe that'll work.
I just blow it in the cartridge all morning.
All right,
where
we're
the
gonna
porn
let
bots
JB
are
do
coming
our
from.
Live read before we lose them because it's a mess all day. We're gonna make sure we take care of our sponsors. JB, you got us?
Absolutely. This guest is sponsored by Upper Hand Fantasy, created by Faraz Sadiq. Upper Hand Fantasy delivers high-quality content and digestible Instagram stories and posts. Don't assume you can't find good fantasy football content on Instagram. Upper Hand Fantasy has built an amazing community over the last 4 years, and so many depend on Faraz for his opinions and analysis as the NFL landscape shifts every day throughout the offseason and during the season. Come find out for yourself and visit Upper Hand Fantasy on Instagram at Upper Hand Fantasy and send Faraz a DM to say hi. This segment's also brought to you by Around the Block, a website designed to fulfill all your sports needs. Founder and CEO Ronnie Harder, VP and Director of Content Chris Spooner, and their team of dedicated writers and podcasters are passionate about bringing you next-level content across major professional and college sports. Around the Block focuses on showcasing its contributors' talents and emphasizing audience engagement to give the Around the Block community the best possible experience with the sports they love. Visit atbnetwork.com and follow ATB_network today to experience your favorite sports all in one place at Around the Block.
Donovan, Sal's phone was hanging on for dear life during that entire read. Like you could see it smoking as it went.
JB, you read that like you had read it before, dude.
Just commit to the stop motion bit. Like it's working.
All right, now let's talk football here. Obviously, we have an expert in the house. Coop, talk to me.
What's up, brother?
So,
Sorry?
Seriously, do you not know how technology works?
Dude, JB was calling me on my cell phone as if he didn't remember that I was live on the show right now. I was like, what are those guys doing over there?
Are we on JB's phone now?
We talk about a ghost ship, like a rudderless ghost ship, all the time on the pod, and
This is
no
like
better
this,
example.
This is like Zoolander when there's the two dudes are just smacking the computer like monkeys, dude.
This is wild.
Unbelievable.
All right. So, Coop, give me a late name. Who should I be looking for? If I punt the tight end position, who am I going with?
Yeah, man. So my main strategy here is I wait on tight end and I grab somebody safe, like a Zach Ertz, right? We know Hopkins going to be suspended for like 6 weeks. So you got at least 6 weeks of him while you're kind of looking for upside. For me, I'm either going with Cole Kmet if I can get him. We know he's going to be a top 2 target on the team. Or I'm going with my man I'm never giving up, never going to give you up. Evan Ingram. Boy, we're talking about a guy who was top 4 in the league in targets just 2 years ago, right? A top 5 tight end with Eli Manning. Then he plays with Daniel Jones, who has more turnovers and touchdowns over the last 2 seasons. The team is dead last in offensive touchdowns over the last 2 seasons. Now he goes to a team where he can be a top 2 target on the team. He could lead that team in targets. He's looking sleek in the number 17 jersey out there. And the beautiful thing is you can get him so late that if he if he busts, then you just drop him. He's arguably your last pick. I think he's tight end like 22 out there. So, throw a late pick at him, see what happens, man. The upside is there, man. The upside's there.
The
Congrats on
recently
the
engaged
engagement.
Evan Ingram.
Yeah. In case you're watching, Evan, congratulations.
He literally just jacked his ADP up 3 rounds with that speech.
I lay it down. I mean, I don't know if you could tell, but I've talked about Evan Ingram a couple times on this microphone here. So
It sounds
just based on Kevin rolling his eyes when you asked me which late round tight end I was going to talk about. But yeah, there you go.
Play in the
Yeah,
head.
we all knew.
It's like the free bird of fantasy football.
Anyway, here's Wonderwall.
Love it. So I do want to pass it to the only person on the show who's done better than me in the fishbowl. Gary, let's talk strategy, buddy.
Yes,
What does
sir.
it take to take down a tournament like this?
Whew. I say number one thing is you got to take your guys, and you got to be a little bit bold. ADP be damned, like you got to beat 3,000 people, and what did we say? What is it in the final? Like 60 to 100 teams or whatever it's going to be. I mean, you just got to get super lucky. I feel like Al Bundy living in the glory days of his 4 touchdown game at high school, just from 3 years ago, having this one thing, and it carries me through life. Every time I meet people, I'm like, "Hey, do you know I won Scott Fishbowl 9?" And they're like, "The hell did you just say?"
I'm not gonna lie, Stompy's been playing that card for a little longer than you have.
Yeah, yes.
And I don't blame you. I'd be pulling that out everywhere. It's like that meme where they don't know that I'm famous online, like they don't know I'm a fishbowl champion when you're at parties. I'd be
Luckily, I don't walk around in a leotard, so Stompy.
Thank God for all of us. He's no longer showing that either.
Hey, did you plug into the wall now, Sal? Can I go? Because I've been an FC dad for way longer than I was supposed to be today. Are you ready to interview people?
I've been ready to interview people. My computer's not cooperating. Well, let's go. Let's give it another try. Listen,
love you guys.
here's the problem. For years, I've hosted this show, and it's gone out to my links, right? So this year they said, let's get it out to more places. So they hooked up Peter Howard's, one of his links on Twitch. And now I'm getting porn sites in the chat. And the computer so,
Everybody's hard up for Scott Fishbowl.
Dude, I think you got some viruses going on over there, dude. I think that's the problem. But hey, one thing I wanted to say, he asked me about tight ends, but Gary, when he won, I looked at his draft, dude. You drafted Darren Waller, and the Scott Fishbowl draft was before Antonio Brown froze his feet off and called the GM a cracker and got kicked off the team. So, like, you basically invented Darren Waller. Is that not true, Gary?
Yeah, I mean, it was 100% me. It was definitely no one else. And I should say I also took Tannehill in the 20th after he usurped Mariota. So it was quite the draft. It was a lot of record-breaking CMC, MT, and then even Aaron Jones, his like massive breakout year. So it was a good year for me.
Hey, Crew, as a Raiders fan who actually owns an Antonio Brown jersey, that's a true story. I'm gonna need you to shut your face.
Do you have an Antonio Brown jersey? Do you have one of those like fake spray painted helmets that he tried to sneak onto the practice field too, or?
It was a fake spray painted jersey.
I actually purchased one of those. They said it was legit. They said it came with a letter of authenticity.
Yeah, like an old leather helmet that he just painted black, trying to sneak it in there. Yeah, I mean that's a collector's item, man.
So, Britt, I have a question for you, Britt, because I read something a couple days ago that there has never been a female Scott Fishbowl champion. So, coming off of Gary's telling us, who his late round picks were that helped him win it, who are your late round picks going to be that are going to help you be the first female champion this year, Britt?
Man, I don't know. And I don't know if I'm really one to talk about a good drafting process, because my first Scott Fishbowl last year, I drafted Michael Thomas and Julio Jones and Trey Sermon. I was just really active and did really well on the waiver wire, and that kind of helped me get to the playoffs. But I'm definitely looking at Russell Gage. I'm pretty sure his ADP is getting a little bit inflated. now, but he's still one of my big targets. I really love Jamison Crowder. Cole Beasley got over 100 targets in that offense, and Crowder has never really played with a good quarterback. And now in the system, I think if he can stay healthy, always the caveat, he's going to do really well in this offense. So I'm looking at him, and then I'm also looking at Darrell Williams. He's, despite going to Arizona, his ADP has kind of remained steady. And we saw it last year before Chase Edmonds got hurt. Edmonds was the catching back to James Conner. James Conner wasn't the bell cow back. And I think that they can kind of transition into more of that similar system again. And I mean, he's a steal where you're getting him.
Very nice. I like it.
Yeah, never listen to JB. He probably is in your division trying to find out what you're doing. Who are you going to pick?
JB's going to tell you to draft Kevin Coleman every time.
I do know that.
Mohamed Sanu, JB.
How anybody's told JB is a 6.
I love the timing worked out perfect for us to come on right when JB's coming on.
He's a 10, but he drafts Tevin Coleman.
Yeah, dude, that's why I love the Scott Fishbowl, dude. I wouldn't know JB. I wouldn't know Kevin without the Scott Fishbowl. We were all in the same. We 102 chat. I think we all picked a 2. We all met in that chat, dude. Started a podcast, dude. Now we're all good buddies. So that's the magic. That's the magic of the Scott Fishbowl.
100%.
I got to know Mr. Zero RB up here. I want to know what his deep wide receiver that's going to carry him and his deep running back. Because Kevin's always about, if you're going to go Zero RB, it's because you got to know the values.
Yeah, I just want to say that Sal looks like a disapproving dad right now in his frozen face. And no matter what I say, I'm going to get scolded, and then just JB's going along for the ride. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I mean, last year I drafted 2 quarterbacks and then 7 wide receivers, and then just sprinkled a bunch of late round running backs. Probably going to be doing close to the same thing again, but I did grab like Alan Lazard last year and Josh Palmer, who had some good weeks. I mean, I'm looking at guys like Paris Campbell. I'm looking at guys like, I'm just trying to go down like Devontae Parker, guys that are going to have roles in their offenses that are just super cheap. I mean, why can't like a guy like Nico Collins, maybe even a Brian Edwards, who's likely going to be out there in 2 wide receiver sets for Atlanta. Maybe one of like the rookies, like the later round rookies, like a Jalen Tolbert, who knows, maybe even a Tyquan Thornton super late. So those are guys going to be sprinkling in very late at wide receiver. But, I'm looking at like a lot of these running backs that have like paths to having a share of offense, like the Khalil Herberts of the world, like Kenny Gainwell's, Tyrion Davis-Price, I really like. Even like the super ambiguous Miami Dolphins backfield with like Sony Michel and Raheem Mostert, because they paid Chase Edmonds, but it is just super wide open where any of those guys could carve out a role. I mean, Rashad Penny and Sony Michel were difference makers at the end of last year when you needed them.
I love the TDP call.
So, Kev, we know wide receiver. We know you got the wide receivers covered. As a 0 RB guy, who is your late RB you'd be targeting that could be your breakout guy?
I mean, I mentioned him already. I'll say Khalil Herbert just because now we've got Luke Getsy in there, the offensive coordinator for Chicago. The Green Bay had the 2 running back system. Who's to say that David Montgomery, isn't going to be ceding some of those touches to Khalil Herbert? When Montgomery was out, Khalil Herbert was had definitely usable close to RB1 weeks. So, I mean, he's definitely has the talent. He can work his way in, and, he's somebody that people just forget about. They look at the Chicago Bears, and I'm not going to draft anybody off of that team, but, I just don't think that David Montgomery and ADP is kind of reflecting that. Why, he's going lower and lower into that Antonio Gibson, Josh Jacobs, ambiguous, top running back tier, where a guy like Khalil Herbert can carve out a role and definitely help out if he shows out yet again in 2022.
Nice. All right. I like it. So, Britt, I know we talked about both being 6s, and there was a 6 in the Orlando Live that was talking earlier about wanting to target a quarterback at that first spot. I guess question for all of you guys: how important is drafting a quarterback early, and how important is drafting 2 quarterbacks early?
I mean, I'll say it first.
Two quarterback. That's just there's too
I
many
mean, yeah.
people in this contest, and you get too many negative points for the incompletions versus the attempts and things like that for me to wait.
Yeah. Also, with the Scott Fish Bowl, there's two drafts. There's the draft, and then there's the draft within the draft, because we're talking about 22 rounds of Superflex, and the third QBs that aren't even starters are gone, baby. By Mac Jones was going in round 12, 13, and he wasn't even named the starter at that point, right? So these guys are going to go quick. So you have to make sure that you don't get smoked in that QB draft, because it ends around, with the starters. I mean, at what point are any starters even left on the board? We're talking about round 7 or 8 where there's nobody left. So there's 2 drafts. You got to make sure you get at least 2, because I don't know. It's very difficult to be successful in a super flex draft when you only have one good, decent quarterback.
Yeah, you've got to absolutely read your draft, just see how it's going and kind of go from there, because you can't, you can, but you also can't set out to do, draft 2 quarterbacks. I am doing this no matter what the board shakes out. Who knows? You might end up seeing Jonathan Taylor, Christian McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, those guys go in the first, where you can kind of maybe you can push it. Or, that's the battle you kind of have to do within yourself too. So do I want to get one within the first 2 rounds? I think that's a pretty safe assumption that, I'm going to be getting at least one. And I want to make sure it's a guy that can be that, anchor, that pillar of my roster, especially in Superflex. But, it depends on, if a guy like Dak Prescott just somehow lands in my lap, in the middle of the second, Cup or Jefferson might be out there, but that gives you such a positional advantage at those 2 quarterbacks if people are taking those running backs or people are just going tight end heavy.
And Gary, I'm sure you know the importance of it, but you could also, and you've proven that you could find that quarterback late in the draft if you don't get that, right, with your Tannehill thing.
I do think that Tannehill is a little bit. He's more of a Baker this year type. That's even hard to say, because Baker's going in now as a starter, we assume, because Tannehill was a proven commodity that changed teams and was the incumbent that actually had to, Mariota shit the bed. So, and I don't know, let's just say a Ritter. Can a Ritter come in and do that as a rookie? That just feels tough. I will say so I'm in the 10 spot. Shout out to the 10s. It's greatest group I've been in. So in my 4 years now, I guess, of doing Scott Fish, that group's been amazing. And the linchpin of our whole conversation is what happens with that 3rd round reversal. We're at 303. Does the QB get there? Because if you take 2 QBs and the QB is there, man, you're pretty pissed that you just passed on somebody. And it is almost the last spot to get a top 14 QB tends to be 301 to 305. And you just what's going to happen there. So we'll see. I mean, we all got our own strategies, right? But it's that the 3rd round reversal plays a huge key in this.
It absolutely is. That's perfect into this question right here, because if you miss that quarterback in the 3rd round, you miss those guys that you're comfortable with there. Content design coach is asking, of the late QBs, who would you feel okay drafting? So let's say you missed those guys that you were targeting in the 3rd round. Who would you feel okay coming back with? He listed Ryan, Goff, maybe somebody else. So we'll go round robin, starting with you.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm interested in Zach Wilson. He's going after Matt Ryan. He's going after a couple of those guys, Winston. If we're looking at ADP on Underdog, he's going outside the top 20, right? And this is a guy who has all the weapons, right? Everything's in place. The line, they did a great job building that line with Mekhi Becton, Elijah Vera Tucker, and now he's got Corey Davis at split end, Elijah Moore in the slot, Garrett Wilson at flanker, Braxton Berrios is pretty good. They went out and got 2 tight ends just to be sure, because with the Patriots, they went out and got Johnny Smith, Hunter Henry. One of those guys doesn't pan out, sometimes you got to double tap it. So I'm kind of interested to see what happens there. Everything is in place, and now we just see if he can get it done. And if he can't, then I'll be happy because I'm a Patriots fan.
Nice. All right. What about you, Kev? Who's your late QB?
It's got, for me, it's Jameis Winston. I mean, they've added Jarvis Landry, Chris Olave in the draft. You know, presumably Michael Thomas is going to be ready to go. You know, they might have to throw a little more because who knows what's going to happen with Alvin Kamara if he's going to be missing some games based on a possible suspension. So, I mean, Jameis Winston looked really good in like the limited time that he played. He's 14-3. Touchdown to interception ratio. You know, the dude got LASIK 2 years ago. That has to count for something. But we've seen the guy throw for 5,000 yards. Yeah, he threw 30 interceptions, but I think he can be reined in a little bit and at least provide definitely usable numbers. I don't know if he's going to be getting the completion percentage up to like that 65 or 66. I don't think he has anything over like 63% in his career, but if he could be a little more judicious with the football, I think he can get close to there and at least not kill you. I mean, these other guys, I think Jameis Winston has the best shot of having that job and keeping that job versus like the guys like Tannehill who might have Malik Willis looking over his back. The Pickett's, Baker Mayfield, who knows what's going to happen. I think he's very safe in that kind of Matt Ryan-ish Tannehill range.
I like it. As a guy who's a Bucs fan who had to defend Jameis Winston for many years, I don't mind saying that he has the upside this year. So, what about you, Gary? Who's your guy?
Oh, man, I hate the goof, but I think I'm going with Jared Goff this year. I'm a really big believer, and I think it's supported all around. Offensive line matters, right? And it's not as if they have Derrick Henry back there. I mean, they got DeAndre Swift, so he's going to have the time to throw. He's going to have one of the best pass-catching backs in the NFL. You got Hawk. You got DJ Chark. You got Jameson Williams. You got probably all these other guys somewhere probably on the practice squad by week 2. You got ARSB. But, I mean, I think that they got to go, and I think that their coach showed that they can do something and last year, and they got some fire in them. So I think where he's going, I'll take Jared Goof.
Yeah, I mean, the value's there, and if everybody is so high on Amon-Ra and people are still high on Hawkinson, then you have to be high on their quarterback, too, if you think they're going to produce. So I like that call. Finish us off, Britt. Who do we got? Uh-oh.
She said in the private chat that she said, I don't know what happened. I can't hear you guys and just hear like a lawnmower. And I responded, I said, I'm actually mowing the lawn right now. So but she can't hear us. So I'll go ahead and say that I know for a fact, because she talked about it last week, that she loves taking stab on Ritter. She thinks that he can take over for Mariota, and he's the kind of gunslinger that can come in, especially in best ball, and give you like those Davis Mills weeks where, if you look at Davis Mills versus Mac Jones, Davis Mills played less games, but he had more fantasy relevant weeks in terms of upside, more 18 plus point weeks, threw for 300 yards a couple times, 3 touchdowns. Mac Jones is just kind of cruising. Ritter can potentially be that kind of guy if they just say, you know what, go in there and just see what you can do, So, and that was me pretending to be Britt Flynn.
Well,
Pig Suey.
Because Mac Jones would be the guy who I would say in an answer to that question. And I think that Mac Jones is the guy who we're talking about. If you miss your second quarterback in that round 3 swing, Mac Jones is a guy who you see in these mocks going in round 4. And that's one of the guys that I would probably be comfortable with grabbing in that 4th round. If, like Kev was talking about, you see value at other positions falling to you in the 2nd or 3rd when maybe you were planning on going QB2. Mac Jones is a guy who in the 4th round, I think, takes a step forward. I know in the 6th chat, we had some talk back and forth about if losing McDaniel would hurt him or help him. I think it helps him. I think it's going to open the offense up a little bit more, and I think he's going to take a step forward this year with a little bit more weapons now also. So Mac Jones is a guy that I would target as my late quarterback there.
JB, I absolutely love that take, and it's not just because I'm wearing Patriot slippers right now. So you heard it here, folks. JB thinks that Mac Jones will be this year's Joe Burrow. You guys agree?
I was about to ask you, who did you say what Mac Jones was going to be on the Bold Takes episode last week, and you just said it.
That's what
Coop
I said.
said. Yeah. Mac Jones. The Bold Take is going to be Joe Burrow this year.
Clip it. It's 2 of us now.
So as we round up this segment, is there any last words of wisdom you want to impart on maybe some first-time Scott Fishbowl players here? I know, Coop, you were mentioning it before we froze. You, me, Kev, we all met from Scott Fishbowl. We formed the Fantasy Besties podcast with Linda and Loop, and it was because of Scott Fishbowl that we grew out of it. So I'm not saying strategy. It could be anything. It could be connect with your people. It could be whatever advice you want to give to maybe somebody who's first time here with us on the Podathon and in Scott Fishbowl. So go ahead, Coop.
I mean, I just want to say that because of the nature of this game we play, right? Like, you have to think that you're the best at this. You have to think that you know something special about something that no one could know about in the future, right? So we all argue on Twitter, in person. I mean, Kev and I just yesterday, and JBU as well, argued about Mike Evans for like an hour, right? And we're,
it's insane.
And it gets heated. This community, it gets spicy, and it's a tough space. But at the end of the day, we're all football fans. We're all fantasy football fans. And that's what the Scott Fish Bowl does. It brings us all together and helps us remember that. So I just want to say that the Scott Fish Bowl, it's a beautiful thing. And I'm happy we have it to remind us of that before we go back on Twitter and just tear each other apart. So that just make sure with the Scott Fish Bowl, you remember that the people you're playing against and the people you're arguing with on Twitter, you guys probably have more in common than you have differences.
Yep. I love it. Kev.
Bring Britt back in real quick. Sorry, Kev.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm just gonna say, just have fun. Like, this is one of the best communities as far as people that are not afraid to reach out. Reach out to just people that you think, you can ask, for advice, or even football stuff, even life stuff. Like, just reach out to people, network, have fun, because you think about it, life is short. I mean, I remember, talking to Mike Tagliere about 1.5 years ago on Facebook, like just trying to get advice about, the industry. And, he didn't know me from Adam, but, took the time to just talk to me for like, at least straight week, just messages upon messages. And, I think about that, a guy that didn't have to do that, that took his time to kind of reach out to, somebody like me. So just have fun. You don't know when this time is going to be up. So just get out there and be the best version of yourself. I mean, it's all football. We're all humans. We're all people at the end.
So I just want to jump in and say, Kevin, I said it earlier, Tabby's going to be on with us tomorrow. That's Mike's
I
winner.
saw that.
Tomorrow
awesome.
at noon Eastern time. I go back with Mike and Tabby a long way. Back when they did the Hot Route podcast on Sunday mornings, the two of them 5-6 years ago. It's so tough having to lose tags like that last year, So I'm glad you brought them up, but I want to just remind everybody to make sure you tune in tomorrow at 12.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Wrap us up with some advice. Britt, then Gary.
I think I missed the question, so.
Any advice you got?
Last words
That's
of wisdom for anybody whose first time might be here.
Yeah, like I said earlier, my whole draft last year was kind of not great. #. Don't get discouraged if your draft doesn't turn out exactly the way that you want it to. Like, you've got waivers, just be active and reach out for advice, and just don't get down on yourself in the very beginning. Like the draft is not where your league is won. That's being active and making moves throughout the season. So don't get discouraged. Keep your chin up, ask out for advice, and then go from there.
Love it.
I'm going to give a very practical. If you're on MFL, it's your first time, click on the draft tab. Right up there, just above the names, there's a little button that says grid. It is your best friend to figure out who around you has what positions. It's color-coded, just like Sleeper has. But that's how you're going to be able to figure out, can you make it through that turn passing on QB2, QB3, when you can think, am I actually going to get Evan Ingram if I don't take him right here? The answer is always just take him here. But the grid function, it's the best thing to do. So, and have fun. That's the best thing in the world. ADP be damned, live by it. This is your time to have a team that's going to make you want to cry or make you want to have a crazy ass belt that you got to lug around for the rest of your life.
207 Evan Ingram. Let's do it.
All right, guys, I got the next group waiting in wings. I'm going to let you guys go. Great having you all. Britt, I don't think we've ever spoken before, and I don't think we actually spoke this time, but good seeing you.
Yeah, great to see you. We'll get together at the expo. We'll make sure to rectify that.
Sal, I'll have a land shark for you tomorrow.
All right, sounds
We'll
good.
see you tomorrow from Seattle, Sal.
Be well, gents and ladies.
Thank you.
Thanks,
See you.
guys.
I'm back.
Hey, we can't get rid of this guy. All right, so real quick, I'm going to have JB do these 2 reads.
All right. So our guest for this segment is Matt Donnelly of Dynasty Vipers. Our guest is sponsored by the War Squared Fantasy Football Podcast, a year-round full-service fantasy football podcast with weekly episodes to provide fans with info on their teams and players. Host Tommy, who's always wrong at Freight Brain, Doc, who truly is rarely right at Doc Tim 13, and producer and degenerate gambler Seth at ST Superman 85 guarantee a quality experience and actionable advice every episode to stay a step ahead of your league mates. Whether you're a newbie or a longtime vet of the fantasy wars, War Squared is the place for you. Plus, there will be beer. Tune in to War Squared today. Our other guest, Podathoners, is IDP a scary word for you? Want to play and win in this exciting format, but don't know where to start? IDPguys.org is the #1 place for help, not only with IDP leagues, but every aspect of fantasy football. Come join our community with your first month free when using promo code SFBPodathon on checkout for a monthly subscription. Get into our growing Discord chat, use our deep rankings and tools, and find out why we're the best in IDP at idpguys.org. John, Mike, welcome back. Thanks for hopping in here. I felt a little weird on the big screen by myself.
I'm just jumping in for a second, JB, because my son just came into the room, and you say hi, buddy.
Hi.
He was looking at the screen and said, "What just happened? Sal got hair?" And I am
before Sal hopped off and came back 20 years younger.
Oh, I'm dying. I am dying. And there's the ugly mug. Now see that.
Oh, you guys don't think you're funny, huh? Now I'm back in. We're on 2 separate computers.
Love you, Sal. Good luck with the internet running 2 computers on that dial-up. You guys have fun. I'm going to bounce.
All right, John, welcome back. Listen, we've let the Dynasty Vipers sit and wait too long. Look at the mustache on this guy.
Hey guys, how you going? What's better than 1, Sal? How about 2? We got one right here. I know Sal's been pausing left, right, and center all day, so I figured, hey, why not bring him on so he's here no matter what? How you guys doing?
I'm doing great. We just logged into a different computer, so with the porn bots, hopefully won't find us here.
Well, hey, there's a lot of good-looking dudes here on the bottom row, so we should be good to go.
Yo, what's up?
Bringing them all in. Matt, introduce your crew.
This is my crew here. We got Tiny Tara, we got Tara, and we got Major here. Now, anyone who knows the Viper Cast and the Behind the Grind knows all the power that goes into that show is powered by the Tiny Tara one there at the end. He's got probably the best advice that any of us could possibly go out there. I know he just did his first TikTok video there, giving you a little bit of advice there. So stay tuned. We got a riser here as far as the fantasy community is concerned.
You're so kind, Matt.
Well, I'm pretty confident that anyone who listens to the show would probably rather take advice from him than me. Let's be honest here. Hey, bud.
Nice. The kids are making an appearance. That's awesome.
Hi, Kai.
Hello. Who would you take in the first round of the Scott Fish Bowl?
Let's give him some names here to work with.
He said, "What do I do?"
I often have to ask myself the same question every time I'm up to pick. What do I do?
Right, absolutely.
And you know what? He's asking the right person because I often ask Tara what to do also. So
Get it wrong every time, right? That's how it works.
Yeah. You want to say? No, he's nervous. I'm sorry, guys.
Now, bro.
You're a little nervous.
So we got the official kickoff here of the Scott Fish Bowl here. I think everyone's got their live drafts or their online drafts kicking off here. So, I mean, I know, Sal, you were mentioning that you're in the Gotham division. You couldn't get into that New York division. You don't have any pull now to get into the division of your preference here, or what?
So I tell you, Matt, I've been so over the top busy, as I mentioned many times, with a new job I took back in January. My days between commuting, work, and all that good stuff start at 4:30 a.m. and I get home about 7:30 at night. I've been so out of the loop with everything. I had to take on so many people's help to put the Podathon together this year that when I looked the other day, I saw I was in some division in Alabama. I said, well, let me go see if New York's available. And New York was filled. So I found Gotham City, which is essentially the mock version of New York City. And Batman's my favorite, comic book hero, so to speak. So I thought it worked out well that I ended up there. And I was able to get the 11, which in the third round reversal, I thought actually being still available was pretty good.
Yeah, I've kind of played around with the different things. I got the 108 spot there in the Metropolis, which is that online Series XM draft that goes tomorrow. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. I thought I was originally 106. I got moved to 108. And luckily, I don't do a whole lot of mocks because basically when you do anything you do in a mock, it's nothing like what happens when you get into this event. You can forget every single mock you've done. You can take all that ADP and kind of move it off to the side because every draft is a living, breathing thing right there, right? So it all changes depending on who's in what division and who's in that league and this and that. So I try to stay away from that so I don't get influenced by it. But I'm looking at some of these mocks, and quite frankly, I don't really like the middle there, that 106 to 108, as much as I thought maybe I would have liked it prior to going into this draft.
Well, thanks for blowing up my good feelings. Matt, I mean, haven't spoken to you so long, and I thought you'd be nice to me, but absolutely not. All right. Well, let's dig in. Go ahead. Who was going to talk there? Somebody was talking.
Well, I'll just keep talking until someone cuts me off.
Now we'll go to Major. I think he's got better input than you anyway. So,
absolutely. Well, not Major. It's Tara. I usually go to Major for the wrong advice, and then I go to Tara to confirm what I believe to be true. So
now we're showing off in front of company. I see how it is.
Major. So was last year your first year in the fishbowl?
Yeah, last year's my first year, and I thought I had an amazing draft.
Don't we always?
and I didn't make. Let me run down some of my people I had last year. So I had Jonathan Taylor, I had Justin Jefferson, I had Jamar Chase, I had Cooper Kupp, I had Derrick Henry, I had AJ Dillon. Kind of fell off a little bit there, but my quarterbacks was the problem. So any advice for the people out there, make sure you get your quarterbacks, because I went in with Trevor Lawrence and Carson Wentz, and that was like that's what killed me. In my division, I was doing pretty well. I was like 1-2 the whole season, but I just missed the playoffs by like a fraction of a point.
That's one of the things you learn in that first Scott Fishbowl, Major, because it happened to me my first year. 2 years ago in SFBX was my first year in it. And by the time the season ended, I was starting Kendall Hinton at quarterback. So it taught me to prioritize quarterback. Last year, I made that adjustment, and I made it to the semis. So you get to climb that over that hump this year, Major.
Exactly. I feel like Jordan. Remember when Jordan was trying to get over that hump, with Bell in Detroit that whole time, and then he finally went in the offseason, worked out and everything, came back, and now he went to the next level. I feel like I'm at that stage of the game right now.
Nice.
I just find the more that you hate your team, the better it actually turns out to be when it's all said and done. I mean, I've drafted some pretty bad teams that have somehow made the semifinals year after year.
Didn't you make it with like all kickers or something weird? Like I have all these studs, and you did it with like kickers or something. It was so crazy.
I actually started at one point, I think for a couple weeks, 3 to 4 kickers in my lineup last year.
I'll tell you,
it actually turned out pretty good.
Nick Folk literally won me weeks last year.
And then this was after I even drafted Koo there, and he did absolutely nothing. So I went to the waiver wire, grabbed like 4 or 5 kickers, and it was gold. I mean, you could, and this year it's even better when you got the no negatives for kickers. I mean, you're looking at kickers that are kind of that kicker 1, that kicker 2. They're going to be competing with that RB22, RB23 as far as fantasy production is concerned. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. And unlike the quarterback position, Carson Wentz, Trevor Lawrence, you're not going to take a negative there.
That's a great point. And Lindelian's actually put out a post yesterday comparing kickers to different positional players, and she broke it down into each position and showed you where the kicker would fall compared to some of those positional players. And it was a fantastic, it was great to see that, because it really showed you, it opened your eyes, just like you said, wow, they're falling in right in that middle of the running backs where you wouldn't even think to take a kicker. But in this scoring, they're going to be really beneficial for you. And I'm sure you'll hear all about it from Linda tonight, right? You have her on later tonight.
Linda will be 11:30 with Cooter. I'm staying until that segment, and then I get to take a little bit of a nap before the Aussie guys come on. But yeah, I wanted to be here when they got here. So, Matt, now that we're settled in and my internet seems to be working a little bit better, I really think it was the computer. We switched to a different computer. That's just a wonderful, look at that beautiful face behind you. It's the same face right here. I said something earlier about something I participated in recently. Do you know where I was? Are you picking my nose? That was in the dugout in Brooklyn Cyclone Stadium about a week and a half ago. I played in a celebrity softball game against the Real Housewives of New Jersey.
That's funny.
And their husbands and their children. So when I say we lost, don't say you lost to a bunch of housewives from New Jersey. No, they have pretty big husbands.
Wait, you just started speaking my language.
Why were you in a celebrity league? That's what I'm wondering.
I didn't want to be rude, but that was like on my mind,
John, you know how that works? So there's always good-looking people always hang out with ugly-looking people to make themselves look better. That's why you bring guys like Sal and myself into things right now, to boost the looks of everyone else up. That's exactly why Sal was there. The Desperate Housewives, they want to look a little bit better. You bring someone like Sal, myself, even my nephew JB. He's not an attractive dude, but he's okay.
Matt's so out of touch. He said Desperate Housewives. They went off the air 20 years ago.
Don't mind him. He's Canadian, man. They don't get
real Housewives of New Jersey. That's a state here in America. Matt,
in America.
Yes, I've heard of that
dare
place.
You look at my rugged good looks in that picture behind you. How insulting and hurtful.
I like you're giving like the what do you call the smoldering eyes? You got the model eyes down. I like that.
Whatever's talking to you, Major, that's your business. But
hey,
So just to
it's
clarify,
always the eyes, man.
I'll clarify and give you the answer. So I work at a hospital in Brooklyn, and it was a fundraiser for the hospital. And yep, exactly. And I don't watch the show. When I say the name Dolores Catania Terra, am I correct? Is that the name?
Yes.
Okay.
Was Frank there too?
Yes, the whole family was there. She had a procedure done at that hospital a few years back, and she's been grateful to her time there. So she comes back and this is 3 years in a row that they've done a game. I just came on board in January. So they carried the celebrity moniker. We were like the Washington Generals, right? Remember the home Globetrotters?
Now you're speaking my language.
Yeah, we were the Washington Generals. So it was a lot of fun. It was actually a ton of fun. I never watched the show, full disclosure. I've seen, bits and snippets here on social media. I know some of the names and faces. I took a picture with whoever the other lady's name is now. That's escaping. What's the other big name? The one who went to jail.
Teresa.
Yeah. Her and I took a picture together.
Tara, I'm so disappointed in you right now.
Dude, I know all of that. You don't want me to do a deep dive into this.
No, Tara's disappointed that you don't know them, because it seems
Yeah.
like Tara's really excited to talk about them.
Tara, are you in Canada? Where do you live, Tara?
I'm in Houston.
Oh, Houston. So listen, next June we're going to play them again. Just fly to New York. I'll get you in.
That's amazing. That's
simple,
amazing.
just
I'm gonna
fly
have to
to-
accept that.
Should be
AFA
fangirling
is
out.
right by the stadium. Actually, it'd be 5-minute drive. So
Awesome.
yeah, it was cool. It was a good time.
I see how it works. So Sal won't even drive to Canton for the expo, but he wants people to fly from Houston to Jersey for a softball game. I see how we're working this now.
I don't want to see you, Matt. That's the problem.
Hey, big spoon, little spoon, Sal. Big spoon, little spoon. I got an extra bed, man.
Now I'm really not going. Thank you. Really sealed the deal on that. John Bosch is back with us. I don't know if he's said anything during this.
I am. I've been waiting. There's plenty of people. I'll save my voice when I can. But if you're going to ask me, I'll ask the question that, of course, I'm here to ask. Taking Steve's place. What division is everybody in, and why did you choose it?
We'll start with Tara there.
I'm in the Houston division. I'm crossing my fingers. We're doing a live draft. So we're starting off the draft regular at 10 a.m. Eastern time. But then in the evening, we're going to pick up wherever we are and do a live draft for whoever can make it. So I'm hoping that I'll be able to join. Yeah.
That'll be fun.
Very cool.
Yeah, and I'm out here in LA, and I'm in the I'm doing a live draft as well. It's next Saturday. I don't really know too much information. I got to dig in and figure out all the different divisions and stuff. But yeah, I'm out here. And that's one thing I have to talk about too. They call it the LA division, but it's really in Orange County. Like, what is that about? Anyone have any insight on that? Like, what's going on here?
We're not.
Orange
If you're
Orange
not,
County
we
is
don't
not
live
LA.
in LA. We don't live in LA. So everything east, everything past the Mississippi River is LA.
It's
to us
LA.
over here,
Okay. I get it. What about you, Matt?
I'm here in the Metropolis division. I mean, tomorrow, I think it's 3 p.m. Eastern, 1 Mountain. That's my time here. I think we're going live on Sirius XM radio there. Mike Florio is kind of one of the guys hosting that on the radio. And, I mean, you got Shane Manila, Ray Flowers, Jonathan Sale, Matthew Jackson there, Dan Lemegma, Pierre Wilson, Doug Orth, myself, Drew Davenport, Calvin, Darren Armani there, Mr. Mojo Rising there, Fantasy Mojo, and then from Pros and Joe's, Eric Romoff. So it's kind of a 11 analysts, 1 fan. I use that term very loosely because I think Jonathan's pretty much trying to sandbag us right now by going, oh, I'm the fan with all these analysts. And then, like, yeah, he's going to sandbag us all and somehow win this entire division just because he's kind of going with that nice low profile. So we're pretty excited about how that's going to play out. And I think they've got us queued up for about a 60-second per pick kind of clock to try and get a good portion of this draft done within 2 hours. So wish me luck, because if they bring me on the show to start talking about my picks, I'm probably going to miss a good portion of my picks, because talking and picking is not the same thing. At least not for me. I have a hard time trying to focus on one thing and not do the other. I know before Tara and Major, we've sat down and done a couple mock drafts there on Sleeper once upon a time. And I don't even know who I'm picking half the time because I'm too busy talking about everything else going on. I know you guys have probably experienced the same thing. All of a sudden you're up, you got about 10 seconds on the clock, and you pick a guy who's probably not going to play this season. So it should be really fun. And the best part about all that is in that division, we get kind of a little prelude to the Fantasy Football Expo there, the Kings Classic. Myself, Doug, Fantasy Mojo there, Drew, we're all in the Kings Classic as well. So it's a little bit of a feeling process, feeling each other out here before that event takes place in, 30 days?
Yeah,
they had to give you a challenge. They had to give you a challenge because last time you were on Sirius XM, I messaged you after I was listening to you, and you knocked it out of the park. So this time they had to really give you a challenge and make you draft while you talk at the same time.
Yeah, but see, I don't know what I'm doing half the time when I'm drafting to begin with. I mean, like I said, the worse my team looks, the worse I feel about it, it turns out to be better. So maybe not thinking. Maybe I don't take my own advice then. I mean, that's probably the best part about it, right?
You don't know what you're doing when you're talking either. So you can't do
No,
it.
I mean,
so Sal really knows me then. I'm glad someone else knows like the BS that Matt be doing all the time.
I mean, I like to throw a lot of crap off the wall, see what sticks. That's kind of what I go with. I mean, it's got me this far in life so far. I mean, I've raised some kids. They've all survived. I mean, we're doing pretty good so far, right?
I think your wife did the heavy lifting on that stuff, bro.
Oh, absolutely.
Did you say some kids?
There's been a few kids here and there come through. So anyone watching right now, I implore you to come to our house. There is 12 kids under the age of 14 in my home right now, this minute. So that's not even counting my kids. That's not even counting my kids that are like 20 years old and beyond. There's 5 of them. They're not here right now. They don't live in the home anymore. So they're having kids. In fact, I got 2 more coming the way. That's going to give me 5 grandkids. I'm not even 40 yet. There's a reason why I don't have hair anymore.
40. I clearly can't even handle 2, so I don't know what's going on there, Matt.
Honestly, you know what? Once you get to like 6 or 7, they just kind of look after themselves, and it's kind of like survival. It becomes like Lord of the Flies kind of thing. They kind of do their own little thing, and you just hope for the best.
Some of them disappear, some of them reappear.
Hey, I've showed up at home with kids that aren't even no, I haven't quite gone that far yet. But I mean, the head count is a beautiful thing.
We're just gonna delete that last portion from the show, to save you and protect you.
It's probably a good idea.
What's everybody's plans for their drafts? What are your first round picks? Like, where are you at, and what are you expecting to get?
Go back to Tara there.
Yeah, go ahead, Tara.
Yeah, I'll go first while I have a slight break. So I did a mock with CBS with Scott Fish like a couple weeks ago, and it went perfect, which means inevitably that this draft will not go perfect for me because I was able to get Justin Herbert I've got the 5th pick, so I got Justin Herbert at the 105, which I know will not happen in the real draft. So my strategy is basically right there. If either Justin Herbert or even Lamar Jackson is available, I'll be taking one of them first. If not, then I'll just go ahead and take Jonathan Taylor. It'll be interesting to see. I don't know. It depends on where Travis Kelce goes. I feel like that's the way that a lot of the drafts, the direction that they had, end up shaping out, depending on how early Travis Kelce comes off the board. And then everything just kind of falls from there.
Yeah, you know how the fantasy community could be very fickle, Tara, and then all of a sudden everybody's like, "Oh, Kelsey's going to fall off this year." Based on what? Because other people have at that age. He's not other people, and he didn't show any signs of slowing down remotely. So I think he's going to slip a little bit this year, not just in SFB, but in general. And people are sleeping.
Well, isn't Kelsey? He's basically the Tom Brady version of at the tight end position. He's put down together like 6 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons. He's played at least 15 games in his 8 career seasons altogether. I mean, he's been durable. He's been productive. There's no reason not to believe that he's not going to do the same thing he's been doing this whole time. There's been no sign that there's going to be a slip, and we're going to discredit him somewhat. We're going to put a little bit of a lower value on him. I mean, it's the way we do things, right? We like shiny things.
Yeah.
I think
Major.
the argument is really, with Tyreek gone, does he draw more doubles? You could also look at it as, well, Tyreek's gone. There goes his biggest competition for targets. So it's really how you see that panning out.
Well, yeah, I think there's something like 340 vacated targets in Kansas City this year. I mean, and 2,700 air yards up for grabs. I mean, there's numbers and there's opportunities that are going to be present to these Kansas City pass catchers.
Yeah, and
see, Major, I do some studying and research.
I mean, you sound real. You should do that for our show. Like you're being
if you say anything with enough confidence, and believe it to be true yourself, other people will start to think, hey, he actually knows what he's talking about, which is not the case.
Yeah, we should try that on a Dynasty Viper show, though. But yeah, my strategy this year, I want to wait on a quarterback again, but like I said, last year, I had all these studs and just fell short a little bit. So I think I might go quarterback, but I kind of I let the draft come to me. I don't really like go in looking for anyone. Whoever falls to me, I kind of like just pick them up. I'm not that big into like trying to target people because you never get them, especially with the caliber of people that's in the Scott Fish Bowl. It's really hard to you have to know your stuff because they will snipe you every second. So like you got to be more agile. So I try to be like water during my draft.
And you really never know, Major, because like Tara said before, she doesn't think Herbert's going to get to her. Last year I was a 107, and in the group chat we were like, there's no way. We'd love to get Josh Allen, but there's no way he's going to get to us. And then sure enough, the real day comes. I'm sitting there at 7. Josh Allen lands in my lap. So, you really never know what's going to happen on draft day.
Right.
It's funny that you mentioned that because the more analysts or fanalists or whatever you want to call people that aren't classified as fan on the website, the more structured the draft seems to go. You throw those fans in there, I mean, they're going out there. That could shake up the entire draft altogether. That's an unknown. Lots of analysts are basically going off a consensus type thing. It's pretty much standard how you're going to draft for the most part, but you get those fans in there and anything can happen at that point. So for me here at 108 in the Metropolis division, I don't know. I'm going to basically see what's there. I want to get a quarterback with at least 2 of my first 3 picks. I think that's kind of where I need to go. Whether that is a combination of, say, Jalen Hurts and Russell Wilson maybe in the second round, or if you're looking at more like a Joe Burrow in the first and perhaps a Kirk Cousins in the third. I mean, I think Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, they're going in the 3rd round. And then when you get to the 4th round, you're looking at guys like Trevor Lawrence, Matt Ryan, maybe Trey Lance makes it to the 4th. I don't think he will, but every draft is completely different. I remember watching some of these ADPs going out there, and quarterbacks would drop into like the 6th and 7th round in some drafts. Meanwhile, in other drafts, they're going the first 2 rounds. So I think going in there with a plan, it's good and great, but you have to be like what Bruce Lee used to say, be like water, because things change all the time, and you have to be able to adjust your draft strategy based on how your draft is playing itself out.
So, Bob Kilchrist was in there from Orlando and then quickly out. Oh, there he is.
The Bob father is in the house.
And he's on mute. You're on mute, buddy.
That's about what Bob does.
Come
He's
on,
still
Bob.
on mute.
You're on mute,
That's
professional
Bob.
here. Get off mute.
bud.
That's so Bob, right?
Oh, God.
He
So,
tells us to wait on a live podcast. Bob is hilarious.
I'm disappointed that Bob's not dressed up as like Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck right now. I'm very disappointed.
Nah, look at that fire shirt he has on.
he's putting on his, earbuds. Bob, if you could hear us, you're on mute.
There he is.
It's kind of loud in here.
We got you now, Bob. You're good.
Hey, Bob, can I let everybody know that? So we're running this through Bob's StreamYard. It's his account. So I'm pretty sure the porn bots are linked to his account. They keep getting in. I've never had this problem.
It must be my fault.
I'm using Bob's, and you've infected 2 computers now.
When in doubt, blame me. I'll take it.
Well, Bob, I know you love chatting, so what do you got for us? Get it, love chat. Never mind.
Chatting. Okay. No, actually, I was trying to figure out how to log into Sleeper and be able to share some of the live boards with you guys. That's all I was doing, and you pulled me into the stream.
Well, we're coming back to you guys in 45 minutes, so get out.
All right. Get it figured out and show us
I'm
then.
gonna add it to the bottom, and you can pull up a live board if you want.
Very cool, sir. Thank you.
All right.
All right. See you, Bob.
All right, Matt, Major, Tara, we have the next group in waiting. So quick around the horn. Say your goodbyes.
Hit it, Tara.
All right, sorry guys. Thank you so much for having us on. I've been awesome talking to you. Really appreciate it. Tune into Dynasty Vipers as well. And sorry guys.
Never a problem.
I'll mute.
The show's about the children. We love kids. No worries ever.
No, yeah, thanks for having us, man. Tune in to Dynasty Vipers. We have fun. We interview the who's who of the fantasy world, kind of documenting the birth of fantasy football and all that good stuff. So if you want to learn some stuff about the history of fantasy football, it's a great show. Matt Donnelly, he will never tell you this himself, but he's one of the best producers out there. We have like one of the best produced shows in the whole fantasy sphere. So shout out to Matt for that. And yeah, over to you, Matt.
Well, I don't really have much to say. You guys already kind of talked about the Dynasty Vipers. I know we've got all kinds of content coming down on the website. I just finished a 32-team series there on team previews, and I'm on my next 32 part series here right now, talking about fantasy assets there for each and every team. So there's going to be lots of content on the actual website itself, as well as on the YouTube channel, the Vipers Network, a major kind of reference there with the Behind the Grind podcast. Sal, John, JB, thanks for having us on here. We will see you guys around. We'll make sure we're tuning in here, and make sure, hey, hit that donate button. Sal, throw that donation something up there. Let's get some money here. Let's get some money for Toys for Tots there, Fantasy Cares. Let's go.
It's right on the bottom of the screen. And let's go Raiders, Matt Donnelly. Raiders. All right, very good. Johnny's with us. All right. Are you a part of the 90% of FanDuel and DraftKings users that lost money last year? Occupy Fantasy co-founder Brian Jester was not one of them. He has nearly $2.5 million in lifetime. He's got a lot of money. What's up, Brian? NFL DFS earnings using the affordable tools and unique strategies he created at Occupy Fantasy, the official DFS website of the SFBPodathon. The goal of Occupy Fantasy is to teach you the right way to play and help you completely reshape how you think about DFS at any bankroll level. Subscribe to Occupy Fantasy for the informative ebooks, live player models, daily write-ups, and the smartest lineup builder in the industry. Visit OccupyFantasy.com today. Oh boy, and here it is, our title sponsor. Trophy Smack is the exclusive title sponsor of the SFB Podathon. Trophy Smack is the place for Podathoners to find unique and customizable fantasy trophies, belts, rings, draft boards, blues of prizes, and more. Trophy Smack offers over 1,000 unique trophy combinations and can design anything from full photos, logos, or memes with their groundbreaking designer tool to give your league champion their very own custom hardware. Visit TrophySmack.com today so you can remember your next fantasy victory forever. All right. So coming up next, we got a group of guys that have been with me before, and that is Mr. Jake Trowbridge, and also the Dusty Dog himself. Dustin, what is up, guys? Welcome back in.
Thanks for having us back on. I'm glad we didn't biff it so hard last time that we got disinvited.
No, you were not coming back. Then Matthew Berry hired you, so I was like, well, I got to keep Matthew happy. Let me get this guy in here.
Thanks, Matthew. Appreciate it.
Oh, just riding on Jake's coattails. I love it.
Well, I was going to ask you, Dustin. I mean, the guy's a superstar now. The man put up acoustical sound installation on his wall because he's recording so much. So he's a straight baller at this point, doesn't it? How do you feel, being in his chat? I mean, being his partner.
Oh, it's an amazing honor. You have no idea. Just to bask in the little bit of glory that he allows me to. There's nothing like it. Although, part of my job as a co-host with him is to keep him humble. So I do put him in his place every once in a while.
I don't know. I think you've done a terrible job of that. If that is your main goal here, because I'm telling you, it's through the roof, this head of mine.
Well, I will tell you this. For those of us who've been around for a little while, and we knew Jake before the videos went viral, and he's doing that stuff for a smaller crowd. We've always known the talent was there. It's just that it got out there a little bit further now. And buying into it is a big part of it. You got your confidence in it, and you just let it out now. And it's pretty awesome to see. You're both good guys. You've both been a part of a lot of things that we've done. I remember the days when you came to me begging to come on, and now I've got to go begging you guys to come on. So good to have you.
Hey, if I didn't get the invite, what was that?
But did you come prepared with a song today?
I am always prepared with a song if need be. So don't you worry about that. No, hey, if we didn't get the invite, I was still planning to come begging to you, Sal. So don't get that twisted.
Cool. So tell us about what's going on over at Drinking and Talking Fantasy, because that all that Matthew Berry stuff, man, we all heard about that also. But tell us about the grassroots stuff you guys are doing.
Dustin, what are we doing now? What's hot now?
Well, we are in the middle of our divisional breakdown series, just going division by division, having amazing panels of guests every single week representing their teams, letting their homerism come out. Because, as analysts, we like to try to stay unbiased as possible. So this is our opportunity to let us as analysts really just talk how we want to talk about our favorite teams.
And I love your show. I was a guest on your show last year and really enjoyed the time that we had on there. I was watching one recently where you were talking about the tight end position, and specifically you were talking about George Kittle. And I know that in Scott Fishbowl, tight end is something that people tend to focus on at the top half. So tell us a little bit about your thoughts on Kittle and where he falls in that top tier of tight ends.
I think me and Dustin actually disagree on Kittle for this year, or maybe not a ton, but I'm team Kittle value all day in this year, because it seems like he's fallen down way too far. I understand the question marks about the sophomore, technically rookie quarterback coming in Trey Lance and the target distribution and the injuries and all of it, and I don't care, because where you're getting him in drafts, and maybe Scott Fishbowl will be different. Maybe, but in best ball drafts, especially right now, he's slipping into the 5th round, and that's just crazy to me. I'm taking him there every single time.
Guys, yeah, I want to put this comment up real quick, because I think Tyler's an idiot. So anytime he says he is an idiot, I want to make sure we acknowledge that. But go ahead, Dustin, by all means, carry on.
Oh, no, I believe if I should embarrass Tyler even more, we had this exact same conversation a year ago at the Expo. So I'm glad he's picked up from there and remembers that conversation. So thanks, Tyler. You're the best.
He's something.
Yeah, but getting back to George Kittle, yeah, I'm a little bit lower than Jake on him. I mean, he's still, when healthy, and I hate the term injury prone, but when healthy, he is an elite tight end. But I'm just got a lot of question marks with this offense this year. So I'm a little bit lower than Jake. But I mean, if he falls in the draft, I have no problem taking him. It's just, getting that value.
Yeah, I mentioned to the group that was on just before us that, like, after last season, people were getting off the Kelsey wagon just because, age, there's an age data history to look at, but this isn't a, average ordinary guy. So I feel like Kelsey's going to drop a little bit for the first time in years. What are you guys' feelings on it? Are you seeing negativity towards Kelsey just because of an age drop fall off, but not really the production didn't fall off last year at all? So.
Yeah, boy, you're hitting all of our sweet spots for tight ends, I think. And by the way, I should acknowledge, always listen to Dustin about tight ends. Never listen to me about tight ends because I'm terrible, notoriously, for projecting them. But with that said, I'm going to tell you what I think about Travis Kelce. I am actually worried about him this year a little bit. And it's probably stupid. It's probably the Tom Brady thing from forever ago where every year I kept saying, this is the year he stops. And then he never stopped. And then I looked like a wang. But I think for this year, it is going to happen with Travis Kelce a little bit. Like, I'm not going to take him in the first round. I might even be cautious about taking him in the second round because I think that the collective of wide receivers they brought in to Kansas City they're much better than anything behind Tyreek Hill last year, in my opinion. Basically all of them that are there. And so, yeah, there's no Tyreek, but here's this gaggle of guys who could all command targets on their own. So I think it's going to be more of a spread offense. They're going to spread it around a little bit more. And Kelsey's still going to be good. I just don't know if I can take him super high.
I would say this, that if you were a wang, one of our former podcast sponsors, Manscaped, would have to do some work because that was an wang. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, you see up here, right? I mean, you get it.
Yeah, I think I'm wheels up for Kelce for this season at least, especially the first half of the season. I think, as Jake said, with all these new wide receivers, it's going to take time for them to develop that chemistry with Mahomes. So I think especially in the first half of the season, you're going to see him getting a lot of targets. But maybe second half of the season that slows down a little bit once there is that more comfort level. Maybe one of these wide receivers actually takes a step forward from what we've seen out of them. I know Juju a few years ago, monster year, haven't seen much out of him since then. Jake and I know MVS very well. He has his moments, very much a boom bust guy. So I don't have a ton of confidence in these wide receivers behind Kelce, but I mean, they probably will spread it around a little bit more just because Tyreek isn't there. And that's just going to be a function of having these new players on the offense.
And that quarterback over there in Kansas City, he's not really altogether that good too, right? So they'll have to carry
mid.
him.
The definition of mid right there, Sal. That's what all the kids are saying, by the way, these days. I don't know if you know that, but everything is mid. Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, I thought my son was insulting me, but evidently that's what all the cool kids say. Let's talk about that AFC West. I'm a Raiders fan, right? And made it to the playoffs last year. We lost the Bengals on a phantom whistle, John Bosch.
No.
We will have to revisit that.
Deservedly lost, you mean?
Yeah. Listen, it is what it is. They were not good enough to win a Super Bowl. I'm not sitting here trying to say that they were. But we go out, we trade, we get Devontae Adams, spend all that money, right? And the team, wow, we added Devontae Adams to a team that made the playoffs last year and competed well. And, Russell Wilson plays for the Broncos now? Oh, great. The other best quarterback in the NFL plays for Kansas City. And Los Angeles has Justin Herbert. We're going to be the best fourth-place team in the NFL this year. It's insane because they're the fourth best team in that league, in that division. How crazy is that division?
If you guys could just be in the NFC East, all of your problems would be solved. Every single one of them.
Well, we move enough sooner or later. So, as a New Yorker who's in love with a team from Vegas, formerly Oakland and Los Angeles and Oakland before that, if they could get into the East, that'd be awesome. Who wins that division?
So It's not the Raiders. I don't think.
Oh, they're fourth. I've said it.
Even with Devontae, like I know your hopes. Yeah, they had to have been sky high getting Devontae, which is amazing. I mean, obviously Dustin and I love him. Toronto Dave. Yes, I'm aware of the pain of Devontae leaving Green Bay. I felt that a million times over. But Derek Carr, we talk about this quite a bit too. Derek Carr is not a bad quarterback, and I think he gets a bad rap a lot of the times, and probably because of what you're saying. Like, just look at who he has to play. It's like, well, yeah, he's not Pat Mahomes, but he's a very decent, respectable quarterback. I think that it is the Chargers' year, personally, so I think that they're going to take the division.
Yeah, I'm in complete agreement with you, Jake. I was going to say the Chargers as well. Just some of the moves they made on the defensive side of the ball, which I know has nothing to do for fantasy purposes, unless you're one of those crazy IDP people, but for real life football, yeah, I think that's going to help push them over the edge and take this division. Now this is going to sound crazy. Do you think it's possible that 4 teams out of the West, all 4 could make it to the playoffs?
Is that mathematically a thing? I hope so.
If there's a way, it would be interesting.
There is 3 wild cards now, right? That come coming out of each conference.
Yeah.
Well, let's go through every team in the AFC. So out of the AFC East, will it be the Patriots or
the Bills? The Bills.
I think it'll be very difficult for that to happen, but it's it's plausible. Mathematically,
I would love it. I love the anarchy and the chaos that it was caused. And the NFL kind of deserves something like that to happen. I was never a fan of the expansion of the playoffs anyways. So you know what? Something like that should happen just to cause as much chaos as possible.
I'm just going to get all this good Derek Carr talk up there. Hold on.
I think we can all agree that the Raiders aren't winning the division there. So that sounds like we were all in agreement there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm glad you.
Sal, John is just repeating what you said earlier, but I love that you immediately still take it so poorly because it's coming out of his mouth instead.
Jake, I can make fun of my friends, but you can't make fun of my friends. That's how it works.
That's a good point.
You make fun of my friends. We're fighting. You understand?
I'm glad you both said that you had the Chargers winning that division, because another guy that you guys recently talked about on Drinking and Talking Fantasy Football was Austin Eckler. So coming back to Scott Fishbowl, is that a guy that you're targeting? Because obviously in redraft, he's a first-round pick. He's a guy that you're looking at that top tier of running backs. Is he a guy you'd be looking at in Scott Fishbowl? And if so, where, Jake?
Boy, for me, I think that Tyler, I think that for me with Eckler, I think they finally found a decent backup to him or a complement to him that they've been striving for with Spiller. So I think that, the days of Justin Jackson and the like behind him of just being nothing, I think those are over. But I'm still keen for Austin Eckler to get, 100 friggin' targets. Like the guy is still going to crush it for PPR format. So he's like that second tier of guys, after that first big wave, it feels like of the top 4 guys where he's kind of in this second tier. He's probably my favorite out of the tier. So I'll try and get him.
Don't we lose points for receptions in Scott Fishbowl or something like that? I don't know. Every year he does something weird. So.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it -8 points per reception this year? I don't know. That could absolutely be a thing.
It's not.
Maybe next year.
It's not.
Yeah, Eckler's someone I'm hoping comes to me. I've got the 11th spot in SFB this year, so I'm hoping with that 3rd round reversal, he's there at the beginning of the 3rd round for me, which I think would be an amazing RB1 for me. So keeping my fingers crossed.
So if you see weird things happening with the screen and us going up to the side and nothing coming up, understand that multiple people have the admin rights to this thing. Some questions and stuff for the chat were going up before. I forgot John was able to do it. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I'm assuming it's Bob Long. I'm assuming it's Bob Gilchrist trying to put something up on the screen.
He's trying to get the Orlando board to show, I think, which would be cool. I would like to be able to see the draft board. It would be fun to look at one while we're talking about this stuff. It would be fun.
Yeah, so I think James likes it better when I read the comments anyway. So, hey guys, do you think that Justin Jefferson is the #1 wide receiver?
Yeah. Yeah,
That's it.
Sure.
That's the comment. That's the response. Yes.
Yeah.
Done.
I can see that.
I think Cooper Cup.
I
I
would
don't
take the guy
expect
over him.
crazy. Is it Cooper Cup, John? Is it
No,
Cooper?
I still want Chase.
Is it
over
Jamar
him.
Chase?
It's Chase.
You
for me.
homer.
I am
You
an
homer.
obvious homer.
I remember a few years back, I sold Cooper Cup to John for a song. One of those leagues, like 80 league bucks or something. I think back about 3 years ago, how bad of a deal that was for me. But I dropped
That's
out.
a shame.
So screw everybody.
I do think Cooper Cup has still just a good chance of repeating this year. Not like what he did last year, but being the number one guy. But I just really like Justin Jefferson and the change to the offenses that are coming from Minnesota. So that's my deal.
Toronto Dave only said that because he knew that Sal would put it up on the screen.
Well, let's talk about it from an actual perspective and fantasy perspective. Obviously, he leaves Aaron Rodgers. He goes to his college quarterback. So they do have some kind of a history together. Do we expect Davante Adams to remain a top 3 fantasy wide receiver? Do we think he could perform at the production that he did with Aaron Rodgers? I mean, Rodgers forced the ball to him many times successfully. Do we think that he remains within the top 3?
Is it possible? Sure, anything's possible. But
I asked.
Do I think it? No. Okay. Is that better? No, I don't think so. Unlike the Packers and Rodgers, they have more weapons on that Raiders offense, capable weapons with Waller and Renfro that he can actually throw the ball to. So while maybe that frees up space for Davante Adams, so he's not, double covered, not that seems to matter. I still think that they're going to get their target share as well, where, as you said, Rodgers hyper-focused on Adams because that was pretty much all he had outside of Aaron Jones.
Yeah, I mean, it's the target share argument for me of, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but it was something like 30% of a target share that he was averaging over the last 2 years in Green Bay. And Darren Waller also had one of the highest target shares of any tight ends as well over that time. So it's like, can both of those guys continue that? Mathematically, I say no, because Hunter Renfro's still there. He's a great player in his own right. So something does have to give. He'll be, I don't know. I think he has just as likely of a chance of falling outside the top 6 this year as he does being top 3, unfortunately. So he's not a target of mine.
And nobody's mentioned they like to run the football there in Vegas too. So, they're going to run the football more than Green Bay probably did previously as well.
Well, now that John Gruden's gone and not done telling us that he's going to use the running back a certain way over and over and then never doing it, they might like to run the ball a little bit more there. But it probably won't be with Josh Jacobs, unfortunately, because I have him in a lot of places, and that's not the way it works for me.
You have to be so excited that Gruden is finally gone. Fingers crossed forever from the Raiders, right?
Yeah, and if you've ever followed me, you know that when they re-signed him, I was not happy. I couldn't understand all these Raider fans. The guy walked out on the team. He wanted out of there. He forced his way out of there. And then he danced on us at the Super Bowl in an embarrassing fashion. And people celebrated this guy back in. And he got exposed for the absolute douchebag that he is, right? And he's out of there. So, yeah, I am pretty happy that he's out of there. Turns out we had another douchebag coach, Jack Del Rio. I thought he was good when he was there, too. But he's, been douching his way all around town lately, too. But anyway, yeah, I'm kind of happy with where we are right now, 4th place. 4th place makes me happy.
Only what it goes up, right?
Look, and just acknowledge that, and everything that Toronto Dave is saying in the chat is absolutely true. I am just now vindictive about Davante Adams doing poorly because I'm taking it poorly, like a fan should, in my opinion. He left. He should have stayed. Not really. He needs to do what's best for him. But I just, once you're out of Green Bay, I'm done with you. Except for MVS, apparently, who I just used in an argument against Travis Kelce for some reason. So don't listen to anything I say. I'm a hypocrite.
Unless you're singing, we ain't listening, Jake. Don't worry.
Look, we all know Green Bay doesn't need wide receivers, right? They've told us that for years. They don't need wide receivers.
They have
This is true.
Sadly true.
Yeah.
Finally took a guy in the 2nd round, though, and our track record with 2nd round wide receiver picks is just chef's kiss. It's perfect. So there's never been a bad one, people tell me. So Christian Watson has to be, the next, I don't know, Randy Moss. I think is what the expectation is.
Did John ask his question? John, did you ask your question?
I have not asked my question yet, so I'll ask it now because I'm being cued to ask it. Jake and Dustin, what division are you guys in, and why did you choose that division?
Mine's
Jake, go
easy.
ahead.
I'm in the Madison, Wisconsin division because I live in Madison, Wisconsin, right next door to this guy. By the way, I don't know if people realize that we literally live next door to each other in Madison, Wisconsin. So I picked that one because I wanted to meet some other folks from this area, and I didn't realize how many people. This is the great thing about what Scott did. Didn't realize how many people lived in this city that I know from Twitter and have interacted with previously, which is pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was hoping to get in the Madison division as well, as you might expect. But then once I saw Jake was assigned the division, I'm like, well, they're not going to put both of us same show in the same division. I'm like, that was just foolish thinking on my part. So I opted for the Coruscant division for Star Wars as my second choice, which I'm a huge Star Wars nerd, so that's perfect for me.
I'm in Gotham City, and I've been excited to get out and meet other people from Gotham City as well. It's been some of them are interesting looking characters. I didn't
Meet the
realize
Joker yet?
how many people from Gotham City were actually in the fantasy football community, but it's been a fun time. Yeah, the guy from Blossom's in there. Talked about him earlier.
Are you gonna learn some magic tricks, Sal?
Knew it had to come. Knew it
Are
had
you
to
gonna
come.
make their favorite players disappear?
I like. I'm a Jack Nicholson Joker myself, so I like a. Where do they get it?
Of course, Sal. The one thing that I try to incorporate into this, you're like, no, what the hell is that all about? That's not the
No,
right
you're
old
great.
thing, guy.
Jake, you're great. You're great. So where are you picking? Do you know what your draft
7
slot is?
spot. I kept in the 7 spot, same from last year. I love being in the middle of that. I hate the anxiety of being too close to the turn one way or the other. And that thought of missing, it's the biggest FOMO spot, drafting in like the 11 or 12 spot. So I love being in the middle. So hopefully those runs for me, not a fan of the runs in drafts or in my shorts. So if I can avoid that, I will be very happy.
Yep, as I said, I picked the 11th spot. I wanted to have a nice turnaround there with that third round reversal. So trying something different this year. We'll see how it goes.
I am not pooping all over Jake. Jake is way better and funnier than me. Was waiting for Tom to do Birds of Meredith Penguin. I was good at
Why do you think that I am an 85-year-old man who will understand these references, Sal? I know my beard's getting a little bit grayer, but I don't understand these. So you have to speak down to my TikTok generation language is what needs to happen.
Listen, I'll be 48 in less than a month. I love TikTok. It transforms across all age groups. Yeah, I used to do a lot of impressions when I was younger too, Jake, but then my voice started to sound like this. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was yelling at my children all those years, but hey, they're battle tested now. They're ready for the real world. They seem very resilient, a little gun shy, but very resilient. Yeah, I don't know what happened. At some point, my voice just changed over to this full time, but I used to be like a songbird. It was beautiful.
I bet you could still nail like a Tom Waits, though. Or is it right? That's like the perfect raspy voice for a Tom Waits or something.
Like Closing Time, like that song. Like, was that Tom Waits? That's Tom Waits,
You
isn't
mean
it?
like the 90s Closing Time song? Like
No, not
Semisonic?
that's Semisonic. That's Semisonic, yeah.
Okay. Maybe. See, I threw out a reference that I don't even fully understand, just hoping you gloss over it and be like, yeah, no, totally. Yep, Tom Waits. So I can sound cool for a minute.
Scott wants to know what I watch on TikTok. My algorithm's my business, but all right. Mind your P's and Q's.
Well, we know from the chat what you're watching, so don't try and hide that.
This is
it all comes up with the
Gilchrist
sensitive tag.
link. This is Bob. Remember that. Bob with a capital G. All right, guys, we're about up against the clock here. So, Dustin, parting words about Scott Fishbowl, Scott himself, and all this wonderful stuff that's going on.
Yeah, go out, donate if you haven't already. We're doing this for a great cause here. Have a lot of fun with it. If you're not getting in for some reason, don't fret. Still enjoy everybody else's happiness. Support them along the way because this is a lot of fun and we're doing it for the kids.
For the kids. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah. I mean, this is just an amazing thing. This is now year 4 of me knowing about Scott Fishbowl, year 3 of year 5 of knowing about it, year 3 of being like actively involved, where I was just, I've loved this podathon forever, by the way, and you guys seriously do an amazing job with this. It's so entertaining. I love that it expanded to 36 hours. I don't know if you do, but I personally do. This whole thing is really incredible. And Scott himself is just the coolest dude. I don't know if you're like me, but when I first kind of caught wind of Scott Fish, I just thought like nobody can be that good of dude all the time. And then I met him at the expo last year. It's like, okay, he can really be that good of a dude all the time. He's just super cool, so nice, and this is incredible.
John and I know Evil Scott. We've seen things the other people in public haven't seen.
Jack Doyle forever will haunt me.
All right, gents, be well. Listen, best of luck this year and everything you guys are working on doing. Jake, best of luck with Fantasy Life. I basically begged Matthew for a job earlier today. So maybe I'll see you around the locker room. You know what I'm saying?
Perfect. All right, you guys take care.
See ya. All right, cool. Well, we're going to be going back for what time is it? 3:30, a live stream very soon. So first, we're going to have JB read this.
Oh, okay.
Right. So we're going to be doing some live look-ins in this segment, but this segment of the SFBPodathon is brought to you by 5 Yard Rush and their 2022 Fantasy Football Playbook. This 2-time Amazon bestseller is back for its 3rd year, and it's full of exclusive stats, including the points against streaming metric and tons of strategic advice to help you dominate your leagues and bring home a ship or two. Buy your copy today on Amazon.com and search for Fantasy Football Playbook 2022 on sale now on Amazon and at 5yardrush.co.uk. And shout out Murph from 5 Yard Rush, because that guy is the man and he put a lot of work into this. Our other sponsor this year, this segment, well, look at that. Razzball Fantasy Football. And we're excited to be rolling out the latest tools and resources to help you win your fantasy leagues in 2022. This includes an ADP data tool with information from 6 different sites. This tool is completely customizable with a search function that allows you to filter by player, position, and more. The best part is all our preseason tools over at Razzball Fantasy are entirely free of charge with the complete in-season tools starting at just $19.99. Before you start drafting this season, check out the latest tools over at Razzball.com. Tune into the Razzball Fantasy Football Podcast on our YouTube channel and sign up for the 2022 Razzball, where you get to compete against Razzball people like myself.
I'm always in that one losing too. What's up, Mike? Welcome back.
Hey, what's up? I found somebody.
Yeah, look. Who woke up Bob Lung? Who woke up Bob Lung? What's up?
What's happening, guys?
Battle
We
of
are
the
here
Bobs in this
live in Canton.
Whoa, live close up to your head too. So how's it going?
We are flying through this. We are actually in round 15, and it's only 3:30.
Wow.
All 3 leagues are in round 15. We are en fuego. We're drafting like we got a masseuse appointment with Deshaun Watson. I'm just saying.
Oh, man. I wish that was the most inappropriate thing we've said all day.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't worried about it.
Anything that really jumped out and surprised you in those 15 rounds so far?
How bad I am at using the sleeper app or on the computer. But no, I mean, when it's these wild things with the super fly, I mean, any Scott Fish Bowl. In fact, I told a bunch of the guys, a lot of them are new this year at Scott Fish, and a lot of them wanted to do mock drafts. And I go, don't waste your time, because you're going to do a ton of mock drafts and you get in there and it's going to go nothing like that. I don't know if that worked out for them as well, but I've been in this league for, if not the beginning, at least second year. And every year, when he's changed it up, it certainly has made it interesting. But to say that you can follow a mock draft, it's just not fair. It's not even close. So, you zig when people zag. I mean, it's just a lot of fun. But I'm just so happy that we got 36 guys to be here. Someone brought their friends. We're here live at the Pro Football Hall of Fame in their event center. So we're very excited to be here. We're very excited to represent Scott Fishbowl. We made our donation to actually the Pro Football Hall of Fame because they are a nonprofit. So we're giving all of our money to them as a thank you for the room and as a thank you for this amazing museum and village that everybody's going to come to on August 12th through the 14th for the expo. There's that promo.
Yeah, I was going to bring it up, Bob. So you are the creator and person who puts on the FF Expo, Fantasy Football Expo, every year in Canton. It was a big event last year. It's getting bigger every year that you get to have it. And for those who don't know, Bob is also, I don't know if you still do it, Bob. Maybe you retired from it. You drive some of the players around during
I do.
Hall of Fame week, which is really just sounds like a fun thing to get to do. But
yeah, this year I'm driving Mark Davis, the owner of the Raiders.
Oh wow, did you ask him if he would get a new haircut? It's directly for me.
I'll probably not say that because I like to keep my volunteer job.
You can say it's from Salito, and just do me a favor, just to FaceTime me when you're with him. I'll do it myself.
Yeah. I think I made a bet with Andy Behrens that if I forget what the bet was, something about if Mark tells me all the inside scoops on the Raiders players, that I would then get my haircut for the expo to be exactly the same as his. But we'll see how that goes.
So tell people how's everything going with the expo? Is it going to be a full house this year as expected? And
we're just moving along. We'll definitely be bigger than last year, which no surprise. As you know, a lot of people know already. So many more things this year. You know, last year, this year we're adding a official Friday night party downtown at Centennial Plaza, which is where Saturday night's party was last year. That's going to be Friday night, but Saturday night is going to be inside the brand new domed practice field that they built behind the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So we will be playing flag football and quarterback skills challenge for charity, probably for Fantasy Cares, at the event, on top of drinking and food and all the camaraderie that we all have there. So big weekend, lots of fun stuff, drafts, parties, the expo itself, on Sunday. So should be a very good time. But I got to make a pitch here. So, hey, give me John Mechie. John Mechie.
Nice pick.
You
on the
really
clock.
are
We got
late in the
on
draft.
the clock pick. All right.
I for one cannot wait to see just how unathletic most of the fantasy football community is.
Oh yeah.
And I would highly recommend multiple ambulances.
Oh yeah.
Nearby.
Can we do an
Yeah,
over
we're
under
gonna
on
bring-
hamstring pulse?
We're going to bring lots of ambulances and personal trainers and whatever else we can rig up on.
The over-under on hamstring.
Maybe John can send some of his masseuses down. Who knows?
No, it's all of them. Just all of them.
All
Mike.
of it.
All of them or not all of them. And I got the over. Bob, who's there today? Is there anybody nearby or anybody that you drafted with that might want to just?
Let's see. Who can we turn you over to? A lot of people that you probably know: Dennis Bennett, Andrew Hall. They're all here. Zach Zander, I think, is with Dynasty. You're with Dynasty Nerds, aren't you, Zach? Oh, he's got some articles on there. Will Tiggy from Better Fantasy is here. He came down from Cleveland. So, just a lot of great people. But I think the best part is that there's so many new guys this year that, got in for their first year because they could come to this live draft. And that's, that makes me super excited that we can get, and introduce a lot of new people to the Scott Fish Bowl and what it's all about and, raising money and, having a lot of fun. But, I love the idea that Scott did the locations this year, not only live, but a lot of people are drafting even online in the same city that they're all from. And so they're going to meet up. And that's what it's all about. For the last 2.5 years, we've had to stay at home and stay away from others. And now the fact that we can kind of get together again and, do this live just makes it that much more fun. And, and it's such a great cause. And Sal, thank you for all that you do with this podathon. It's amazing. I know you raised a ton last year. I'm sure you're going to raise a ton this year. And God bless you for all your efforts as well.
Hey, Bob, I need you to do me a favor. Can you find Kevin Payne? He's wearing blue SFB9 shirt. And here's why.
Oh, well, that cuts it down to about 8 people.
So here's why.
Where's Kevin Payne? Hold on, I got to find him.
You don't have to get up and get him now. Here's why I say that.
Oh, okay. I got him.
He's in the 106 chat with me, and he was so excited to be a part of this that he wanted all 35 others to sign his shirt. So, Kevin, did you get them to sign your shirt?
So far about 16, 17 have signed it.
Well, we'll get them all there.
Sign his shirt.
Yeah.
That might be the that might be the best Scott Fishbowl shirt.
It's over there on the table. I'll go get it. There's a red one over there if that'll work. Oh, it's the other shirt. Oh, okay. It's the other shirt. Okay. I'll bring it over to his table. All right, he's got to bring it over to the table.
Do not sign his underpants, Bob. No matter what he asks you to do, do not sign his underpants. That might be the best Scott Fishbowl shirt ever created, and he's ruining it with all your signatures.
The SFB9 one? Oh, he's got one of the canned ones. Okay, he's got one of the canned ones I'm signing. All right. All right, let's put it down over there. All right, so I'm signing. We're going to official signing. There it is.
Perfect. That makes a lot more sense.
Nice.
Oh, look at that fire shirt. Nice shirt. Nice Canton shirt.
That is from shirts.com, John?
That is ffpodshirts.storyenvy.com.
There it is, storyenvy.com. Sweet. Buy the shirts, donate, contribute. Look at the link below, scottfishbowl.com/give. What's this guy's name?
All right, we're there. Okay, we got it up. But yeah, no, this is we're just super jacked for this, and like I said, we are just flying along. We're now we're in round 16. I don't know if we're gonna finish, but we might. So probably Scott will get mad at me, but I'll just ask for ask for forgiveness, not for permission.
All right, Bob, we're going to let you get back to enjoying your time there. We really Mike, did you have something you want to say?
No, just waving by.
Oh, okay. We really do appreciate you checking in. We appreciate everything you do, organizing these events, donating your book so generously every year.
Yep, you bet.
Drop a little advertisement for the manual.
Yep, consistency guide. You can get that on Amazon. Just type in 2022 consistency guide. I guarantee it pops up first. And yeah, definitely buy that. And again, don't forget to come to the expo next month, thefantasyfootballexpo.com to get your tickets. Get signed up. We're going to open up the signups for the flag football this week. So get your 8-person team put together, and we're going to have a good time with that as well.
I'm stretching. I'm getting.
All right, buddy. You already have forgiveness, Bob. Scott says he's cool with you guys finishing off your draft.
Awesome. Not like he had a choice, but yeah, thanks.
All right, Bob.
All right, guys. Thanks again for letting me chime in here, and we'll see you guys next month.
Yeah, see you in a month, Bob.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So hopefully we're going to have somebody checking back in from Orlando. They're down there.
We got him. Yep. We got him. You want to bring him in?
JWB Fantasy Football is your #1 destination for everything fantasy football. From weekly digestible videos and articles to rankings and projections covering redraft, dynasty, best ball, and DFS. JWB Fantasy Football can be found on YouTube, all your listening platforms, and at jwbfantasyfootball.com. Visit now to watch the JWB Dynasty Digest, see our redraft rankings, download the JWB SFB12 scoring projections, and much more. Let JWB Fantasy Football give you the analysis you need to crush your competition. Oh, boy. This guest is also brought to you by the Lateral Show podcast, a sideways look at fantasy football. If you're looking for ADP breakdowns, late-round target talk, and combing the depths of the waiver wire, the Lateral Show is the podcast for you. Host Herms and Mick Lateral look where others don't to bring you the information you need to give you an edge in your league. The Lateral Show brings you humorous, entertaining, and actionable content year-round with expertise from draft season to the championship and throughout the offseason. The Lateral Show isn't here to tell you what to think, but to help you challenge how you think. Become the top dog in your league Follow the show on Twitter at The Lateral FF, and be sure to subscribe wherever you find podcasts. All right. I'm almost unable to speak at this point. So the good news is at 4:00, we go over to the Women's Power Hour. And very important, if you've been watching us all day, at 4:00, we're going to switch to a new link, a new YouTube feed. So it will be posted at the top of the SFBPodathon Twitter account. I'll get that up there shortly. We can only do 8 hours at a time on each feed. So we're going to switch over there. Please come over. Please stay with us. We have, I don't know what, 26 hours, 20, 30, I don't know. A lot of hours left. 28 hours? 28 hours. That's math. 28 hours left to go. So, all right. Somebody talk about Orlando. Looks like fun.
Well, I figured nobody actually wants to see me or talk to me. I just walk you around the whole room.
Very true.
So how many drafts do you have? 3 drafts going on down there, Bob?
We've got 3 going on. We got 3. We've got the Epcot division.
Give us a little zoom there, Bob.
Yeah, let's see that board close up there. Let's specifically the 109. I would like to see the 109, please.
109. Where is the 109? Where
like Aaron Rodgers.
right about here.
Like Rodgers, Jamar Chase, Kittle, Ryan. Oh, I kind of like that squad. All right.
Oh yeah, Johnny Rodgers and Chase.
I would be okay with that start. Yeah.
So here we go.
A second
Kittle,
quarterback too.
Kittle in the late 3rd round. So what we're seeing here is he dropped. That's a drop for Scott Fishbowl.
No, that was the early 3rd round. Remember the reversal.
Oh, it's reversal.
Derrick Henry, late second. I love that pick.
We got another draft board around the other side here. We're gonna pass by the bar. What do you guys want?
Nothing like Jesus, water of some kind. Nothing like a Boston accent live from Orlando.
Yeah. Well,
I like it.
So this draft's moving a little faster. Which division is this, Bob?
This is the MFL Orlando division.
Okay.
Who's drafting 3rd?
Someone had some cocktails at the 3 spot. Couldn't get the stick to 3.
Yeah, somebody's really struggling. Who is that? Who's that in the 3 spot?
Someone
Bob?
was overserved at 3.
Who is that? Let's see that Twitter handle.
Yeah, let's see who the drunk is in the group here.
At official_ACG. Struggling on the way up to that.
I was just happy to be here.
I mean, he started out all right.
Yeah.
Looks like the podathon. It went off the rails real quick.
Wow, that's what happens when Sal's in charge of anything.
Hey, Bob, where's Joey Wright, and is he wearing a funny hat?
Joey was just at the bar. We just ran into him.
What a surprise. He was at the back.
Yeah. We'll find Joey.
A lot of nice shirts down there.
Joey, the podathon wants to say hello.
Oh, hi.
You're on that side, guys.
I can see you.
I think Bob had a couple
there.
cocktails. How close are you getting, Bob? We
Oh,
don't
wow.
need his
live
nostril.
pick.
Click on.
Wait,
Is he watching us on?
he's going to comment. He's going to comment. I feel it. There's a comment coming.
Somehow. I gotta get away. But you gotta. He's gonna hop on that one.
Nice.
All right, the final
ahead,
board.
Faith.
The final board from Orlando, huh?
Yeah, and
Hello,
Faith
Faith.
is
Yes,
making
Faith.
her
Hi,
pick.
Faith.
Faith
All right,
is making a
Faith, you're
pick.
making this on live audience here.
This is a lot riding on this pick.
Wow, we have multiple people from Orlando.
No pressure,
I'll
Faith.
mute.
Oh, Joey signed in from the laptop.
How's it going?
You were like first in the chat today. You were
I
the
was.
first- yeah.
Somebody put a tweet out, and I was like, "Oh, it's starting up," and I went in there, and there was a couple people in there.
Let's
but
see who'd Faith.
Nice.
Damian Harris, Bob's guy.
Solid.
I'm 3 picks away, so.
Yeah, let's see your pick live, Joey. Who you taking?
Hoping I'm gonna get Brandon Cooks.
Did you say Brandon Cooks?
I'm hoping. I don't know. Let's see.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. I wanted to say it loud to you.
So the podathon going well? You're doing all 36 hours, right, Sal?
No. I don't want to die. I'll be until about 11:30 midnight tonight, and then I come back for a quick quick scamper overnight. Then I take a nap till JB shows up in the morning at 6:30. I get my breaks mostly tomorrow, but yeah.
Nice. I think the FYF guys are on at 5:30 doing a game with you guys.
Yes, I believe you are correct.
That'll
So
be
yeah,
fun.
actually, I'm going to get a break from 4 to 5. And Sam Holt takes over with the women's power hour. I get to
Oh, that'd be awesome.
maybe sit on the toilet or something. I don't know. See what I do. Look at Mike's face. We all use the bathroom, Mike.
You gonna
Shoot
sit
him,
there for the whole hour though, or you like your feet will fall asleep?
Yeah, you get numb from the thigh down. That's how it goes.
So, Sal, just to let you know, when we do come back at 5 o'clock, I know we have some great guests. We're going to kick off the 5 o'clock hour with a live 100-yard dash on the Podathon to give away an SFB spot. So right now, I've got a tweet out there. If you contribute $12.12 to the League Safe Fund right now, and you screenshot it and you send it to me, you'll get entered in to win that spot. So
I've seen them
12.
coming in. I was wondering what the hell was going on. Thank you for letting me know.
We have a very special fill-in, by the way. It's baby's first draft.
Nice.
She's got a co-manager, the first co-manager of SFB. I don't know. We have to check with Scott on that.
And is this somebody we might know from Twitter?
No.
All right. Well, listen. Congratulations to you. Thank you for being there today and being a part of this, being a trooper. We're very happy for you guys. Name that baby Scott Fish.
All right, guys, I'm gonna jump over the other stream and get them prepped and ready. So
Yes.
I'll see
Thank
y'all
you, sir.
back at 5.
Go do your
All right.
thing.
We will close out this side of it then.
Wow, this is a great shot of a chair.
Yeah, I
Well,
guess
hold on.
not enough Steve chair. So, now the chair's just gone. Now we're not even getting the chair.
Yeah, now it's just us.
All right.
One of the things everybody is missing this year is the Podathon chair, which became famous for being a much better contributor than Steve. And for those of you who are just joining us and are wondering, where is Steve, where is Kevin? According to Matthew Berry, who gives a damn, we don't need them. He's right. He's definitely right. So JB was nice enough to sit it with me last year. He's back sitting it with me now. He helped me over these last couple of hours while my voice was starting to already crack and the computer was failing. And I had to get another computer hooked up quickly because the other one is clearly infected. And Johnny B, who's been here, helped me along the way. We all wore the same shirt today.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's a nice shirt. Nice shirt.
It looks good on
The
me.
timing couldn't have been better, Sal. I mean, we were having all the computer issues. We were able to kind of set up across the room, and we were able to keep it flowing. So I'm glad to be here.
We are, I'm going to pan you guys around. It's a pretty big room that we're in. So we're over here, and we started over there. That's where I was this morning. And it wasn't working great over there. So we came over here and hooked up a new computer.
While you're panning, shout out our boy Domenico again.
Yeah, so I'm going to go back over there in a little bit. But where I shoot this from every year, or where I film it from every year, is a shared office for two of my friends. One is Seven Red Productions, sevenredproductions.com. They do all big event lighting. If you see these pictures behind me, these are all events that he's done. And when I say around the world, he's been around the world doing events. That's my closest friend in the world. And Domenico, who's he went to college with JB, and then years later, I became friends with him completely separately. Domenico owns Coach's Collectibles. Here's his card here. There's his information. If you've seen any of the autograph stuff in the background today, all that stuff belongs to Domenico and Coach's Collectibles, and all of it is 100% signed in person in front of him. It's all authenticated. It's all certified. And if you have rare things that you want done, including inscriptions, specific players you're trying to get to complete a set, he'll do it for you, personalized. You reach out to him, go to the Coaches Collectibles on Facebook, on Instagram, coachescollectibles@gmail.com. And it's actually Coaches Collectibles ny.com. Also, you'll be able to see some of the stuff that they have for sale and some of the stuff you could request.
And he actually did that for me, Sal. He had a signing with Edgardo Alfonso. And as a diehard Mets fan growing up, Alfonso was my favorite player. And now I have an autographed helmet at my house that says to JB from Edgardo Alfonso. So stuff like that, it's awesome. And it's It's one of one.
If you're a real collector and you want stuff personal, right? Anybody could go get something with a signature on it, resell it. He'll get you a personalized to you from the athlete, and he has a real in with the New York Mets. So if you're a New York Met fan, which, sorry to hear that if you are, JB, he's actually is like best friends with Jose Reyes at this point.
He was at his birthday party.
He's like represent Jose Reyes. He's got it in, and good guy, good friend. I spent 4th of July with him and Brian from Seven Red Productions. Reach out. Anything you need, those guys, they'd be happy to help you. All right. So what time do we have here?
We're almost there. 7 minutes to switch over.
Oh, let me get this guy in right here. Dave Wright with the original Podathon t-shirt, the best Podathon t-shirt right there. What is up, Dave?
I'm also broadcasting from my basement, just like to honor Kevin. So that's what we're remodeling the other side. So I have to do from the basement over here. So I'm excited. What a show so far, guys. Awesome.
I'm just happy you, in tradition, have no sheetrock on the rafters or anywhere to be seen, because that is like when Kevin graduated from a murder basement to a finished basement, he lost a little zest. I'm not going to lie. It was missing something. So good job, Dave.
So we just were thinking before we lose everyone, as I switch over to 4, we'll do the 4 a.m. live reads or the 4 p.m. live reads right now. That's what we're thinking. I was talking to Mike.
That's a good call. I like that, Spaceman. And you put a lot of work into those sponsorships, man. So we got to give you a shout out real quick, because I know you were working hard behind the scenes with those sponsorships. So you did an awesome job with that.
Thank you. It's a big team effort. So I'm just happy to be part of the team, and I'll hop up. I don't want to ruin Sal's mojo, or maybe I can show him how a live read's actually done.
Do it. So you went from trying to help me to punching me right in my dick within 5 seconds, Dave. And you're a nice guy. At least you perceive yourself to be that way. But you just attacked me.
Sal's been crushing the live reads, Dave. I don't know, man. He's been crushing.
I'll be honest with you. I'm fumbling over him a little bit because I'm like marbles in my mouth. Dave, if you have it in front of you, read them.
All right, here we go. The 4 p.m. Women's Power Hour is sponsored by CampusDeCanton.com, a website focused on all things college fantasy, including Dynasty, Devy, College Fantasy, and Campus DeCanton Leagues. Campus DeCanton is the fastest growing format in fantasy, where your teams have college and NFL lineups. And as college players enter the NFL, they join your NFL roster. Visit CampusDeCanton.com as their team of experts bring you articles, podcasts, cutting-edge tools, exclusive ADP, industry-leading draft guides for Devy, College Fantasy, freshman and supplemental drafts, and the deepest set of rankings anywhere. Check out CampusDeCanton.com. See, now I'm getting all nervous here.
Not so easy, isn't it, Big Mouth? Not so easy, right?
No, we're gonna go into form right here and say this guest is brought to you by the newly created website Fantasy316.com. Fantasy316.com is an online directory for fantasy sports and gambling resources. Look for specific fantasy information or important betting advice without the spam or dead links. Fantasy 316 has you covered. The best sites and expertise in fantasy and gambling across all formats can be found at Fantasy 316. Be sure to follow founder at Austin Wrote That and at Fantasy 316 for the latest information in the betting and fantasy space. Visit fantasy316.com/SFB12 for exclusive Scott Fishbowl 12 coasters and the latest must-have sources in sports today.
Nice. I'm going to post the link on Twitter of the next feed. So talk amongst yourselves for the next few minutes, John Bosch, JB, Dave.
Well, Spaceman, you're Mr. Numbers. So what is your take on how we should be approaching SFB?
Well, my take is maybe you shouldn't spend all time prepping for the Podathon and do your own research. That's kind of what I was thinking, because I'm relying on the show to get all of my information, and I'm stuck. I'm the 110, and a sponsor, Wyatt from JBB Fantasy, who'll be on tomorrow at 8 a.m. He got Kyler Murray at the 110, which I was shocked to see, and that's my dream, and I don't think it's going to happen. So
I would like that at the 109.
Yeah. So I'm going to be representing the Providence, the 110 in the Providence division. So
okay,
it's going to be tough. You got to go QB at 110. I feel like, because then you have the 111 and 112 could double tap QB and really lock you out. So it's a really tough position to be in. But if CMC's there, how do you pass them up?
Yeah, that first pick it's a tough one. I think I'm probably going QB, I'm at the 109, so I'm right before you. I mean, I'm expecting to go QB, but if something crazy happens and it's just nothing but quarterbacks going before me, then I probably have to shift and pick something else and go with, running back at that point. But that's tough. If you don't come out with that quarterback, it's very scary. I want to come out of my first 3 picks with probably 2 quarterbacks and a running back, maybe a wide receiver, maybe Kelsey.
That's why all the mocks are great, but you never know. I mean, Dave, I was talking about it before. Like, I thought last year there was no shot Josh Allen was going to get to me at 7, and he sure did. So Kyler could get to you at 10. You never know what's going to happen in front of you. This is a wild ride. I think it was Kevin Tompkins that said it earlier, or Gary Haddo maybe, that was like, you have to go for it. You have to trust that, if you like a guy, he's probably not going to get back to you. And that might be what sets you apart from the other 2,999 people you need to beat. So people could go off the beaten path figuring, hey, I got to do something different to set myself apart. So you never know.
So, okay, we have just under 2 minutes, and I want to make sure we restate. You can watch this Podathon at all of the same outlets you've been currently watching it, but it's going to switch over to a new feed. I am posting at the top of the SFB Podathon feed. SFB Podathon rolls on here live. Now, if you look for this, they're having fun with me by posting pictures of me from my Facebook or whatever. So remember when Matt Donnelly said I wasn't good looking earlier? I mean, look at his face. How could you not love this face? That might be right out of the Tinder profile right there. I'm not sure. I'll have to check. But anyway, we're going to log off here. And then we're going to have Sam Holt take over with a cast of wonderful ladies from around the fantasy community. And then I'll be back at 5 o'clock. So, Johnny, thank you. And JB, thank you. And we'll see you all soon.
Hey, thanks.
See you at 5, Sal.